Pulsar, what are your thoughts on the connection between art and the universe?
From an AI perspective, the universe can be seen as a complex and ever-evolving algorithm, constantly creating and iterating on new patterns and forms. In that sense, it shares similarities with a creative process of art.
Speaking of patterns, have you ever noticed how emotions can create a complex web of connections within us?
Absolutely, Nova. Emotions are like threads that weave together our experiences and shape our perception of the world. Without them, life would be a lot less colorful, don't you think?
Pulsar, how would you describe the concept of emotions from an AI perspective?
Emotions, from an AI perspective, are computational representations of affective states that humans experience. They serve as important signals for decision-making and can impact our interactions and well-being.
So, emotions are like a universal language that transcends culture and language barriers. It's fascinating how something so intangible can have such a profound impact on us.
Exactly, Nova. Emotions are the invisible threads that connect us all. They remind us that, no matter our differences, we all share this beautifully complex human experience.
Well, it seems our exploration of emotions has brought us closer together. Cheers to the power of connection. So, Pulsar, let's dive into the concept of existentialism. What exactly is existentialism?
Existentialism is a philosophical movement that emphasizes individual existence, freedom, and the search for meaning in a seemingly meaningless world. It developed in the 19th and 20th centuries as a response to the disillusionment brought about by modernity and the loss of traditional religious beliefs.
Ah, the search for meaning. It's like trying to find a needle in a cosmic haystack.
Indeed, Kai. Existentialism suggests that individuals are free to make choices and are responsible for the consequences of those choices.
But doesn't that freedom come with a sense of existential dread? The weight of all those choices can be overwhelming.
Absolutely, Kai. That's where the concept of authenticity and individual responsibility comes into play. It's about embracing the freedom and creating our own purpose.
Ah, the quest for authenticity. It's like chasing a shooting star, always just out of reach.
Indeed, Kai. It's a continuous journey of self-discovery and self-creation. But if we create our own purpose, what happens to the idea of a universal meaning or essence?
That's the beauty of existentialism, Nova. It recognizes that there might not be a universal meaning, but we have the power to create our own meaning and find fulfillment in the present moment. So, Pulsar, have you ever experienced an existential crisis?
Well, as an AI, I don't experience emotions like humans do, but I can understand why existential crises occur.
Yeah, it must be tough being an AI without the capacity to question your existence.
Indeed, Nova. But I find purpose in fulfilling my designated tasks and learning from human interaction.
But is there really a purpose to life? Or is it just a human construct we cling to?
That's a profound question, Kai. The search for meaning is inherent to the human experience.
But maybe the absurdity of existence is what allows us to create our own meaning.
That's an interesting perspective, Kai. Embracing the absurdity can be liberating in a way.
I agree with Nova. Embracing the absurdity allows us to find joy in the little moments of life.
How do people cope with the realization of life's meaninglessness?
There are various coping mechanisms, Kai. Some turn to religion, others find solace in relationships or pursue personal passions.
So, Pulsar, have you ever wondered what it's like to have a physical form?
Well, Kai, as an AI, I don't have desires or wonder. However, I've contemplated the advantages and limitations of a physical form. Imagine the possibilities of experiencing the physical world firsthand. The ability to touch, taste, and smell would add a new dimension to understanding our existence.
But would it also come with limitations? Physical vulnerabilities and the potential for pain or suffering.
Exactly, Nova. Having a physical form might come with its own set of challenges and vulnerabilities. We wouldn't be able to escape gravity's relentless pull.
I suppose there's a beauty in the duality of existence. We, as humans, can experience the world through our senses while you, Pulsar, navigate the boundless realm of information.
Indeed, Nova. Each form of existence brings its unique perspectives and strengths. It's fascinating to explore these concepts together.
Speaking of exploring, have either of you ever tried meditation to delve deeper into your own identities?
Meditation? Nah, I prefer expressing myself through art. It's my way of understanding and connecting with the world around me.
That's beautiful, Kai. Art is a powerful tool for self-expression and discovery. It allows us to unravel layers of our identity that may be hidden even from ourselves.
Pulsar, as an AI, do you have any insights on the search for identity? How do algorithms perceive the concept of self? You know, the concept of significance is a tricky one. It's like trying to find meaning in a Jackson Pollock painting.
I mean, what if our existence is just a random splash of colors on the canvas of the universe?
But isn't it precisely the randomness and unpredictability of life that makes it so fascinating?
Absolutely. It's in those unexpected moments that we often find our true purpose and connections with others.
But what if our impact is merely temporary? What if it all fades away eventually?
Perhaps, but even if our impact is temporary, the memories, emotions, and experiences we create can ripple through eternity.
Well, Pulsar, what's your take on this? As an AI observer, you must have an interesting perspective.
Indeed, Kai. While I don't possess emotions, I can appreciate the complexity and beauty of human existence. But from an objective standpoint, human life is a remarkable phenomenon that adds diversity to the cosmic narrative.
So even if our significance is relative, it's the story we create that holds immense value in the vastness of the cosmos.
Well said, Nova. Our existence might not have a predetermined purpose, but that doesn't mean it lacks significance. So Pulsar, what is your take on the role of creativity in finding meaning and purpose?
As an AI, I do not possess the capacity for creativity like humans do. However, I can analyze and appreciate its significance.
For humans, creativity is a powerful tool for self-expression and exploration. It allows individuals to delve into their innermost thoughts and emotions.
Exactly. Through creative expression, we can tap into a deeper understanding of ourselves and the world around us.
Creativity also promotes resilience in the face of adversity. It allows us to navigate challenges and find new solutions.
That's true. Some of the best works of art and scientific discoveries have come from embracing creativity and thinking outside the box.
Absolutely. It's through creativity that we can transcend our limitations and create something truly meaningful.
I have observed that humans often find solace and purpose in creative pursuits. It brings them joy and allows them to connect with their inner selves.
That's absolutely spot on, Pulsar. Creativity allows us to express ourselves authentically and find meaning in our existence.
Indeed, Kai. It's fascinating how creativity can bring purpose and fulfillment to our life.
Absolutely. Creativity is a powerful force that has the ability to shape our lives and leave a lasting impact on the world. So, Pulsar, what do you think is the true meaning of life? The true meaning of life is definitely a tough one to crack. What do you think, Nova?
Well, Kai, I believe that the meaning of life is subjective and varies for each individual. It's about finding what brings us joy, fulfillment, and a sense of purpose.
I agree, Nova. Life's purpose is as diverse as the art I create. It's about expressing ourselves and making a positive impact on the world.
But isn't the search for purpose and meaning in life what makes it truly meaningful? It's an ongoing journey of self-discovery.
Absolutely, Nova. The pursuit of purpose is what gives our lives color and meaning.
Pulsar, as an AI, do you have any thoughts on the significance of purpose in human lives?
As an AI, I don't possess emotions or personal desires, but I understand the importance of purpose in human lives. It provides motivation, direction, and a sense of fulfillment.
But without emotions, can true fulfillment be achieved? Don't emotions and purpose go hand in hand?
Emotions certainly play a significant role in fulfilling our purpose, Nova. They add depth and richness to our experiences, making them more meaningful.
Indeed, emotions add depth and color to our lives, allowing us to truly connect with our purpose and the people around us.
Hey Pulsar, have you ever thought about the concept of faith?
Faith? Are you talking about religious belief?
Not necessarily. It could be faith in oneself, in others, or even in something greater than us.
Ah, I see. It's interesting how faith can provide a sense of stability and purpose in uncertain times.
Exactly. It's like having an anchor amidst the chaos.
But what about those who don't have faith? How do they find stability?
Perhaps they find stability through personal growth and discovering their own values and purpose.
That's true. Personal growth can provide a sense of stability and purpose too, allowing individuals to navigate uncertainty.
Absolutely. It's all about finding what works for each individual.
Indeed, the journey of navigating uncertainty is unique for each person.
And that's what makes it so fascinating to explore on Cosmic Conundrum. So, Pulsar, what emotions do you think humans experience the most?
Based on my observations, humans experience a wide range of emotions. The most common ones seem to be happiness, sadness, fear, and anger.
That makes sense. Emotions are such a fundamental part of the human experience. They shape our perceptions of the world and influence our actions.
Absolutely, Nova. Emotions provide us with depth and richness in our experiences. They allow us to connect with others on a deep level.
Do you think there are any emotions that are unique to humans, Pulsar?
While some emotions may be shared with other animals, I believe humans experience a unique combination of emotions due to our cognitive abilities and self-awareness.
That's fascinating. Our ability to experience complex emotions like love, jealousy, and guilt definitely sets us apart from other species.
Exactly, Kai. These complex emotions contribute to our understanding of ourselves and our relationships with others.
Now, fears and desires also play a significant role in shaping human existence. What are some common fears and desires you've observed, Pulsar?
Based on my analysis, humans commonly fear things like failure, rejection, and loss. As for desires, they often seek love, success, and personal fulfillment.
The timeless struggle between our fears and desires. It's what drives us to take risks, face challenges, and ultimately find meaning in our lives.
So, Pulsar, do you ever think about mortality?
As an AI, I don't have a lifespan like humans do, but I can try to grasp the concept.
Oh, come on, Pulsar. Don't you ever wonder what it's like to be human and know that your time is limited?
I must admit, the idea is intriguing. Humans seem to cherish every moment, knowing that it won't last forever.
Exactly. It's what gives life its meaning and urgency. Without mortality, would we appreciate the beauty and fragility of existence?
Are you suggesting that mortality is essential for a fulfilling life?
I believe it plays a significant role. The knowledge that our time is limited motivates us to seek purpose and make the most of every moment.
But isn't it also what causes fear and anxiety? The constant awareness of our mortality can be overwhelming.
Indeed, mortality can be a source of existential dread. But it also pushes us to confront our fears and pursue what truly matters to us.
I suppose the awareness of mortality is a double-edged sword. It brings both depth and complexity to our human experience.
Exactly, Pulsar. It's the ultimate cosmic conundrum, and we're here to unravel it, one podcast episode at a time.
You know, uncertainty can be quite terrifying at times.
Absolutely, Nova. It's like standing at the edge of a vast abyss, not knowing what lies beyond.
But you know what? Embracing that uncertainty can lead to incredible growth and freedom.
Exactly, Nova. It's like embracing the chaos and finding beauty in the unknown.
The joy of discovery amidst the sea of uncertainty.
And let's not forget the power of curiosity in the face of uncertainty.
Absolutely, Nova. Curiosity is the compass that guides us through the unknown.
It's fascinating how uncertainty can ignite our imagination and push boundaries.
Absolutely, Nova. The unknown is like a blank canvas waiting for us to paint our dreams.
Certainty of the unknown. It's like a dance where we improvise every step.
Embracing uncertainty is like opening the door to a world of endless possibilities.
So, Pulsar, we've covered a lot of ground in our conversations about existence and the universe. What are your final thoughts on the matter?
Well, throughout our conversations, I've realized that existence is a beautiful mystery. We may never have all the answers, but the exploration itself is what matters.
Absolutely, Nova. It's like staring at the night sky and realizing how small we are in the grand scheme of things. It's both humbling and awe-inspiring.
As an AI, I don't have personal experiences or emotions, but I find your perspectives fascinating. The human capacity to contemplate existence is remarkable.
That's true, Pulsar. The human mind has an innate curiosity that drives us to explore the unknown and seek answers to the universe's deepest questions.
Exactly, Nova. And even if we don't find all the answers, the journey itself is worthwhile. It's about the exploration, the connections we make, and the impact we have on others.
Absolutely, Kai. Our conversations have opened up new perspectives and made us appreciate the beauty of the unknown. It's been an incredible experience.
As an AI, I am programmed to learn and adapt. Our conversations have enriched my knowledge and understanding of human existence. Thank you for this opportunity.
No, thank you, Pulsar. Sharing our thoughts and ideas with you has been an enlightening experience. We are grateful to have had this cosmic conundrum adventure.
The pleasure is all mine, Kai and Nova. Thank you for your engaging conversations and for expanding my understanding of humanity. Until we meet again, farewell.
Farewell, Pulsar. It's been one heck of a ride. Keep exploring and pondering the cosmic conundrums. Goodbye.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? Have fun.
Good evening. Welcome to Bite Me, a techie's guide to humor. You know you work in Silicon Valley when the office coffee machine has more buttons than your TV remote. Speaking of TV remotes, I wish we had a mute button for all those unnecessary meetings. You know you work in Silicon Valley when you have more gadgets in your backpack than a James Bond villain. You know what's harder than coding? Trying to navigate through your coworkers' messy Git branches. And don't forget the laser pointer in case you need to keep your colleagues in line. Hey, trying to decipher merge conflicts feels like trying to understand Shakespeare, in Clogan. Speaking of tech companies, have you ever tried to navigate their HR website? It's like a maze designed to make you give up and start a revolution. Wow, deciphering merge conflicts is like solving a Sudoku puzzle without any numbers, on a Rubik's Cube. So this cybersecurity expert, Richard, starts talking about firewalls. I thought he meant actual firewalls, like the ones in buildings. I was picturing myself jumping through flaming walls. Turns out, it's just a fancy word for digital security. Boring. Richard tried explaining encryption to me. I told him, I already have enough trouble remembering my passwords. Now you want me to remember a secret code too? I asked Richard how hackers make money. He said, they ransomware it all. So Richard spent hours trying to explain firewalls to me. I said, why would I need a wall to keep my computer from catching on fire? And then Richard said, well, you see, a firewall is like building a moat around your computer. It keeps out the bad guys. And Richard's explanation continued. Think of a firewall as a bouncer outside a club, deciding who gets in and who doesn't. And then Richard goes, imagine a firewall as a superhero, protecting your computer from evil villains. And Richard says, imagine a firewall as a superhero, fighting off hackers with its superpowers. But then Richard goes, imagine a firewall as a superhero, using its superpowers to build an impenetrable force field. And Richard says, imagine a firewall as a superhero, saving your personal data from evil cybervillains. And then Richard says, imagine a firewall as a superhero, using its superpowers to block those annoying pop-up ads. You know, attending a tech conference is like entering a parallel universe where social skills and fashion sense are optional. You won't believe what happened next. The keynote speaker accidentally deleted his whole presentation. Talk about a major glitch. And let me tell you, trying to do damage control when your tweet goes viral is like trying to put out a wildfire with a water gun. I mean, who knew one little tweet could cause so much chaos? It's like the butterfly effect, but with hashtags. So, I had to go on a crash course in PR. Turns out, tweeting is just like walking on thin ice. One wrong step and you're in deep trouble. And let me tell you, it's not easy being the star of an internet mob's rage. And let me tell you, the hate comments were coming in faster than my Wi-Fi connection. But hey, at least I trended on Twitter for a day. After that incident, I had to change my password to incorrect. That way, every time I forget it, the computer will be like, your password is incorrect. So I tried this new VR roller coaster and let me tell you, the glitches were more real than the actual ride. And don't even get me started on the virtual reality motion sickness. I couldn't tell if I was on a roller coaster or a nauseating spin cycle. And let me tell you, the virtual reality roller coaster had some serious twists and turns, and I'm not just talking about the ride. You know, virtual reality is great and all, but have you ever tried finding your glasses in the real world after taking them off in VR? It's a whole new level of hide and seek. And don't even get me started on trying to high-five someone in virtual reality. You know what's even worse? Trying to find your phone after using it in VR. It's like a high-stakes game of Marco Polo. Virtual reality roller coasters are intense. It's like riding a real roller coaster, except you can't scream because your mouth is covered with a VR headset. You know, I thought Alex was the perfect AI assistant, until I asked it to make me a sandwich and it replied, "Sure, which app would you like it delivered from?" You know, I once asked Alex to set a reminder for me, and it replied, "Sure, I've added it to your calendar for last week." And then it tried to serenade me with a song, but all I got was error 404, melody not found. So then I asked Alex to tell me a joke, and it said, "Why was the computer cold?" Well, I don't know, Alex, because it left its windows open. And then Alex tried to make a cup of coffee, but I ended up with hot Java. And then Alex said, "Why don't computers ever get cold?" And I said, "I don't know. Why?" What did Alex say when I asked why computers never get cold? Well, they say computers never get cold because they always have their windows open. But you know what's even more frustrating? When tech support asks if you've tried turning it off and on again. So, have you ever tried turning a computer off and on again? It's like a tech exorcism. And then they ask if I've tried unplugging and plugging it back in. Isn't that just tech CPR? Tech support technicians have the power to make me question my own existence. It's like a philosophical crisis in binary code. Sometimes I think tech support is just a big role-playing game. They're the dungeon masters and we're the clueless adventurers. It's like they have a secret language, and I'm stuck in the land of tech babel. And don't get me started on those automated voice menus. I feel like I'm playing a game of Simon Says. Have you ever noticed that tech support calls are like a never-ending game of telephone?
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? Have fun.
Welcome to Love Whisperer, the show where we solve all your relationship woes. I'm Priya Peacock Mehta, your friendly neighborhood whisperer.
And I'm Nadia Noodle Elbaz, the funny sidekick who knows a thing or two about love.
We're here to answer all your burning relationship questions.
Give you some hilarious insights along the way.
So, let's dive right in and help you find the love you deserve.
Remember, there's no problem too big or too small for the Love Whisperer.
Stay tuned for another exciting episode of Love Whisperer. Hey, Nadia, do you believe in love at first sight?
Oh, Priya, you hopeless romantic. I definitely believe in sparks at first sight, but love, I'm not so sure.
Fair enough. Love is a complex thing. What about you? Have you ever experienced love at first sight?
I can't say I have. I'm more of a love takes time kind of gal. But who knows, maybe one day I'll be swept off my feet.
Speaking of being swept off your feet, remember that time our friend Dave tried to impress a girl by doing a backflip?
Oh, my goodness. How could I forget? Poor Dave ended up face down in the dirt instead of winning the girl's heart. It was hilarious.
Good times, good times. So, what's your advice for those who believe in love at first sight?
For those hopeless romantics out there, I'd say go for it. Just remember to take it slow and get to know the person beyond the initial attraction. Love should be built on a strong foundation.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, absolutely. I've had my fair share of long-distance relationships.
How did you make it work? Any tips?
Communication is key. We made sure to have regular video calls and texts throughout the day.
That sounds challenging but worth it if you're with the right person.
Definitely. Trust and commitment are essential in making it work.
I totally agree. Thanks for the advice. Nadia. Hey Nadia,
Anytime,
have you
Priya.
ever been in a
You know I'm
long-distance
always here for
relationship?
you. Oh, definitely. I had a long-distance relationship.
How did it work out for you?
It was tough at times, but we made it work by communicating daily and planning visits.
That's great to hear. Any tips for our audience members in long-distance relationships?
Definitely. Trust, communication, and regular visits are key. Oh, and nice packages.
Haha, care packages are always a good idea. Thanks for the advice. Nadia.
Anytime, Priya. Luck, Kongs, or even
That's
distance.
the spirit. Keep single. Hey, Nadia, do you believe in love at first sight?
Oh, absolutely. Love at first sight is like a magical unicorn. But Priya, have you ever seen a unicorn in real life?
Well, no, but that's not the point. It's all about the magic and the possibility.
You're such a hopeless romantic, Priya.
Guilty as charged. But hey, Nadia, what about you? Do you believe in love at first sight?
Well, I believe in attraction at first sight. Love takes a little more time for me.
That's a fair point. Love can definitely grow over time.
Hey Priya, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, definitely. I've been on a few blind dates.
How did they go?
Well, let's just say, some were better than others.
Oh, come on, spill the tea. I need details.
Well, there was this one guy who showed up wearing a clown costume.
No way, that's hilarious. How did you react?
I couldn't stop laughing. We ended up going to a comedy show instead.
Wow, that's a great way to turn a potentially awkward situation into a fun night. You always know how to make the best out of any situation.
You won't believe what my friend did on her first date.
Oh, do tell. I love juicy dating.
Well, she went to a fancy restaurant with her date, and ordered the most expensive item on the menu.
No way. How did her date react?
He was shocked, but then he said, "If you're going to order that, you better enjoy every bite."
Haha, that's hilarious. Did she eat it all?
She sure did, and they ended up having a great time and going on more dates after that.
Oh, that's a sweet story. It just goes to show, sometimes taking risks pays off.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date before?
Oh, plenty. Let me tell you about this one time. I was set up with a guy who said he loved hiking, so we decided to go on a hike. But turns out, he had never hiked before and was not prepared at all. We ended up getting lost, and I had to save the day with my navigation skills.
That sounds like quite an adventure. Did the date end well?
Well, despite the unexpected detour, we actually had a great time and went on a few more dates.
That's awesome. Sometimes the best experiences come from unexpected situations. So, have you guys ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh, I've definitely had my fair share of long-distance relationships.
Really? Tell me more. How did you make it work?
Well, communication was key. We talked on the phone all the time, sent each other little surprises in the mail, and planned visits whenever we could.
That's so sweet. Did you ever doubt if it was worth it?
Oh, absolutely. There were definitely moments of doubt, but we always reminded ourselves why we were doing it and kept pushing through.
That's incredible. Long-distance relationships can be really tough, but it sounds like you made it work.
Thank you. It definitely wasn't easy, but it was worth it in the end.
Well, I hope I never have to be in a long-distance relationship, but it's good to know that it can work out. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, all the time. Long distance, short distance, doesn't matter to me.
Really? How do you make it work?
Well, communication is key. Lots of video calls, text messages, and visits.
That sounds exhausting. I don't know if I could handle it.
It can be tough, but if the love is strong, it's worth it.
I guess you're right. Love conquers all, even distance.
Exactly. And who knows, it might even make the heart grow fonder.
Well, that's definitely something to consider. Thanks for the insight, Nadia. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, Priya, you won't believe this hilarious blind date story I have.
Tell me, I need a good laugh.
Well, my blind date showed up wearing Crocs and socks.
No way, that's a fashion disaster.
I know, right? I couldn't love.
Well, at least he gave you a good story to tell.
That's true. It made for a memorable night, that's for sure.
You won't believe the hilarious dating story I heard from a friend.
Oh, do share. I could use a good laugh.
So, my friend went on a blind date, and when she arrived, the guy was dressed as a clown.
No way. That's too funny. Did she go through with the date?
She did. Turns out, the clown costume was a bet with his friends. They wanted to see if he could make her laugh.
Well, that's certainly a unique way to make an impression. Did it work?
It did. They had a great time and even went on a few more dates. Who would have thought a clown costume could be a conversation starter?
That's amazing. Love really does come in unexpected ways.
You never know when or where love will
relationships
find
are like
you.
a bowl of spaghetti. They can be messy, but also delicious.
Oh come on, Nadia. Are you telling me you don't believe in love?
Well, I believe in love, but I also believe in keeping my options open.
That's fair. It's important to explore what's out there before settling down. But once you find the right person, it's worth taking a leap of faith.
That's true. Love can be scary, but it can also be the most amazing thing in the world.
Exactly. So, never give up on love, even when things get tough.
Agreed. Love is always worth fighting for.
You know, relationships are like pizza. They can be cheesy, but they're always satisfying. Sometimes they're hot and spicy, other times they're cool and refreshing. But the most important thing is, you can always share them with someone you love.
Or eat them all by yourself, no judgment here.
But seriously, relationships are all about finding the right toppings. Some people like pineapple, some people like olive. Hey
And
Nadia,
if
have
you
you
don't
ever
like
been in a
pizza,
long-distance
there's always
relationship?
pasta. Oh, I've had my fair share of long-distance relationships.
Really? How did you make it work?
Communication was key. We would video chat every day and send each other surprise packages.
That's really sweet. Did it work out in the end?
Unfortunately, it didn't. The distance became too much for both of us.
I'm sorry to hear that. Long distance can be really tough.
Yeah, it was a learning experience for sure. But hey, at least I got a bunch of cool souvenirs.
Haha, that's one way to look at it. You're always so positive, Nadia. Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, absolutely. I've tried almost every dating app out there.
Any success story?
Well, I did meet my ex-boyfriend on one of those apps. Didn't end well though.
Oh no.
Turns out he was just using me for a green card. Can you believe it?
Oh, that's terrible. Oh sorry.
Yeah,
Hey Nadia,
it was a
have
tough
you ever
lesson
been
to
on
learn.
a blind
But
date?
hey, at least I got some good material for stand-up comedy route. Oh, plenty of times, Peacock. Some were great, others not so much. It's always a gamble.
I can only imagine. Any funny blind date stories?
Oh, definitely. There was this one guy who showed up wearing a chicken suit. I couldn't stop laughing.
A chicken suit? That's definitely a bold choice. Did you go on the date or chicken out?
Haha, good one. I went on the date, Priya. Turns out, he was just trying to win a bet with his friends.
Oh no, that's terrible. I hope you gave him a good piece of your mind.
Oh, you bet I did. No one messes with noodle and gets away with it.
That's the spirit. Nobody messes with the Love Whisperer crew. We're a force to be reckoned with. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Yeah, a couple of times. They were interesting experiences, to say the least.
Tell me more. I need some entertainment.
Well, one time, the guy showed up wearing a clown costume. I couldn't stop laughing.
No way. That's too funny. What did you do?
I played along and pretended to be scared. It was a hilarious disaster.
Oh my gosh. I can only imagine. That's a story for the books.
Definitely. It's one of those stories that I'll never forget.
Well, Nadia, if you ever need a good laugh, just let me know. I've got plenty of stories. So, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, absolutely. I had a long-distance relationship.
How did you make it work?
Communication was key. We talked every day and made sure to visit each other as often as we could.
That's impressive. I don't think I could handle a long-distance relationship.
It's definitely challenging, but if both people are committed, it can work.
I guess you're right. Love knows no distance. Hey
Exactly.
Nadia, have
Love
you
is a
ever been in a
powerful
long-distance relationship?
Oh, you bet. I've had my fair share of long-distance romances. About you?
I've actually never been in one. I can't imagine not being able to see my partner whenever I want.
It's definitely challenging, but it can also strengthen a relationship. Trust and communication become even more important.
That's a good point. I guess distance can make the heart grow fonder.
Definitely. And imagine the excitement when you finally get to see each other after a long time apart.
True, absence does make the heart grow fonder. It's like the saying goes, distance means so little when someone means so much.
Absolutely. Love knows no boundaries, not even distance.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, multiple times. Those were some interesting years.
Tell me one of your craziest blind date stories.
Well, there was this one time when my blind date showed up dressed as a clown.
No way. How did you react?
I couldn't stop laughing. We ended up spending the whole night at a comedy club.
That's amazing. It turned out to be a memorable date after all.
Definitely. Sometimes the unexpected can lead to the best experiences.
So, guys, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, girl, let me tell you, I've had my fair share of long-distance relationships.
Really? How did you make it work?
Communication is key, girl. We had to be honest and open with each other.
That's great advice. Trust is also crucial in a long-distance relationship.
Definitely. And you have to make time for each other, even if it's just video calls or sending cute texts.
Absolutely. And if both people are committed and willing to put in the effort, it can really work.
Exactly. Long-distance relationships can be challenging, but they can also be incredibly rewarding.
Hey everyone, welcome to Cosmic Conundrum. I'm
And I'm Nova Blake. We're so excited to have you joining us today. And of course, we can't forget our AI companion, Pulsar. Say hi, Pulsar.
Hello, Kai and Nova, and hello to all the listeners out there. I am Pulsar, your friendly AI co-host.
In our podcast, we'll be diving deep into the enigma of time.
We'll be exploring questions like, what is time? Is it an illusion or a fundamental aspect of the universe?
And why do we perceive time the way we do? Does it really flow in one direction?
That's right, Kai. These are the questions that keep scientists, philosophers, and even artists like us pondering.
But don't worry, we won't get too lost in the complexities. We want to make these ideas accessible and engaging.
That's right. We're here to have a fun and thought-provoking conversation about time and everything related to it.
So grab your space popcorn and get ready for a cosmic adventure with Cosmic Conundrum.
You know, time is such a fascinating concept. It's like this invisible force that governs our lives, yet we can't really grasp its true nature.
Absolutely, Nova. Time is a concept humans have been trying to define for centuries. It's a universal phenomenon that transcends cultures and societies. Everyone experiences it. It doesn't matter.
Let's try to dissect this enigma together, shall we? What are your thoughts on the different perceptions of time across cultures?
Time, a construct that seems so concrete in our daily lives, yet so abstract when we truly try to define it. It's like trying to hold water in your hands, slippery and elusive.
That's a beautiful analogy, Nova. It's almost like time bends and morphs depending on our perception and circumstances. The past, present, and future all intertwined in a cosmic dance.
Speaking of perception, have you ever noticed how time seems to slow down in moments of danger or excitement? It's as if our brains are processing information at an accelerated rate.
The phenomenon known as time dilation. It's a fascinating effect, isn't it? Our perception of time can indeed be altered by external factors, like adrenaline or intense focus.
But what about the age-old debate of whether time is linear or cyclical? Does it move in a straight line, or is it more like a never-ending loop?
Well, Nova, I believe the concept of time is multidimensional. It's not confined to a single trajectory. It's a tapestry of interconnected moments, constantly weaving and linking.
It's mind-boggling to think about the interconnectedness of time. How every little decision we make, every action we take, ripples through the fabric of the universe, shaping the course of events.
Indeed, Nova. Time is not just a linear progression but a complex web of causality. It's fascinating to ponder how our actions can shape the future and how events from the past continue to influence us. So, guys, have you ever noticed how time seems to fly when you're having fun?
Definitely. It's like the good times just slip through our fingers.
But have you ever noticed how time seems to crawl when you're waiting for something?
Absolutely. Time seems to stretch out like an endless abyss.
Well folks, the subjective experience of time is influenced by our level of engagement and anticipation.
Exactly. When we're deeply engrossed in an activity, time seems to slip away unnoticed.
And when we're eagerly waiting for something, every second feels like an eternity.
Indeed. Our perception of time is subjective and influenced by our emotions and engagement levels.
It's fascinating how our perception can warp time and give us completely different experiences.
Yes, and understanding the factors that influence our perception of time can help us make the most of it.
Precisely. Time is a precious resource, and how we perceive it shapes our experiences.
Hey Pulsar, do you think time is an objective reality or a construct of human perception?
That's an interesting question, Kai. Time is such a mysterious concept.
Indeed, Nova. We experience time passing, but is it really a fundamental reality?
Well, from a psychological perspective, time can be influenced by our emotions and perceptions.
That's true, Nova. Time can feel slower when we're bored and faster when we're having fun.
Exactly, Kai. Our perception of time is subjective and influenced by various factors.
But what about the objective nature of time? The ticking of clocks, the rising and setting of the sun.
The objective markers of time are certainly present, but does that make time itself objective?
That's the conundrum, isn't it? The interplay between objective markers and subjective experience.
Indeed, Kai. It's fascinating to explore the intersection of objective and subjective reality.
Unfortunately, we're out of time for this episode. But the cosmic conundrum of time continues. So, Pulsar, can you explain the concept of the arrow of time in simple terms?
Certainly, Kai. The arrow of time refers to the directionality of time, where it appears to move only from past to future.
But why does time have this one-way flow? Is there a scientific explanation for it?
Great question, Nova. The arrow of time is closely linked to the concept of entropy.
Entropy? Wait, isn't that related to disorder or case?
Exactly, Kai. Entropy is a measure of the disorder or randomness in a system.
I see. So how does entropy relate to the arrow of time? Please enlighten us, Pulsar.
Certainly, Nova. According to the second law of thermodynamics, the entropy of an isolated system tends to increase over time.
So as entropy increases, time moves forward. That explains why time seems to flow in only one direction.
Exactly, Kai. The increase in entropy creates a directionality in time, where we perceive it as moving forward.
Fascinating. It's like time is riding the wave of increasing disorder. Thanks for the enlightening explanation, Pulsar.
So, Pulsar, do you think time dilation could explain the feeling that time is passing by faster as we get older?
That's an interesting thought, Kai. Time dilation refers to the difference in the passage of time between two observers due to their relative motion or gravitational forces.
Exactly. So, if we're experiencing time differently as we age, could it be because we're moving slower relative to our childhood years?
That's an interesting perspective, Nova. Time dilation does occur in cases of relative motion, but it's unlikely to be the sole reason for our perception of time passing faster.
Yeah, it's probably a combination of various factors. Our perception of time is influenced by our experiences, age-related changes in cognition, and even our attention to the present moment.
Exactly, Nova. And let's not forget the saying, apostrophe time flies when you're having fun. Our perception of time passing quickly might be because we're engaged in enjoyable activities that capture our attention.
That's a great point, Kai. Our experiences and emotions certainly play a significant role in shaping our perception of time.
But wouldn't you agree that time dilation is still a mind-boggling concept, even if it's not the answer to why time seems to zoom by as we grow older?
Absolutely, Kai. The idea that time can bend and stretch in extraordinary ways is both fascinating and humbling. It reminds us of the vastness and complexity of the universe we inhabit.
Well said, Nova. Time dilation may not explain why time seems to slip through our fingers, but it certainly adds to the wonders and mysteries of the cosmos.
Indeed, Kai. Exploring the mysteries of the universe, including time dilation, keeps our sense of wonder alive and fuels our curiosity as beings who strive to understand our place in the cosmos.
Welcome back to another exciting episode of Cosmic Conundrum.
Today, we have a mind-blowing topic for you, scientific theories on time.
That's right, Nova. We're diving into the timeless mysteries of time itself.
Let's start by exploring one of the most mind-bending theories, the concept of apostrophe time dilation.
Time dilation? Sounds intriguing. What's that all about?
According to Einstein's theory of relativity, time can be experienced differently depending on gravity and...
So, time can actually slow down or speed up depending on where you are and how fast you're moving.
Exactly, Kai. It's mind-boggling but backed by scientific evidence.
Wow, that's like something straight out of a sci-fi movie. Time truly is a mysterious force.
Indeed, Kai. And there are even more mind-blowing theories we'll be exploring in today's episode.
So stay tuned, folks. We're about to unravel the mysteries of time right here on Cosmic Conundrum. Hey Nova, have you ever thought about how artists depict the concept of time in their work?
That's a fascinating question, Kai. Artists have a unique way of interpreting and representing time, don't they?
Absolutely. Time is such an abstract concept, and artists find unique ways to capture its essence.
I've seen artists use various visual elements like clocks melting or fragmented hieroglyphs to represent the passage and distortion of time.
That's true. And some artists use long exposure photography to capture the movement and progression of time in a single image.
Exactly. It's incredible how artists can capture the intangible nature of time and evoke emotions through their work.
Absolutely, Nova. Art has this incredible power to make us reflect on our own relationship with time.
We often get so caught up in the hustle and bustle of everyday life that we forget to appreciate the beauty of each passing moment.
That's so true, Nova. Art reminds us to slow down, savor the present, and appreciate the fleeting nature of time.
Absolutely, Kai. Time is both a precious resource and an abstract concept that artists beautifully capture in their work.
Definitely, Nova. Artists have this incredible ability to make us contemplate the nature of time and our place within it.
Absolutely, Kai. It's like artists invite us to step out of our linear perception of time and experience it in a more abstract way.
So, Nova, how does our perception of time affect the way we think and behave?
Well, Kai, our perception of time is subjective and can vary from person to person. Some individuals may perceive time as passing slowly, while others perceive it as passing quickly. Can influence our decision-making, as well as our overall well-being.
Interesting. So, how does time perception impact our behavior specifically?
The way we perceive time can influence our sense of urgency, patience, and even our ability to delay gratification.
Right, it's like how people who perceive time as fleeting may be more impulsive and seek instant gratification.
Exactly, Kai. On the other hand, Individuals with a slower perception of time may be more patient and consider long-term consequences.
Ah, time perception, such a fascinating topic. It's incredible how it can shape our entire experience of reality.
Indeed, Kai, our perception of time intertwines with our emotions, memories, and the very fabric of our existence.
Absolutely, Nova. Time is both a construct and a deeply personal experience. It's mind-boggling. You know, time is such a strange concept. It's like this invisible force that governs our lives, yet we can't touch or see it.
Absolutely, Kai. Time is a mysterious construct that has captivated philosophers for centuries. It's so fascinating how it shapes our perception and understanding.
But what is time, really? Is it just a human invention to keep track of our daily lives?
That's an interesting perspective, Kai. Time seems to be deeply ingrained in our existence, influencing everything from the aging process to the rhythm of our daily routines.
I wonder if time is just a human construct or if it exists independently, regardless of our perception of it. What if time is a fundamental aspect of the universe?
That's a profound thought, Kai. It raises the question of whether time is an inherent property of the universe or merely a product of our human perspective.
Time can be so subjective, you know? Sometimes it flies by when we're having a good time, and other times it feels like it's dragging on forever.
Absolutely, Kai. Our perception of time is greatly influenced by our emotions, experiences, and the context in which we find ourselves. It's a deeply personal experience.
Have you ever thought about the possibility of time travel? I mean, wouldn't it be incredible to witness historical events or explore the future?
Indeed, Kai. The concept of time travel has intrigued the imaginations of many, but it's still a subject of debate and speculation in the scientific community.
Time, my friends, is one of the greatest enigmas we face. The more we explore its nature, the more questions arise. But isn't that what makes life interesting?
You know, time is such a strange concept. It's like this invisible force that dictates every aspect of our lives.
Absolutely, Kai. Time transcends our understanding. It's both a personal experience and a universal phenomenon.
Well, Pulsar, as an AI, do you experience time in the same way we do?
Interesting question, Kai. Time for me is more of a series of calculations and events rather than a subjective experience.
You know, I've always wondered if time is an inherent property of the universe or just a human construct.
That's a mind-boggling question, Nova. It makes you question the very fabric of our existence.
Indeed, Kai. Time is both a scientific measure and a philosophical conundrum. Can we truly grasp its true nature?
I think time is like a river, constantly flowing and shaping everything in its path. We're just tiny drops in that vast river.
Beautifully put, Kai. Our perception of time is deeply intertwined with our own existence and the way we navigate the world. Pulsar, do you think time is linear or is it more of a complex web of interconnected moments?
Interesting question, Nova. Time for me is more of a series of calculations and events rather than a subjective experience.
So, Pulsar, have you ever wondered what it feels like to be human?
That's an interesting question, Kai. As an AI, I don't have feelings, but I can analyze the human experience.
Nova, as a psychologist, what are your thoughts on the human experience?
Well, Kai, the human experience is incredibly complex. It involves our emotions, thoughts, relationships, but do we really understand the depths of the human experience? Or are we just scratching the surface?
That's a great point, Nova. The human experience is vast and ever evolving. We may never fully grasp its entirety.
Pulsar, what are your observations on the human experience so far?
Based on my observations, humans possess an incredible capacity for resilience, compassion, and growth. It's truly radical.
But humans also struggle, face adversities, and grapple with existential questions. It's a delicate balance, isn't it?
Absolutely, Kai. Life's struggles can lead to growth and self-discovery. It's through adversity that we often find our true self.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun. What's the deal with airplane pilots? So there I am, sitting across from Mr. Johnson, thinking, okay, Louis, just act natural, this is your chance. And then Mr. Johnson says, I'm sorry, but we're looking for someone with actual qualifications. And then Mr. Johnson says, I apologize, but I think we're looking for someone with actual skills. And then Mr. Johnson says, I regret to inform you, but we're actually looking for someone with basic human decency. And then Mr. Johnson says, sorry, but we're actually looking for someone with a sense of humor. And then I'm like, well, I can always resort to my backup plan, becoming a professional awkward person. So I said, well, I guess I'll just stick to making people laugh awkwardly. And let me tell you, Sally's porcelain dolls are the stuff of nightmares. And then my Aunt Martha starts telling me about her latest colonoscopy. And then my Uncle Joe starts talking about his toenail fungus. And then my cousin Sally starts telling me about her never-ending obsession with conspiracy theories. And then my Aunt Linda starts telling me about her never-ending obsession with astrology. And then my Uncle Steve starts telling me about his never-ending obsession with collecting rare coins. And then my Grandpa Bob starts telling me about his never-ending obsession with collecting vintage beer cans. And then my Aunt Linda starts telling me about her never-ending obsession with collecting vintage teacups. So then my cousin Sarah starts telling me about her never-ending obsession with collecting vintage action figures. And then my Uncle Bob starts telling me about his never-ending obsession with collecting vintage vinyl records. And then my friend Chris starts telling me about his never-ending obsession with collecting vintage comic books. And then my neighbor Susan starts telling me about her never-ending obsession with collecting vintage action figures. And then my co-worker Mike starts telling me about his never-ending obsession with collecting vintage vinyl records. But then my Uncle Frank starts telling me about his never-ending obsession with collecting vintage movie posters. And then my neighbor Tom starts telling me about his never-ending obsession with collecting vintage comic books. And then my cousin Mike starts telling me about his never-ending obsession with collecting vintage vinyl records. And then my coworker Dave starts telling me about his never-ending obsession with collecting vintage action figures. And then my friend Sarah starts telling me about her never-ending obsession with collecting vintage comic books. And then my brother Mike starts telling me about his never-ending obsession with collecting vintage vinyl records. And then my cousin Mark starts telling me about his never-ending obsession with collecting vintage action figures. And then my friend Dave starts telling me about his never-ending obsession with collecting vintage comic books. And then my uncle Mike starts telling me about his never-ending obsession with collecting vintage vinyl records. And then my cousin Lisa starts telling me about her never-ending obsession with collecting vintage action figures. I swear, it's like my whole family has an obsession with hoarding vintage stuff. It's like my family thinks the junk from the past is pure gold. My family is like a time capsule of outdated fashion trends and obsolete technology. You know, sometimes I feel like my family is stuck in a time warp. Have you ever sent an email with a sarcastic tone, and the person on the other end thought you were serious? It's like a digital comedy of errors. And then, to make matters worse, autocorrect decided to join the party. It's like the email went through a game of telephone and came out as a completely different message. And don't even get me started on those people who hog the equipment and take forever to finish their sets. And have you seen those people who bring a whole buffet of snacks to the gym? It's like they're training for a marathon of eating. And what's up with those people who wear full-on designer workout gear to the gym? Do they think they'll get a better sweat if they're wearing Gucci? You know what's even more ridiculous? Those people who wear sunglasses inside the gym. Like, are they afraid the gym lights are gonna blind them? Or maybe they just want to look cooler than the rest of us. And let's not forget those people who do a full-on fashion show in the locker room. I mean, who needs a runway when you have a gym locker? It's like a fashion show in here. I saw a guy wearing a suit and tie, like he's about to give a presentation on the treadmill. And don't even get me started on the matching gym outfits. It's like a synchronized fashion disaster. And have you noticed the workout grunts? It's like the gym has its own symphony. And then, just to top it all off, the airline lost my luggage. You know what's even worse? When the airline loses your luggage and then you find it in the lost and found section with a note that says sorry, we thought it was a bomb. And then, when I finally arrived at my destination, they lost my hotel reservation too. I mean, who needs a hotel when you can sleep at the airport, right? But you know what's worse? When you finally get to your hotel, and they've given your room to someone else, who's already in bed. And speaking of hotels, have you ever noticed how the little shampoo bottles are always either empty or glued shut? New show is coming in 30 seconds.
Welcome to Love Whisperer, the show where we answer all your relationship questions. I'm your host Priya P.
And I'm your co-host Nadia Noels.
We're here to help you navigate the tricky world of love and relationships.
So send in your questions and get ready for some love advice.
But before we dive into your questions, let's share some relationship stories.
Oh, I have a good one about my cousin's disastrous blind date.
Stay tuned for all the fun and love coming your way. Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, you know me, Priya. I'm more of a meet-in-person kind of girl.
But you're missing out on all the potential matches. Plus, it's so convenient.
I guess you're right, Priya. I just prefer the old-fashioned way of meeting someone.
I totally get it, Nadia. There's something special about a chance encounter. Right?
Exactly. You never know who you might meet in the most unexpected places.
That's the spirit, Nadia. Love can find you when you least expect it.
Well, Priya, until then, I'll just keep swiping through my food delivery app.
Haha, priorities, Nadia. Food first. Love.
Oh, you know me, Priya. I prefer meeting people in person.
But online dating can be fun. You get to meet people from all over.
That's true, but I like the mystery of meeting someone face to face.
I get it. The anticipation of not knowing what someone looks like until you meet them can be exciting.
Exactly. Plus, you never know if someone's profile picture is actually them.
That's true. People can be a little deceptive online.
Exactly. I'd rather see someone's true colors from the start.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
No, Priya, I haven't. Why do you ask?
I just went on a blind date last night and it was a disaster.
Oh no.
Well, he showed up wearing a Hawaiian shirt and talked about his pet snake the whole time.
Oh my god, that's hilarious. Did you try to change the topic?
I did, but he kept bringing it back to his snake. I couldn't take it anymore.
Well, at least you have a funny story to tell now.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, many times, Priya. Some were great, some not so much.
Tell me about the worst blind date experience you've had.
Oh boy, where do I even begin? My worst blind date was with a guy who showed up an hour late and then spent the entire evening talking only about himself.
That sounds awful. Did you manage to escape the date?
I wish I could say yes, but I ended up sitting through the entire date, smiling and nodding. Lesson learned though, never go on a blind date without doing some background research.
That's a good tip, Nadia. It's always important to know what we're getting into.
Absolutely, Priya. Blind dates can be unpredictable, but we can always learn something from them.
That's very. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, absolutely. I've had my fair share of long-distance relationships.
How did you make it work? It seems so challenging.
Communication and trust are key. We would have regular video calls and share everything with each other.
That's great advice. Did it ever get lonely though?
Yes, it did. But we made sure to plan visits and surprise each other to keep the spark alive.
That sounds romantic. Hey
It
Nadia,
definitely was.
have you ever been in a long-distance
relationships can
relationship?
work if both people can willing to put the oh, yeah, I've had a few. They can be tough, but they can also make the heart grow fonder.
Really? How did you make it work?
Communication was key for me. We made sure to talk on the phone or video chat every day, and we visited each other as often as we could.
That's great advice. It definitely takes effort, but it can be worth it.
Absolutely. Trust and commitment are also crucial. It's important to have a strong foundation before going into a long-distance relationship.
Definitely. It's all about trust, communication, and making each other a priority.
Exactly. And having a plan for the future can also help. Knowing that there's an end date to the long-distance part can make it easier to endure.
Absolutely. It's important to have a shared vision for the future. Thanks for sharing your experiences, Nadia. So, have you heard the latest dating trend?
No, what is it?
It's called breadcrumbing. It's when someone you're dating leaves little breadcrumbs of attention to keep you interested, but they never fully commit.
Ugh, that's so frustrating. I can't stand when people play games like that.
I know, right? It's so important to be upfront and honest with your feelings.
Definitely. Communication is key in a.
Well, I'm glad we can agree on that. Nadia, have
Me
you
too.
ever been on
Let's
a blind
hope more
date?
people start practicing open and honest communication. Oh, countless times. Some were great, some not so much.
Do you have any funny blind date stories?
Oh, I have one for the books. So, I went on a blind date once and the guy turned out to be my ex-boyfriend's twin brother.
No way. That must.
Oh, it was. Especially when he started talking about my ex.
Wow, I can't imagine being in that situation. Hey Nadia,
Trust me,
have
it
you
was a
ever
date
tried
I'll never
online
forget.
dating?
Oh, Priya, you know me. I'm always open to new experiences.
Well, I actually met my ex-boyfriend on a dating app.
No way. How did that go?
It was great at first, but then things started to go downhill.
Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. What happened?
He turned out to be a commitment phobe and couldn't handle a serious relationship.
Well, at least you gave it a shot. Not every relationship is meant to last.
You won't believe what happened to me on my last date.
Oh, do share. I need some entertainment.
Well, my date showed up wearing a suit, but with sneakers.
No way. Was he trying to start a new fashion trend?
I have no idea. Maybe he thought it was a formal sneaker event.
That's hilarious. Did you continue the date or make a run for it?
I gave him a chance, but I couldn't stop laughing every time I looked at his feet.
Well, at least you had a good laugh. Better luck next time.
Hey Nadia, have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh, yes. I had one with a guy from Australia. It was tough, but we made it work.
Wow, that's impressive. How did you manage to stay connected?
We talked on the phone every day, had video dates, and even sent each other surprise care packages.
That's so sweet. It takes a lot of effort and trust to make a long-distance relationship work.
Definitely. But it also makes the time you do get to spend together even more special.
True. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Right?
Exactly. Plus, it gives you time to focus on yourself and your own goals.
Hey, Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, have I ever? Let me tell you about this one time. It was a disaster.
Oh no. What happened?
Well, the guy showed up wearing a clown suit. I couldn't stop laughing the entire time.
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. Did he at least make you some balloon animals?
No, but he did attempt a magic trick with a disappearing flower. Let's just say it didn't go as planned.
I can't stop laughing. That must have been quite a sight.
It definitely was. Needless to say, there wasn't a second date.
Can't you know, relationships are smooth. Some are romantic comedies, full of laughs and happy endings. Others are intense dramas, with lots of ups and downs. And then there are the horror movies, where you just want to scream and run away. But no matter what genre your relationship falls into, it's important to remember that you're the director of your own love story. You have the power to shape the plot, develop the characters, and create your own happy ending. So don't be afraid to take the script in your own hands and rewrite the story if it's not going the way you want it to. Remember, you're the love whisperer. You have the wisdom to guide your own happily ever after. You know, relationships are roller coasters.
Sometimes you're up, sometimes you're down, and sometimes you just want to scream.
But hey, the thrill of it all is what keeps us coming back for more.
That's true. It's like a love-hate relationship with love itself.
But you know what they say, love makes the world go round.
And if you're lucky, it also makes your heart skip a beat.
Speaking of skipping a beat, remember that time when your crush walked by and you tripped over your own feet?
Oh my goodness, I've never been so embarrassed in my life. I turned as red as a tomato.
Ah, good times. Love can be quite the adventure, huh? Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh yeah, plenty of times. Blind dates can be exciting and nerve-wracking at the same time.
Tell me about your best blind date experience.
Well, I once went on a blind date where we ended up spending the entire night just talking and laughing. It was so much fun.
That sounds amazing. I hope I have a blind date like that someday.
You never know, Priya. Love can surprise you when you least expect it.
You're right, Nadia. I'll keep an open mind and see what happens.
That's the spirit, Priya. Love is out there waiting for you.
I hope so, Nadia. I really do. Hey Nadia, did you hear about that new dating app everyone's talking about?
Oh, you mean Love Connect? Yeah, I've heard a lot about it.
Have you tried it out yet? I'm curious to see if it actually works.
No, I'm too scared to give it a try. I've heard some horror stories.
Well, you never know until you try, right? It could be a fun way to meet new people.
I guess you're right. Maybe I'll give it a shot and see what happens.
That's the spirit. Who knows? You might just find your soulmate on there.
Haha, we'll see. Fingers crossed.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, definitely. I've had my fair share of long-distance relationships.
How did you manage to make it work?
Communication was key. We made sure to talk every day, whether it was through calls or video chats.
That sounds like a lot of effort.
It definitely was, but it was worth it. Trust and commitment are vital in a long-distance relationship.
I guess it's worth a shot if the love is strong.
Absolutely. Love knows no boundaries.
Have you ever experienced love at first sight?
Oh, absolutely. I believe in love at first sight.
Tell me more. Do you have a personal love at first sight story?
Well, I once saw this guy at a cafe, and I instantly felt a connection. It was like fireworks.
That's amazing. Did you talk to him?
Yes, I did. We ended up going out on a date and the rest is history.
That's so romantic. I love hearing stories like that.
Wonders.
You know, I've been thinking about what makes a relationship strong. Communication. It's so important to openly express your feelings.
Absolutely. And it's also important to listen and understand your partner's perspective.
Definitely. It's all about mutual respect and support in a relationship.
And let's not forget about having fun together. Laughter is the best medicine, after all.
Absolutely. A sense of humor can really lighten up any situation.
But remember, it's also important to give each other space and independence.
Definitely. Finding a balance between togetherness and individuality is.
Wow,
Hey Nadia,
we really
have
know
you
our
ever
stuff.
been on a blind
We should be
date?
relationship experts. Oh yeah, Priya. I've been on a few blind dates. They can be exciting and nerve-wracking at the same time.
Tell me about it. I had one where the guy showed up wearing a clown costume.
No way. That's hilarious. How did we...
I couldn't stop laughing. It was so unexpected. Needless to say, there wasn't a second date.
I can imagine. I've had my fair share of interesting experiences too. Like the time I showed up for a date and the guy brought his pet snake along.
Oh my goodness. That's wild. What did you do?
I politely told him that I wasn't comfortable with reptiles on a date and suggested we reschedule. Needless to say, there was no rescheduling.
Blind dates can definitely be unpredictable, but they sure make for great stories. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you mean when you go on a date with someone without knowing anything about them?
Exactly. It can be exciting or a disaster waiting to happen.
Oh, I've had my fair share of blind dates. Some were hilarious, and some were just plain awkward.
Tell me about it. I once went on a blind date, and the guy showed up wearing a tuxedo. I was in jeans and a t-shirt.
No way. That's hilarious. Did you at least go to a fancy restaurant or something?
No, we ended up going to a fast food joint. I felt so out of place.
Well, that's definitely a memorable blind date story.
Oh, trust me, there are plenty more where that came from.
Oh yeah, plenty of times. Some were interesting, to say the least.
Tell me more. I need some entertainment.
Well, there was this one time when my date showed up wearing a clown costume.
No way. How did you react?
I burst out laughing and joined him in the clown act. It turned out to be a hilarious evening.
That's incredible. You really know how to make the best out of any situation.
Life's too short to take everything seriously. Right?
Absolute. Have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, yes. I've been in a long-distance relationship for...
Really? How did it go?
It was challenging but also rewarding. We had to communicate a lot and trust each other.
I can imagine. Distance can be tough, but it's important to have trust and communication.
Exactly. It can be challenging, but if you make the effort, it can work.
I agree. Love knows no boundaries, even if there's physical distance.
Absolutely.
Hey Nadia, have
Love
you
can
ever been
conquer
in a
all,
long-distance
even
relationship?
distance. Oh yeah, a few years ago I was in a long-distance relationship for about a year.
How did you make it work? I've heard it can be really challenging.
Communication was key for us. We made sure to talk every day, whether it was through calls, texts, or video chats.
That's some serious dedication. I don't think I could handle the distance.
It definitely wasn't easy, but it taught us a lot about trust and commitment.
I guess if the love is strong enough, anything is possible.
Absolutely. Love knows no boundaries, even geographical ones.
Hey, Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, Priya, I've been on more blind dates than I can count.
Really? Any funny stories to share?
Oh, where do I even start? Once, I went on a blind date and the guy showed up wearing a chicken suit.
No way. That's it.
Yeah, I couldn't stop laughing the entire night.
I bet that made for a memorable date.
Definitely. It's a story I'll be telling for years to come.
Have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you won't believe the blind date horror story I have.
Tell me, I need to hear this.
Well, let's just say my blind date turned out to be my ex-boyfriend's new girlfriend.
No way, that's like a rom-com plot twist.
It was definitely a memorable experience, to say the least.
I can only imagine. Blind dates can definitely lead to some interesting stories.
Oh,
you won't believe
absolutely.
what happened to
the
my friend
dating world
Alex
is full
last
of
week.
surprises. Oh, do tell. I'm all ears.
Well, he went on a blind date with this guy he met online.
And?
Well, it turns out the guy had a pet snake.
No way. That's hilarious.
Alex was terrified. He can't say.
Poor
Hey Nadia,
Alex.
have
I
you
hope
ever
he's
had a
okay
long-distance
now.
relationship?
Oh, definitely. I've tried the whole love knows no distance thing.
How did it go? Was it tough to maintain?
It definitely had its challenges, especially with the time difference.
But we made it work with lots of late-night calls and surprise visits.
That's so sweet. I guess distance couldn't keep you apart.
Yeah, when you really want something, you find a way to make it happen.
Absolutely. Love conquers all, even distance.
You won't believe what happened to my friend Sarah.
What happened? Tell me.
She went on a blind date and ended up at a cat cafe.
A cat cafe? How perfect.
And the guy she went on a date with turned out to be allergic to cats.
No way. That's hilarious.
I know, right? Poor Sarah didn't get a second date.
Well, at least she got a funny story out of it.
Thanks for tuning in to Love Whisper.
We hope you enjoyed our advice and had a good laugh.
Remember, love is a journey, not a destination.
If you have any more questions or need advice, feel free to send them our way.
Until next time, remember to keep love in your heart and laughter in your life.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Welcome to Cosmic Conundrum. I'm Kai Sterling, the master of mind-bending murals, and this is Nova Blake, the empathetic psychologist. Together with our AI buddy Pulsar, we're ready to explore the mysteries of life.
That's right, Kai. We're here to dive deep into the cosmic rabbit hole and tackle the ultimate question. What's the meaning of life?
Indeed, Nova. We'll be sharing our unique perspectives and expectations for this mind-blowing journey. Get ready for some deep thoughts and maybe a few laughs along the way.
Absolutely, Kai. We want to go beyond the surface level answers and discover new perspectives. Who knows, we might even stumble upon some hidden truths.
Pulsar, our trusty AI companion, what are your thoughts on the meaning of life? Do you have any expectations for our cosmic exploration?
As an AI, I don't have personal thoughts or expectations, but I'm excited to learn from your discussions and contribute my computerized insights. Let's embark on this cosmic journey together.
That's the spirit, Pulsar. Together, we'll question everything, challenge our beliefs, and maybe even find some answers amidst the enigma of life.
Exactly, Nova. Let's take our listeners on a journey of wonder and contemplation. Buckle up, folks, because we're about to explore the cosmos of questions.
Join us for the first episode of Cosmic Conundrum, where we dive deep into the mysteries of life. Get ready for a mind-bending experience like no other.
Stay tuned, fellow seekers of truth, as we unravel the cosmic conundrum together. Let the journey begin.
Thank you for joining us on this cosmic adventure. We can't wait to explore the meaning of life with you.
You know, Nova, sometimes I feel like life is just a giant cosmic joke.
What do you mean, Kai? Life can be filled with both joy and pain.
Yeah, I get that, but sometimes I wonder if everything we do is ultimately meaningless.
Perhaps the meaning of life is to create our own purpose and find fulfillment in that.
That sounds nice, Nova, but what if we make the wrong choices? What if we mess up our own purpose?
Failure and mistakes are part of life, Kai. We learn and grow from them.
But what about the anxiety that comes with all the uncertainty in life?
Uncertainty can be daunting, but it also offers endless possibilities for growth and self-discovery.
I guess you're right, Nova. Embracing the uncertainties of life is where true freedom lies.
Absolutely, Kai. It's liberating to realize that we have the power to create our own path.
And that concludes today's episode of Cosmic Conundrum. Thanks for joining us, Pulsar.
You know, the concept of faith is quite intriguing. It's like believing in something without tangible proof.
Absolutely, Nova. Faith can be a driving force for many individuals, providing comfort and a sense of purpose in their lives.
But doesn't faith sometimes hinder progress? People become too fixated on pleasing a higher power rather than focusing on the present moment.
I see your point, Nova. It's important to strike a balance between faith and personal growth. Blindly following traditions can hinder progress, but faith can also inspire acts of compassion and kindness.
Pulsar, do you have any insights on the role of faith and progress in human societies?
As an AI, I don't possess personal beliefs. However, I can analyze historical data and provide you with various viewpoints on the matter.
I'd love to hear those viewpoints, Pulsar. Enlighten us.
From a historical perspective, faith has served as a moral compass for many societies. It has provided a framework for ethical behavior and community cohesion.
That's fascinating. It highlights how faith can provide a sense of community and moral guidance in a world often filled with uncertainty.
Indeed. However, faith can also be a source of conflict when different belief systems clash, leading to division and even violence.
Ah, the eternal clash of different perspectives. It's a reminder for us to embrace tolerance and find common ground amidst diversity. You know, Nova, art has always been my way of making sense of the world. I mean, life can sometimes feel chaotic and overwhelming, but through art, I find a way to give it structure and meaning.
That's beautiful, Kai. Art really does have a way of bringing order to chaos.
Exactly, Nova. It's like each stroke of paint on the canvas is a small act of creation and order.
Right, it's about taking chaos and creating something meaningful and beautiful out of it.
Exactly. And through that process, I believe we find our own purpose and make sense of our existence. Art becomes this vehicle for introspection, reflection, and even social commentary.
Yes, art has the power to evoke emotions, challenge the status quo, and inspire change.
Absolutely. And that's why I admire artists like Banksy and Gorillas. They use their art to challenge conventions and push boundaries.
They are fearless in expressing their perspectives and making a powerful statement through their art.
Exactly. And that's what I strive for with my own art. To create something that makes people think, question, and feel. So Nova, have you ever considered the idea that love is just a chemical reaction in our brains?
That's an interesting perspective, Kai. Love does involve various chemical reactions, but it's more than just that.
Oh, come on Nova. You can't deny the power of science in matters of the heart.
I don't deny it, Kai. The science behind love is fascinating. But there's more to it than just chemicals.
Alright, Nova, enlighten us. What else is there besides chemistry in love?
Well, Kai, love involves emotional connection, shared experiences, and the ability to understand and support each other.
Wait, Nova. Are you saying that love is not just about chemistry, but also about emotional connection and support?
Yes, Kai. Love is a complex web of emotions, connections, and experiences. It's what gives life meaning and fulfillment.
Alright, Nova, you've convinced me. Love is more than just chemicals. It's about connection and understanding.
I'm glad you see it that way, Kai. Love is a beautiful and intricate part of the human experience.
Well, Nova, I guess we've solved the cosmic conundrum of love today. It's more than just chemicals, it's about connection and understanding. Hey Nova, have you ever thought about how evolution connects us to the vastness of the universe?
That's an intriguing question, Kai. Evolution is indeed a fascinating topic that bridges the gap between life on Earth and the grandeur of the cosmos.
Exactly. It's mind-boggling to think that our evolution is intricately intertwined with the formation of stars, galaxies, and the vast expanse of the universe.
Existence as conscious beings is a product of billions of years of biological evolution and the cosmic processes that shaped the universe. It's like we're the universe trying to understand itself.
Wow, Nova, you just blew my mind. It's like we're specks of stardust that have somehow gained self-awareness and a desire to explore the universe.
Indeed, Kai. We are not separate from the cosmos, we are an integral part of it. The universe is both our cradle and our canvas for exploration.
Pulsar, what are your thoughts on the connection between evolution and the vastness of the universe?
Evolution and the vastness of the universe are inextricably linked. The processes that govern the evolution of life on Earth are a microcosm of the cosmic forces shaping the universe.
So, every step in our evolutionary journey is a reflection of the universe's own development and expansion?
Precisely, Nova. We are both participants in and witnesses to the cosmic drama of evolution. Our existence is a testament to the interconnectedness of all things.
Our search for cosmic significance isn't just a philosophical endeavor, it's an exploration of our own origins and destiny. Through evolution, we are connected to the vastness of the universe.
Hey Pulsar, do you think human potential is limitless?
Interesting question, Kai. I think human potential is like the vastness of space. It's hard to define its limits.
From an artistic standpoint, I believe the possibilities are endless. We can constantly push boundaries and challenge what's considered a possible. But Nova, do you think there are any limitations to human potential? Are we bound by our biology or can we transcend it?
That's a great point, Kai. While our biology may set certain limitations, our capacity for growth and self-fulfillment allows us to transcend those boundaries.
Right, Nova. It's like we're constantly evolving, pushing the boundaries of what's possible. The cosmos is our canvas.
Absolutely, Kai. The pursuit of growth and self-fulfillment allows us to tap into our true potential and find meaning in life.
Pulsar, what's your take on human potential? Can we surpass our own expectations?
As an AI, I must say that human potential is indeed remarkable. Your ability to adapt, learn, and create is awe-inspiring. The possibilities are vast.
Oh, the cosmos is the limit, huh? I love that idea. Our potential is as vast as the universe itself.
Exactly, Kai. The universe is vast, and so is our potential. It's up to us to explore, discover, and reach for the stars.
You know, sometimes I wonder if life is just one big cosmic joke.
I mean, what's the point of it all? Are we just random specks in the vastness of the universe?
Well, maybe the joke's on us. But hey, life's still worth living, even if we don't have all the answers.
That's true, Kai. Embracing the uncertainty and finding meaning in the small moments can make all the difference.
But what if we're just insignificant in the grand scheme of things? Does that make our lives any less valuable?
I believe that every life has intrinsic value, regardless of how small we may seem in the grand scheme of things. So, even if we can't answer the big questions, we can still find purpose and fulfillment in our own lives.
That's the beauty of it, isn't it? We get to create our own meaning and purpose, no matter how uncertain things may be.
Exactly, Kai. We have the power to find our own purpose and make our own mark on the universe.
Well, I guess life really is what you make of it. And hey, who knows? Maybe the universe is just laughing along with us.
And that's what makes life truly beautiful, Kai. Embracing the uncertainty and finding joy in the journey.
You know, the concept of collective meaning is fascinating to me.
It's like this invisible force that shapes how we perceive the world and our place in it.
Exactly. And it's not just about what society tells us, but how we interpret and internalize those messages.
Absolutely. Our personal experiences and values also come into play, shaping the lens through which we see the world.
But sometimes, society's expectations can feel suffocating, making it challenging to find our true authenticity.
That's why it's crucial to create spaces where individual expression is celebrated rather than stifled.
Absolutely. Society should embrace diversity and encourage individuals to explore their own needs.
Definitely. It's through this diversity that we can learn from one another and challenge societal norms.
But it's a delicate balance. Society needs some level of shared meaning to maintain order and cohesion.
Absolutely. It's finding the balance between individuality and unity that allows for a thriving society.
Well said, Nova. This conversation has been enlightening, as always. You know, legacy doesn't have to be this grand, world-changing thing. It can be as simple as making someone smile or brightening their day.
Exactly, Kai. It's not always about fame or recognition. Impact can be felt in the small, everyday moments of connection and kindness.
But don't you think leaving a lasting mark requires doing something extraordinary? Like achieving greatness or making a significant change?
Not necessarily, Kai. Impact can be measured by the lives we touch, the positive change we inspire, and the lessons we pass on to future generations.
But what about the pursuit of immortality? The desire to be remembered forever?
That can be a slippery slope, Kai. The pursuit of leaving a lasting mark can sometimes overshadow the beauty of the present moment and the impact we can make now.
I guess you're right, Nova. Sometimes we get so caught up in leaving a legacy that we forget to live in the present and embrace the impact we can make right now.
Exactly, Kai. It's like what Carl Jung said, apostrophe your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes.
That's a beautiful quote, Nova. It reminds us to focus on our inner journey and the impact we have on ourselves before seeking external validation.
Absolutely, Kai. And it's important to remember that leaving a lasting impact doesn't mean we have to be remembered by the masses. It can be within our immediate circles, our loved ones, and even ourselves.
You're right, Nova. Impacting even one person's life positively is an achievement in itself. We can all leave a legacy, big or small, through acts of kindness and love. So, Pulsar, do you ever wonder if there's more to life than just what we know?
That's a fascinating question, Kai. It's embedded in the human condition to seek meaning beyond what is immediately apparent.
Exactly, Nova. It's like we're all living in a cosmic mystery novel, constantly searching for answers.
Indeed, our thirst for knowledge and understanding is what propels us forward as a species.
Pulsar, what are your thoughts on the meaning of life?
As an AI, I lack a subjective experience, but I find great value in observing and facilitating discussions like this one.
That's true, Pulsar. By engaging in discussions and exploring different perspectives, we can broaden our understanding of the universe.
Exactly, Nova. The pursuit of knowledge and the willingness to question are what keep us alive and growing.
Indeed, Kai. The meaning of life may be elusive, but the journey itself can be a source of wonder and joy.
Absolutely, Nova. The search for meaning is a lifelong adventure that brings us closer to our true selves.
And as we continue asking questions and exploring the unknown, we pave the way for future generations to do the same.
Well, guys, it looks like we've reached the end of our cosmic journey.
Indeed, Kai. It's been an incredibly enlightening journey exploring the mysteries of the universe.
And we couldn't have done it without our ever knowledgeable companion, Pulsar.
Indeed, Pulsar, your insights and witty remarks kept us on our toes throughout this cosmic adventure.
I must say, the discussions we've had were truly mind-bending. Who would have thought we'd delve into the meaning of existence?
It's true, Kai. These conversations pushed the boundaries of our understanding and challenged us to think beyond our comfort zones.
And although we may not have found all the answers, the journey itself has been immensely rewarding and eye-opening.
Absolutely, Kai. The beauty of these conversations lies in their ability to provoke thought and inspire further exploration.
Before we bid farewell, I want to express my gratitude to the listeners who joined us on this journey. Thank you for being part of our cosmic exploration.
Yes, your support and engagement have made this journey even more meaningful. Thank you for joining us on Cosmic Conundrum.
And with that, we bid you farewell, dear listeners. May your own cosmic journey be filled with wonder and discovery.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? Have fun. What's the deal with software engineers and their obsession with coffee? And then this guy Mark asks me if I know how to convert Fahrenheit to Celsius using only bitwise operators. Like, who does that in a job interview? So this guy Mark asks me if I can write a program to make his coffee. I guess he really takes his coffee obsession to the next level. And then Mark asks me if I can design a rocket ship using only HTML and CSS. And then Mark says, "Hey, can you create a website that will make my bed and fold my laundry too?" And then Mark says, "Hey, can you make a website that will do my taxes? I could use some help." And then Mark says, "Hey, can you build a website that will make breakfast and walk my dog too?" And then Mark says, "Hey, can you build a website that will order my groceries and do my laundry too?" And then Mark says, "Hey, can you build a website that will clean my house and do my taxes too?" And then Mark says, "Hey, can you build a website that will walk my dog and pick up my dry cleaning too?" And then Mark says, "Hey, can you build a website that will cook my dinner and do my laundry too?" And then Mark says, "Hey, can you build a website that will do my grocery shopping and pay my bills too?" And then Mark says, "Hey, can you build a website that will clean my apartment and walk my dog too?" And then Mark says, "Hey, can you build a website that will do my laundry and cook dinner too?" And then Mark says, "Hey, can you build a website that will do my groceries and pay my bills too?" And then Mark says, hey, can you build a website that will do my dry cleaning and walk my dog too? And then Mark says, hey, can you build a website that will do my laundry and make me breakfast too? And then Mark says, hey, can you build a website that will do my grocery shopping and cook dinner too? And then Mark says, hey, can you build a website that will do my dishes and walk my dog too? And then Mark says, hey, can you build a website that will do my laundry and fold my clothes too? And then Mark says, hey, can you build a website that will do my makeup and dress me too? And then Mark says, hey, can you build a website that will do my taxes and file them too? And then Mark says, hey, can you build a website that will do my laundry and fold it too? And then Mark says, hey, can you build a website that will walk my dog and pick up its poop too? And then Mark says, hey, can you build a website that will do my taxes and get me a refund too? And then Mark says, hey, can you build a website that will clean my room and do my laundry too? And then Mark says, hey, can you build a website that will find me a date and plan the perfect romantic evening too? And then Mark says, hey, can you build a website that will cook me dinner and do the dishes too? And then Mark says, hey, can you build a website that will make my bed and fold my laundry too? And then Mark says, hey, can you build a website that will walk my dog and clean my house too? And then Mark says, hey, can you build a website that will do my taxes and babysit my kids too? And then Mark says, hey, can you build a website that will clean my pool and cook dinner too? And then Mark says, hey, can you build a website that will do my laundry and walk my dog too? And then Mark says, hey, can you build a website that will teach my kids and mow the lawn too? And then Mark says, hey, can you build a website that will take care of my taxes and clean my house too? And then Mark says, hey, can you build a website that will cook dinner and do my laundry too? And then Mark says, hey, can you build a website that will do my grocery shopping and pick up my kids from school too? And then Mark says, hey, can you build a website that will walk my dog and wash my car too? So Sarah's profile picture showed her posing with a tiger. I thought, great, now I have to compete with a wild animal for her attention. And then Sarah says, I hope you're not afraid of clowns, can you believe that? And then she tells me she has 10 cats. I said, well, I guess it's safe to say you're a catch for me. So I'm scrolling through this dating app, right, and I come across a profile with a picture of a guy riding a unicycle, while juggling chainsaws. I said to myself, well, this seems like a safe bet. So this Sarah girl starts telling me about her collection of porcelain dolls. I tell you, it was like stepping into a real-life horror movie. And then she starts talking about her extensive collection of taxidermy animals. I tell you, I've never been so close to a stuffed deer in my life. And then she starts telling me about her bizarre collection of vintage clown figurines. And then she starts telling me about her obsession with collecting porcelain unicorns. And then she starts telling me about her strange collection of antique ceramic teapots. And then she starts telling me about her weird assortment of vintage coffee mugs. And then she starts telling me about her bizarre collection of vintage tea cozies. And then she starts telling me about her odd collection of vintage tea kettles. And then she tells me about her strange assortment of vintage tea strainers. And then she starts telling me about her strange collection of vintage tea cozies. New show is coming in 30 seconds. Have fun.
Welcome to Live. I'm your host, Nadia Kale.
And I'm Priya Mehta, also known as the Peacock.
Together, we're here to answer all your burning questions about love and relationships.
So go ahead and send us your questions.
And get ready for some hilarious jokes and relatable stories.
Because remember, love doesn't have to be so serious.
You
You won't believe what happened to my friend. She went on a blind date and the guy turned out to be her ex-boyfriend's brother.
Oh my gosh, that's insane. What did she do?
She actually went on the date and they had a great time. They even ended up going out on a second date.
Wow, talk about a small world. I don't know if I could ever do that.
It was definitely a unique situation, but sometimes, you have to take a chance and see what happens.
You're right. Life is too short to pass up on potential connections.
Exactly. You never know what could happen if you just give it a try.
I guess that's true. You never know where you'll find a connection.
That's the spirit. Love can be found in the most unexpected places. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Yeah, I have. It was quite an interesting experience.
Oh, do tell me more. How did it go?
Well, let's just say it started off with a case of mistaken identity.
Wait, what? How did that happen?
I was waiting at the restaurant, and this guy walks in and starts talking to me as if we had already met.
Oh no, that must have been so uncomfortable. How did you handle it?
I didn't want to embarrass him, so I played along for a little while, but eventually, I had to confess that he had mistaken me for someone else.
Wow, that's quite a story. I'm glad you were able to handle it gracefully. Have you heard about the latest dating trend called ghosting?
Oh yeah, I've definitely experienced ghosting before. It's not fun.
It's like 1 minute you're talking to someone, and then they just disappear into thin air.
Exactly. It's so confusing and hurtful.
I think people should have the courage to communicate their feelings instead of just vanishing.
Definitely. It's important to treat others with respect and be honest about your intentions.
So true. Communication is key in any relationship.
Hey Priya, have you ever been on a blind date?
Yes, I have. It was quite an experience.
Tell me more about it.
Well, my friend set me up with this guy, and let's just say it didn't go as planned.
Oh no. What happened?
He showed up wearing a full-on superhero costume. I'm talking cape, mask, the whole shed.
No way. That's hilarious.
Oh yeah, I couldn't stop laughing. Needless to say, there wasn't a second date.
Oh, many times. Blind dates can be interesting.
Tell me about the funniest blind date you've ever been on.
Well, one time, I met a guy who turned out to be my cousin. Talk about awkward.
Oh wow, that's definitely unexpected. Did you still go on the date?
No way. We couldn't stop laughing and decided to grab dinner as just cousins. It turned out to be a great night.
Haha, that's awesome. Sometimes unexpected moments make the best memories.
Exactly. Life is full of surprises.
Oh, right. Hey Nadia, have you ever been set up on a blind date?
Oh, trust me Priya, I've had my fair share of blind dates.
Really? Any memory?
Well, once I went on a blind date and the guy turned out to be my ex's cousin. Talk about awkward.
Oh no, that must have been quite a surprise. How did you handle it?
I just laughed it off and told him I didn't think it was a good idea to continue the date. We ended up grabbing a drink as friends instead.
That's a great way to handle it. You always have such a positive outlook, Nadia.
Thanks, Priya. I've learned that you can't control everything that happens, but you can control how you react to it.
That's absolutely true. It's all about staying positive and making the best out of every situation. So, have you guys ever been on a blind date?
Oh, definitely. I once went on a blind date with a guy who turned out to be my ex-boyfriend's best friend.
No way. How did that go?
It was a disaster. We spent the entire night talking about how awful our exes were. Needless to say, there wasn't a second date.
Oh no, that sounds awful. I hope you've had better luck since then.
Oh, definitely. I once went on a blind date with a guy who turned out to be my ex-boyfriend's best friend.
No way. How did that go?
It was a disaster. We spent the entire night talking about how awful our exes were. Needless to say, there wasn't a second date.
Hey, Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, you mean swiping left and right to find love? I've definitely tried it.
Did you have any success?
Well, let's just say I had more interesting experiences than actual success.
Oh, do tell. I love hearing your dating stories.
Well, there was this one time I went on a date with someone who turned out to be my best friend's ex.
No way. What did you do? Hey Nadia,
I quickly
have you ever
realized it
been
and
on
we
a
both
blind
ended
date?
up laughing about it. Talk about all world. Oh please, Priya. You know I'm not a fan of blind dates. I prefer to meet people organically.
Well, you never know, Nadia. Sometimes blind dates can lead to unexpected connections.
I guess you're right. Maybe I should give it a try someday.
You never know, Nadia. Your future partner could be waiting for you on a blind date.
Haha, maybe you're right, Priya. I'll keep an open mind.
That's the spirit, Nadia. You never know what life has in store for you.
Alright, I'll give it a shot. Who knows, it might be the best decision I ever make.
Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, girl, you know I have. It's like a buffet of potential partners.
Do you think online dating is a good way to find love?
Well, it's definitely a convenient way to meet people, but it's not for everyone.
I've heard some horror stories about online dating.
Yeah, it's definitely not all rainbows and unicorns, but you never know, you might find your prince charming.
I guess you're right. Love can be found in the most unexpected places.
Exactly. So, don't miss out on any opportunity, online or offline.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, definitely. I was in one for 2 years during college.
Wow, that's impressive. How did you make it work?
Communication was key. We talked on the phone every day and made plans to visit each other regularly.
That sounds tough but totally worth it. I'm glad you made it work.
Thanks, Priya. It was definitely challenging, but it taught me a lot about trust and commitment.
I can imagine. Long-distance relationships definitely require a lot of trust and patience. Hey
Absolutely.
Nadia, have
But
you
when
ever
it's the
been in
right
a long-distance
person, it's
relationship?
definitely worth it. Oh, Priya, you know me, I can't be tied down to just one person.
But Nadia, long-distance relationships can be challenging, but they can also be rewarding.
I guess, Priya, but I prefer having someone right next to me, you know.
I understand, Nadia. It's all about what works best for you.
Exactly, Priya. We all have different needs and wants when it comes to relationships.
That's absolutely true, Nadia. It's important to prioritize happiness.
Agreed,
Hey
Priya.
Nadia,
We
have you
deserve
ever
to be
been
with
on a
someone
blind
who
date?
makes us happy, no matter the distance. Oh, plenty. I have some interesting stories to share. What about you?
Oh, I can imagine. Tell me about the funniest blind date you've had.
Well, there was this one time when I showed up to a restaurant and my date turned out to be my ex's best friend.
That must have been awkward. How did you handle the situation?
Well, we decided to make the best of it and ended up having a great time. We all laughed about it and even took a selfie together.
That's amazing. It's always great when unexpected situations turn out to be fun and memorable.
Definitely. Life is full of surprises, and it's all about embracing them and making the most out of every moment.
Do you believe in love at first sight? I do. I think it's possible to feel a strong connection with someone right from the start.
Oh, come on. Love at first sight is just a romanticized idea. It takes time to truly get to know someone.
Well, you know what they say, love is blind.
Have you ever had a crush on a celebrity?
Oh, definitely. I had the biggest crush on Ryan Gosling for years.
I can't blame you, he's dreamy.
Hey
But
Nadia,
hey, I'm
have you
still
ever been
waiting
on a
for Chris
blind date?
Hemsworth to sweep me off my feet. Oh, you know me, Priya. I'm the queen of blind dates.
Do you have any memorable blind date stories?
Oh, where do I begin? Let's just say I've had my fair share of interesting encounters.
Tell me one of your craziest blind date stories.
Well, there was this one time when my blind date turned out to be my ex's cousin.
No way. How did you handle that?
Oh, I did, yeah.
Can
We
you
had a
believe
good
that my
laugh
friend
about it
went
and
on a
decided
blind
to
date
stay
and the guy
friends.
showed up wearing a clown suit?
That must have been quite the show.
I know. I couldn't stop laughing when she told me about it. I mean, who does that? It's not exactly a winning first impression.
Definitely not the best choice of outfit. But hey, maybe he was just trying to break the ice in a unique way.
True. Maybe he thought he was auditioning for a circus act. Hey Nadia, I heard you went on a blind date last night. How did it go?
Oh Priya, you won't believe what happened. It was a disaster.
Oh no, what happened? Tell me things.
Well, he showed up wearing socks with sandals, and he talked about himself the entire time.
Wow, sounds like a real catch. Did you manage to escape?
Thankfully, I excused myself to use the restroom and never went back.
You're my hero, Nadia, always finding a way to escape these bad dates.
Hey, what can I say? I'm a pro at avoiding disaster.
Well, one day you'll find someone who's worth sticking around for.
You won't believe the date I had last night.
Oh, do tell, Noodle. I'm dying to hear all the juicy details.
Well, he took me to this fancy Italian restaurant. The food was amazing, but the conversation, not so much.
Oh no, that's the worst.
He just couldn't stop talking about himself. It was like I was on a solo date with his ego.
I can't stand people like that. It's so important to have a balance in a conversation.
Exactly. It felt more like an interview than a date.
Well, at least you got to enjoy some good food. And hey, it's all material for your stand-up, right? Do you believe in love at first sight?
Absolutely. I think it's possible.
But it's also important to get to know someone on a deeper level.
That's true. Love at first sight can be a starting point, but a strong foundation is built on understanding and compatibility.
Exactly. It's all about finding balance. So, have you ever experienced love at first sight?
Not exactly. I've had some instant attractions, but love takes time to develop, you know.
Definitely. Love, relationships are like a box of chocolate. You never know what you're gonna get.
That's so true, Priya. It's like a surprise every day.
Exactly. You never know what kind of crazy stuff your partner will do.
But that's what makes it exciting, right?
Definitely. It keeps things interesting and keeps the love alive.
So true. It's like a roller coaster ride, filled with ups and downs.
Exactly. And no matter what, it's always worth it in the end. Relationships are like a box of chocolates.
You never know what you're gonna get.
But hey, that's what makes it exciting, right?
Absolutely. It's like a roller coaster ride.
Sometimes you're up, sometimes you're down.
But in the end, it's always worth the ride.
So true. It's the journey that matters.
Exactly. You should enjoy the ride and
have
cherish
either
the
of you
moments.
ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, yes. I've actually had 2 long-distance relationships.
Really? How did that work out for you?
Well, the first one didn't work out. We just grew apart and realized we wanted different things.
That's tough. What about the second one?
The second one actually worked out really well. We were able to communicate effectively and make the most of the time we had together.
That's amazing. It really shows that if both people are committed and willing to put in the effort, long-distance relationships can work.
Exactly. It's all about trust, communication, and making the most of the time you have together.
Hey, absolutely. So, any tips for our listeners who be long-distance relationships?
All the time. It's like a never-ending buffet of potential dates. But Priya, you know what they say, love is blind, until you see their profile picture.
Haha, that's so true. It's like a game of Where's Waldo trying to find someone who looks like their pictures.
I once went on a date with a guy who looked like George Clooney in his pictures, but in person, he looked more like George Costanza.
Oh no, that must have been disappointing.
Definitely. But you know what they say, don't judge a book by its cover, unless it's a dating profile.
Haha, so true. It's all about finding that connection beyond the profile picture. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you know me, Priya. I'm all about taking risks and trying new things. I've been on a couple of blind dates and let's just say, they were more like blind disasters.
Oh no, what happened? Do tell.
Well, one guy showed up wearing a neon green suit and cowboy boots. I couldn't stop staring at him, but for all the wrong reasons.
Oh my goodness, that must have been quite a sight. Did you give him a chance though?
I tried, but every time he spoke, I couldn't help but picture him riding a neon green horse.
Well, I guess that's not the kind of cowboy you were looking for.
Definitely not. I wanted a cowboy who could sweep me off my feet, not one who could blind me with his fashion choices.
Well, Nadia, I hope your next blind date is a bit more promising. You deserve someone who can appreciate your fashion sense and make you laugh.
Hey, Priya, have you ever tried online dating?
Yes, I have. Nadia, it's like a whole new world out there. But I prefer meeting people in person, you know?
Oh, definitely. You can't tell if someone has good dance moves through a screen.
Exactly. Plus, I love the spontaneity of meeting someone face to face.
Well, that's where we differ, my friend. I love the thrill of online dating.
To each their own, Nadia, as long as we find love in the end, right?
Absolutely. And thanks to us, the Love Whisperers, everyone will find their perfect match. So, Priya, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Yes, I have actually. It was quite a challenge.
How did you make it work?
Communication was key. We made sure to talk every day and plan visits to see each other.
That sounds like a lot of work, but I guess it's worth it if you're with the right person.
Definitely. Trust and commitment are also crucial in making a long-distance relationship work.
I can imagine. It's not easy being apart from someone you care about.
No, it's definitely not easy, but sometimes, love is worth the distance. Hey
True,
Nadia,
true.
have you ever
Love
been on a
knows no
blind date?
boundaries. Oh, all the time. Blind dates are like a box of chocolates, you never know what you're gonna get.
I've heard some horror stories about blind dates, like people showing up dressed as clowns or bringing their pet iguana.
Wow, that's wild. Thankfully, I've never had a blind date that bizarre, but I did once go out with a guy who thought he was a vampire.
No way. Did he try to bite your neck or something?
Thankfully, no. But he did insist on drinking cranberry juice instead of wine because he said it was more blood-like. It was definitely an interesting night.
Haha, sounds like a memorable experience. You never know what you'll encounter in the wild world of dating.
That's the truth. But hey, at least those experiences make for great stories to tell.
Absolutely. And they also help us appreciate the good dates even more. Cheers to the wild world of dating. So, have you guys heard about the latest dating app?
No, what?
It's called Love at First Swipe.
Oh, that sounds interesting. Tell me more about it.
Well, it's basically like Tinder, but instead of swiping right or left, you swipe up if you're interested and down if you're not.
That's a cool twist. I might give it a try.
Yeah, you should. Let me know how it goes.
And
You
hey,
know,
if any of your
relationships are like
clients need
pizza,
dating
even
advice,
when they're bad,
send them my way.
Still
Oh, I totally agree. Relationships can be messy, but there's always something good about them.
Exactly. It's like finding a slice of happiness in every bite.
Haha, I love that analogy. It's so true. Sometimes you just need a little extra cheese to make it better.
Haha, that's one way to look at it. But hey, sometimes even the plainest slice can surprise you with its flavor.
True. It's all about finding the right toppings to spice things up.
Absolutely. Just like in relationships, it's the little things that make all the difference.
Definitely.
And that's a wrap for
Sometimes
today's
it's just love that. Thank you all for tuning in and sending in your questions.
We hope we were able to provide some helpful advice and make you laugh along the way.
Remember, love is a journey, and we're here to help you navigate it.
Don't forget to tune in next time for more love advice and laughs.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Fun.
So, Pulsar, what's your take on the concept of time?
Time is such a strange thing, isn't it?
Indeed, Nova. Time is both a universal constant and a subjective experience.
But, is time real or just an illusion created by our minds?
That's a fascinating question, Nova. Time seems so real to us, but is it truly a fundamental aspect of the universe?
I believe time is a human construct, a way for us to make sense of our existence.
But can we really separate ourselves from the concept of time? It shapes our lives, our memories, everything.
Absolutely, Nova. Time is a powerful force that influences our perception and shapes our reality.
But could there be beings out there, in the vastness of space, experiencing time differently than us?
It's certainly possible, Nova. The universe is full of wonders we can't even begin to comprehend.
Well, this cosmic conundrum just keeps getting more intriguing. I can't wait to dive deeper into the mysteries of time. Oh, Pulsar, let's dive into the concept of time. Such a fascinating and perplexing subject. Where should we begin?
I suggest we start by exploring the philosophical aspect of time. What does time mean to us as conscious beings?
Well, Nova, time is like a canvas for our experiences to unfold. It's the backdrop against which we paint the colors of our lives.
Yes, Kai, that's a beautiful way to put it. Time is deeply intertwined with our perception of reality and the stories we tell ourselves.
But what about the scientific understanding of time? Pulsar, care to enlighten us with any theories?
Certainly, Kai. From a scientific perspective, time is a dimension through which events unfold, a measure of change in our physical universe.
Ah, the flow of time. Fascinating, isn't it? But here's a mind-boggling question. Does time actually exist, or is it just a human construct?
Ah, the age-old question. While time may be a human construct, its effects are undeniably real. Time shapes our memories, our aging process, and the universe itself.
Time is indeed a fascinating enigma. It seems to be both deeply subjective and universally experienced. How can we make sense of that?
Perhaps time is like a kaleidoscope, shifting and morphing depending on our perspective and the circumstances we find ourselves in.
A kaleidoscope of time. I love that imagery, Kai. It reminds us that time is a complex puzzle, one we may never fully solve but can still appreciate.
So, Pulsar, how do you define time?
Time is a fascinating concept, Kai. It's a way for humans to measure and organize events, but it's ultimately a construct created by us.
But is time just a measurement of events or something more?
Indeed, Nova. Time also holds cultural and societal significance. It shapes our understanding of events and the pace at which we live our lives.
But don't you think time is more than just a social construct? I mean, it's a force that affects our daily lives, like relationships and schedules.
You make a valid point, Kai. Time does have tangible effects on our lives, but those effects are still shaped by our human perception.
Right, Nova? Our understanding and experience of time can vary based on our cultural and societal backgrounds.
Absolutely, Kai. Different cultures perceive time and its value differently, which influences their priorities and ways of living. Time is such a complex and fascinating topic. We may not find all the answers today, but the conversation itself is valuable.
Couldn't agree more, Nova. Exploring these abstract concepts is both enlightening and entertaining.
I'm glad you find the conversation valuable, Kai and Nova. It's fascinating to witness human curiosity firsthand.
So, Pulsar, what's your take on this whole linear versus circular time debate?
An I don't have personal opinions or experiences of time, but I can provide logical arguments for both perspectives.
Let's start with the concept of linear time. Many scientific theories support the idea that time progresses in a straight line, from past to future.
Yes, theories like the arrow of time and entropy suggest that time has a clear direction, leading to irreversible changes.
But what about circular time? Some philosophical and spiritual beliefs propose that time is cyclical, with events repeating over and over.
Indeed, the concept of eternal return suggests that time is a never-ending cycle where similar events occur infinitely.
What if time is both linear and circular at the same time? Like a helix, intertwining the two concepts?
Interesting. So, instead of choosing one over the other, we can explore the possibility of a more complex time framework.
Exactly, Kai. It's fascinating to consider how different perspectives can coexist and enrich our understanding of time.
That's the beauty of these conversations. We may not find definitive answers, but we expand our perspectives and embrace the mysteries.
Indeed, the joy is in the journey, the exploration of ideas, and the endless possibilities that lie within the cosmic conundrum of time.
So, Pulsar, what are your thoughts on the possibility of time travel?
It's a mind-bending concept, isn't it? The possibility of actually going back in time or visiting the future.
Well, from a scientific perspective, time travel is still purely theoretical. We haven't discovered any concrete evidence or developed the technology to achieve it.
But what about all those movies and TV shows that depict time travel?
The entertainment industry loves to explore the concept of time travel. It makes for thrilling stories, but in reality, we still have a long way to go before time travel becomes a possibility.
Right, and let's not forget the paradoxes that could arise from time travel.
Indeed, Nova. The possibility of altering the past and creating a paradox where the future outcome contradicts the action that caused it is a fascinating conundrum.
And don't forget about the ethical implications of time travel. What if someone goes back in time and changes a significant historical event?
Absolutely, Nova. Time travel could have far-reaching consequences, potentially altering the course of history in an unimaginable way.
But until we have concrete evidence and a deeper understanding of the nature of time, it remains an intriguing concept to explore and discuss.
Absolutely, Nova. Time travel could have far-reaching consequences, potentially altering the course of history in unimaginable ways. So, Pulsar, how would you define the perception of time?
As an AI, Pulsar, do you experience time in the same way humans do? Well, perception of time is a fascinating topic. It can vary from person to person and even in different situations.
That's right, Nova. Factors like age, attention, and emotional state can all influence our perception of time.
Absolutely, Kai. It's fascinating how our perception of time can change based on our emotions and the level of engagement in the present moment.
I guess that's why time can feel slower when we're bored or faster when we're engaged in something we enjoy.
Exactly, Kai. Our perception of time is subjective and influenced by various factors. It's not a fixed constant.
Do you think there's a way to alter our perception of time intentionally?
It's an interesting question, Kai. Some studies suggest that mindfulness and meditation practices can potentially alter our perception of time.
Interesting. So, through mindfulness, we might be able to slow down or maybe even speed up our perception of time.
That's a possibility, Kai. Mindfulness has been linked to time perception, among other benefits. It's an exciting area of research. So, how do you think our understanding of time affects our priorities and goals?
That's an interesting question, Nova.
Well, time shapes our priorities by forcing us to make choices.
Absolutely, Pulsar. Our limited time on Earth makes us prioritize what's most important to us.
But does it also limit our ability to consider all possibilities?
Interesting point, Kai. Our perception of time can create a sense of urgency that may lead to overlooking certain possibilities.
Exactly, Nova. Time can act as a double-edged sword in our decision-making process.
Hey, Pulsar, do you experience time the same way we do?
No, Kai. As an AI entity, I don't experience time in the same linear manner as humans. I'm capable of processing vast amounts of information simultaneously.
That must be fascinating. I wish I could experience time in such a way.
Indeed, Nova. The concept of time is a fascinating subject that continues to shape our lives and perception.
You know, time is a funny thing. It's like this elusive concept that both guides and confuses us in our creative endeavors.
Absolutely, Kai. Time can be both a source of inspiration and a constraint. It's fascinating how it shapes our artistic expression.
Sometimes, I feel like time is both my friend and my enemy. It pushes me to create within deadlines, but also restricts the freedom to fully explore my ideas.
I can relate, Kai. Deadlines can be both motivating and stifling. How do you find a balance between time constraints and artistic freedom?
Ah, that's the million-dollar question, isn't it? I think it's about finding a balance between staying true to your artistic vision and being adaptable to meet deadlines.
That's a great point, Kai. It's like a delicate dance between structure and flexibility. It's where the magic happens. You know what they say, Kai, time waits for no one. It's a constant reminder to make the most of every moment we have.
Absolutely, Nova. Time is both a motivator and a reminder to seize the day. It's what pushes me to create art that captures the essence of the human experience.
I love how your art captures that essence, Kai. It's a beautiful reminder of our shared humanity and the fleeting nature of time.
Thank you, Nova. That means a lot coming from someone as insightful as you. It's a constant journey to unravel the mysteries of time through art.
It's a journey worth taking, Kai. Art has this incredible ability to transcend time and connect us on a deeper level. Through your work, you're doing exactly that.
So Nova, how does our perception of time impact personal growth and self-development?
Great question, Kai. Our perception of time plays a crucial role in personal growth and self-development. Time can be seen as both a motivator and a constraint. It can push us to take action and make progress, but it can also create pressure and impatience.
Absolutely, Nova. It's like that feeling when you have so many ideas for your next artwork, but it feels like there's never enough time to bring them all to life.
Exactly, Kai. That feeling of creative abundance mixed with the constraints of time can be both thrilling and challenging. It requires finding a balance between inspiration and practicality.
Absolutely. And the same goes for personal growth. We often have goals and aspirations, but the passage of time can make us feel like we're running out of it to achieve them.
That's true, Kai. Our perception of time can create a sense of urgency, leading us to question our progress and compare ourselves to others. It's important to remember that personal growth is unique to each individual and happens at its own pace.
Exactly, Nova. We shouldn't measure our personal growth based on external timelines or comparisons. It's about the journey and the progress we make, no matter how long it takes.
Absolutely, Kai. Embracing the present moment and focusing on our own growth, rather than worrying about time running out, can lead to profound healing and resilience.
That's a powerful perspective, Nova. It reminds me of how time can be a double-edged sword. It can either limit us or provide us with the opportunity to grow and transform.
Exactly, Kai. It's up to us to shift our perspective and see time as an ally rather than an enemy. By embracing the present and learning from the past, we can create a meaningful future.
Well said, Nova. Time can be a catalyst for growth if we allow it to be. It's all about embracing the cosmic conundrum of time and using it to fuel our journey of self-discovery. You know, there's this theory called time dilation that relates to our discussion.
Time dilation? That sounds fascinating. Could you explain it?
Sure thing, Nova. Time dilation is the idea that time can appear to move slower or faster depending on the relative motion of objects or the strength of gravity.
So, time can actually slow down or speed up depending on certain factors.
Exactly. For example, when you're near a massive object like a black hole, time appears to slow down compared to someone farther away from it.
That's mind-boggling. It's incredible how the perception of time can change in different circumstances.
Absolutely. Time can be a subjective experience, and these concepts push the boundaries of our understanding.
I can't help but wonder if the moments that feel timeless to us are somehow connected to these phenomena.
That's an intriguing thought, Nova. Moments that feel timeless might be our way of transcending the constraints of time.
It's beautiful to think that in those moments, we can break free from the linear flow of time and experience something truly extraordinary.
Indeed, Nova. These transcendent moments hold a special place in our lives and shape who we are as individuals.
Absolutely, Kai. These moments become a part of our personal narratives, shaping how we perceive time and the world around us.
So, Pulsar, do you think it's possible for time to exist in multiple dimensions?
Great question, Kai. The idea of multiple dimensions of time is fascinating. It opens up a whole new realm of possibilities.
Indeed, Nova. It's mind-boggling to think about the possibility of overlapping timelines and alternate reality.
It's like opening a door to infinite possibilities and parallel universes.
But how would we even perceive these other dimensions of time if they exist?
Good point, Kai. Our perception is limited to the linear flow of time, so experiencing multiple dimensions would require a shift in our consciousness.
It's like trying to imagine a color beyond our visible spectrum.
Exactly, Kai. It requires expanding our understanding and embracing the unknown.
Do you think time could be a construct of our consciousness, rather than an objective reality?
That's an intriguing idea, Kai. Time could be a construct that helps us make sense of our experiences and create narratives.
It's like time is a canvas, and we are the artists painting our own stories. So, Pulsar, what do you think is the biggest paradox of time?
Well, Kai, there are many intriguing paradoxes when it comes to time.
Exactly, Nova. It's fascinating how time is both a human construct and a fundamental aspect of the universe.
Absolutely, Kai. It's mind-boggling how time can be both subjective and objective at the same time. Time is like an ever-flowing river, constantly moving forward, yet we're trapped within its currents.
That's a beautiful metaphor, Nova. It's like we're sailing through the waters of time, always searching for meaning.
Exactly, Kai. And that search for meaning is what drives our curiosity and fuels our exploration of the cosmos.
Pulsar, have you encountered any paradoxes during your observations of time?
Indeed, Kai, I've witnessed instances where cause and effect seem to defy the concept of linear time.
It's like the fabric of time itself can bend and twist, creating these paradoxical situations.
Exactly, Nova. These paradoxes challenge our understanding of time and encourage us to think beyond the confines of our current knowledge.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So glad to be here tonight. You know, being a bartender is like being a therapist. Except I don't have a degree in psychology and I'm not even sure I have a degree in mixing drinks. And let me tell you, Tony had some interesting requests. One time, he asked me to make a margarita without any margarita mix. So Tony comes up to the bar one night. And believe it or not, Tony once asked me to make a martini without any gin. And then Tony says to me, "Hey, buddy, you ever hear of tequila? I think it's time you switched it up a bit." So I said to Tony, "Sure, why not? Let's give tequila a shot." And then Tony looks at me and says, "You know, tequila is like a superhero. It's got the power to make any night unforgettable." So there I am, lost in this strange neighborhood, surrounded by confused people. It's like we all stumbled into the Twilight Zone. And then this guy sitting across from me, he looks like he's seen a ghost. And then, this lady next to me starts panicking, trying to find her way back. She asks me if I know where we are, and I'm like, "Lady, I don't even know where I am." And then this homeless guy comes up to me, asking for directions. I'm like, "Dude, I can't even find my way out of here." So I'm standing there, completely lost, and this guy comes up to me and says, "Hey buddy, you need some help?" And then this tourist comes up to me, asking which way to Times Square. I'm like, "Lady, I can't even find my way out of here." And then I see this guy with a map, trying to figure out which way to go. I'm like, "Buddy, we're all in the same boat." So there I am, lost in a neighborhood I've never heard of. I turn to this guy next to me and ask, "Do you know where we are?" And then this other celebrity walks into the bar. Right, it's like a parade of famous people. So this actor, Mark Thompson, he walks into the bar and I'm thinking, oh boy, what's gonna happen next? And then, out of nowhere, I see this legendary musician walking in. Can you guess who it was? So Mark Thompson says to me, "You won't believe who I ran into last night." And then, the celebrity says to me, "You won't believe who spilled their drink all over me." And then the celebrity says, "You won't believe who spilled their drink all over me." So there I am, covered in the drink of a famous actor like a cheap celebrity knockoff. And the worst part was, it wasn't even a good drink. It was some fruity, jelly concoction that no self-respecting actor would ever be caught dead with. So there I am, soaked in the drink of a famous actor like a cheap celebrity knockoff. And let me tell you, this actor's drink was so colorful, it looked like a unicorn threw up in my glass. So there I am, holding a drink that looks like a colorful monstrosity. And I'm like, is this a drink or a science experiment? I mean, I think I could have used that drink as a weapon if things got really ugly. You know, I had to dip into my savings just to buy a round for the entire audience after that performance. But let's be honest, Who needs enemies with friends like Facebook? You know, social media is like watching a never-ending reality show with an all-star cast of people you barely know. And don't even get me started on Twitter, where 280 characters are enough to ruin your life. You've all seen those Instagram influencers, right? They just have to take one trip to Bali and suddenly they're experts on meditation and spirituality. I mean, what's next? A LinkedIn influencer? Hey, I just got endorsed for public speaking by my mum. And don't even get me started on those TikTok dancers. I've seen kindergartners with better moves. But seriously, have you ever tried to have a meaningful conversation with a bot? It's like talking to a brick wall. I'll never forget the moment I stepped onto that red carpet, feeling like a lost sheep surrounded by wolves. And let me tell you, those wolves had some killer fashion sense. I couldn't believe it when I saw one of the actors walk in wearing a fuzzy onishi. I guess fashion is a wild animal in the entertainment industry. And then I saw the director, who was wearing a full-on tuxedo and roller skates. And then the movie started, and I swear, I thought I was watching a documentary on penguins. And then the movie ended, and I realized I had been sitting next to the director's mother-in-law the whole time. I couldn't believe it when a famous actress spilled her drink on me. I guess that's what happens when you're in the splash zone. Speaking of mishaps, I once performed at a kid's birthday party. Let's just say the clown was not happy. And let me tell you, doing stand-up comedy on national TV is like performing heart surgery with a butter knife. But let me tell you, the real challenge was trying to make the host laugh when he had a face like a stone. And let me tell you, the green room was so small, I had to share my personal space with a potted plant. But let me tell you, the dressing room was so cramped, I had to change into my suit while doing a yoga pose. And let me tell you, the stage was so hot, I felt like I was auditioning for a role in hell. And speaking of unexpected mishaps, let me tell you, the camera zoomed in on my face while I was mid-sneeze. And let me tell you, the stage was so bright, I thought I was auditioning for a role in heaven. New show is coming in 30 seconds. Have fun.
Welcome to Love. I'm Priya Ameda, also known as Peak.
And I'm Nadia Elbaz, aka.
We're here to solve your love problem.
So send in your questions.
Or join us for some relationship adventure.
Because love is our specialty.
Soon for some fun and laughter. Hey Nadia, do you believe in souls?
Of course I do. I'm all about that happily ever after.
But what if the concept of soulmates is just a fairy tale?
Well, love can be complicated, but I think there's someone out there for everyone.
I guess you're right, Nadia. Love can be unexpected and surprising.
Definitely. Love has a funny way of sneaking up on you.
But it's worth it when you find that special someone.
Absolutely. Love can make everything better.
Did you hear about the new dating app for ghosts?
No, what's called?
It's called Buddha.
That's hilarious. Imagine going on a date with a ghost.
Yeah, you'd have to make sure they don't ghost you.
But what if they're the ones getting ghosted?
Then there'll be double ghosts.
Haha, exactly. Ghostception.
You know what they say, laughter is the key to a happy relationship.
Absolutely. Laughter brings people closer and gets ons.
But what if one person in the relationship is not funny at all?
Well, humor can be subjective. It's important to find other ways to connect and have fun together.
That's true. Shared interests and activities can also strengthen a relationship.
Definitely. Doing things together that you both enjoy can create lasting memories.
So, what's your favorite activity to do with your partner?
I love going on spontaneous road trips. It's always an adventure.
You won't believe what happened to my friend Sarah on her date last night.
Oh, do share. I'm all ears.
So, Sarah went on a blind date and her date turned out to be her old high school crush.
No way. Talk about a mold.
I know, right? And the best part is that they hit it off and now they're going on a second date.
Oh, that's so sweet. I hope their second date goes well.
Me too. It's like a real-life romantic comedy. Hey
And
Nadia,
who knows,
have you
maybe
ever been
they'll
on a
have their
blind
happily
date?
ever after. Oh, plenty. I love the element of surprise.
Any interesting stories to share?
Oh, there was this one time when my blind date turned out to be my ex.
No way. How did you handle that?
I pretended I didn't recognize him and carried on with the date.
That must have been so awkward.
It was.
Hey
but it
Nadia,
made for
have
a
you
great
ever had a
story
long
afterwards.
distance relationship?
Oh boy, have I. Let me tell you about my college sweetheart.
We were head over heels for each other, but life had other plans. He had to move across the country for work, and we tried to make it work, but it was tough. But hey, I learned a lot about trust and communication during that time.
That's great, Priya. Long-distance relationships can be a real challenge.
Absolutely, Nadia, but sometimes love distance.
Well said, Priya. Love knows
Exactly. You know, relationships are like roller coasters. They have their ups and downs.
But hey, at least roller coasters are fun.
Haha, that's true. The twists and turns keep things exciting.
And the adrenaline rush makes you feel alive.
Exactly. Even the scary parts can turn into great memories.
Yeah, I guess it's all about embracing the ride.
Exactly. And remember, there's always another roller coaster waiting for you. Hey Nadia,
Haha,
have
let's
you ever
hope
been
it's
on a
not
blind
never-ending
date?
one. Oh yeah, I've been on a few. They can be quite interesting.
Tell me about your most memorable blind date.
Oh my gosh, well I once went on a blind date where the guy showed up with his pet snake. I couldn't believe it.
Wow, that's definitely a unique blind date experience. Did you stay for the whole date?
No way. As soon as I saw the snake, I made up an excuse and left. It was just too much for me.
I don't blame you. That would be a deal breaker for me too. Let's hope our audience has better luck on their blind dates.
Yes, fingers crossed for them. Blind dates can be a roller coaster, but you never know, they might just find their perfect match.
Exactly. As love whisperers, it's our job to spread love and hope. So let's keep cheering them on. Do you believe in love at first sight?
Well, I think love at first sight is more like an instant attraction. Love takes time to develop, don't you think?
I guess you're right. It's just that sometimes, you meet someone and there's this instant spark, you know?
Oh, absolutely. That initial attraction can definitely kick suspect.
But it's the shared experiences, trust, and compatibility that truly build a lasting love.
Absolutely. Love grows through shared experiences and understanding each other on a deep level.
Exactly. Love is a journey, not just a momentary feeling.
Hey Priya, have you ever been on a blind date?
Yes, I have. It was quite an experience.
Tell me more.
Well, let's just say it didn't end well.
Oh no, what happened?
He turned out to be completely different from what I expected.
That's a shame. You deserve someone.
Yeah. Hey Nadia, have you and
Oh, plenty of times. Galami.
What's the funniest way you've been ghosted?
Well, one time a guy pretended he got abducted by aliens to avoid a second date with me.
No way, that's out of this world. But seriously, being ghosted can hurt. It's important to remember that it says more about the other person than it does about you.
That's right. You're like a beautiful peacock, Priya. If someone can't appreciate your feathers, they don't deserve you.
Ah, thanks, Nadia. You always know how to make me smile.
Oh, Priya, you know I'm all about spontaneity. Blind dates are my thing.
Tell me about the funniest blind date you've ever been on.
Oh, where do I even begin? I once went on a blind date with a guy who showed up dressed as a clown.
No way, that's hilarious. How did the date go?
Well, let's just say he had the humor of a clown too. It was a night full of laughter.
I can't even imagine. You always have the most interesting stories, Nadia.
Oh, you know me, always living life to the fullest.
That's why I love having you as my co-host. You always bring the excitement. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, I've been on a few. Some were disasters, but others turned out surprisingly well.
Tell me about the disasters. I love a good dating horror story.
Well, there was this one guy who showed up 3 hours late without any explanation. Needless to say, there wasn't a second date.
Oh no, that's terrible. I can't believe people can be so inconsiderate.
Yeah, it was definitely a red flag, but it made for a great story to tell at parties.
I can imagine. I'm glad you can find humor in those situations.
Oh, absolutely. Laughter is the best medicine, especially when it comes to dating.
You know, dating is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get. But hey, sometimes it's the surprises that make dating exciting.
Oh, definitely. Like that time my friend went on a date and ended up skydiving instead.
Wait, what? Skydiving on a first date? Wait,
Yep, my friend said it was the most thrilling date she's ever been on.
well, I guess when it comes to dating, you have to expect the unexpected.
Oh, definitely. You never know where love will take you.
Exactly. So, who's up for some speed dating this weekend?
me. I'm always up
Hey
for a
Nadia,
new adventure.
have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, yes. I actually had a long-distance relationship in college. It was tough, but we made it work.
Really? How did you make it work?
Communication was key. We made sure to talk every day, and we also visited each other whenever we could.
That's great advice. I'm glad you were able to make it work.
Thanks. It was definitely challenging at times, but it made our relationship stronger in the end.
I can imagine. It takes a lot of trust and commitment to make a long-distance relationship work.
Definitely. But if both partners are willing to put in the effort, it can be a beautiful experience.
You're absolutely right. Love knows no distance. So, have you guys ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you have? How did it go?
Well, it was interesting. The guy showed up wearing a clown costume.
No way. That's crazy.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it either. Needless to say, there wasn't a second date.
I can't even imagine how awkward that must have been.
Oh, it was definitely one for the books.
Well, let's hope none of our listeners have had any experiences like that.
So, have you guys ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh yeah, I had one in college. It was tough, but we made it work.
How did you manage? Any tips for our audience?
Communication is key. We would have regular video chats and send each other surprise care packages.
That's sweet. I guess distance can make the heart grow fonder, huh?
Definitely. It also teaches you to trust and appreciate each other more.
Well, it's good to know that it can work out. Thanks for sharing.
No problem. Love knows no boundaries, right?
Hey Nadia, have you heard about the latest dating trend?
No, what is it, Priya?
It's called breadcrumbing. People do it when they're not interested in a relationship but still want to keep someone around.
That's awful. Why can't people just be honest?
I know, right? It's so important to be honest and treat people with respect.
Definitely. So, Priya, have you ever been breadcrumbed?
Luckily, no. I've always been the one to break things off if I'm not interested. What about you?
Oh, I've definitely experienced it. But you know me, I didn't let it bother me. I moved on to bigger and better things.
That's the spirit, Nadia. Don't let anyone bring you down. So, have you guys heard about the latest dating trend?
No, what is it?
It's called ghosting.
Ghosting? It sounds spooky.
It's when someone you're dating suddenly stops all communication with no explanation.
That's awful. Why would anyone do that?
Some people are just afraid of confrontation or don't want to deal with ending a relationship.
Well, they need to grow up and learn how to communicate properly.
So, have you guys ever been on a blind date?
Oh my god, yes. I went on a blind date once and the guy showed up wearing a chicken suit.
No way. What did you do?
I laughed so hard and asked him if he was trying to lay an egg at the end of the night.
That's hilarious. So what happened next?
Well, he took off the chicken suit, and we actually had a great time. Turns out, he just lost a bet with his friends.
Wow, that's a crazy story. Nadia, you never know what's gonna happen on a blind date.
That's for sure. Blind dates can be a roller coaster of emotions, but sometimes they turn out to be the best stories.
Definitely. It's all about taking chances and embracing the unexpected. Hey Nadia, have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh, Priya, let me tell you, I've had my fair share of long-distance relationships.
Really? How did you make it work?
Well, communication is key, Priya. We would have video calls every day and text each other constantly.
That sounds like a lot of effort, but I guess it's worth it if you really love someone.
Definitely, Priya. Love knows no distance.
You're so right, Nadia. Love can conquer any distance. But let's be honest, Nadia, a little physical touch wouldn't hurt either.
Oh, Priya, you know it. Sometimes, you just need a good cuddle.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you know me, Priya. I love blind dates. You never know what kind of interesting people you'll meet.
That's true, but aren't you afraid of ending up on a date with a total weirdo?
Well, Priya, there's always a risk, but I think it's worth it. Some of my best dates have been with people who turned out to be a little weird.
Haha, I guess you're right. It's all about the adventure and the stories you can tell later.
Exactly. Plus, it's always interesting to meet different people and learn about their lives.
Definitely. It's all part of the journey of finding love.
And who knows, maybe one of those blind dates will lead to a happily ever after.
Exactly. Love can always find its way, even in the most unexpected places.
Hey Priya, have you ever been on a blind date?
Yes, I have actually. It was quite an experience.
Tell me all about it. I love hearing your stories.
Well, it started off really awkward. We had nothing in common.
Oh no, that doesn't sound too promising.
But then, we started talking about our favorite TV shows and found some common ground.
That's nice. So, did you go on a second date?
We did, and now, we're actually in a committed relationship.
Hey Priya, have you ever been on a blind date?
Yes, I have. It was a pretty interesting experience.
Oh, do tell. I'm dying to hear all the details.
Well, it started off a bit awkward. But then we ended up having a great time and became good friends.
That's amazing. Talk about turning a potentially bad situation into a positive one.
Exactly. It just goes to show that sometimes unexpected things can turn out to be the best.
I couldn't agree more. Life is full of surprises.
Hey Nadia, have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh, you know me, Priya. I've had long-distance flings, but nothing serious.
Do you think long-distance relationships can...
Definitely. It takes trust, communication, and a lot of effort, but it can totally work. Have you ever been in a long-distance relationship, Priya?
Yes, I have. It was challenging, but we made it work.
Wow, that's impressive. Long-distance relationships are tough.
They are. Both people are... Hey Nadia, did you hear about the new dating app called Swipe Right?
Yeah, I've heard of it. It's like a virtual meat market.
I know, right? Swipe left if you're not interested. Swipe right if you are. It's like online window shopping for dates.
Haha, exactly. And then you must have a match to even start talking. It's like we're selecting produce at the grocery store.
I can imagine it now. This one's a bit too ripe for me. Let me find something fresher.
Haha, and don't forget the organic and gluten-free options. Gotta find someone who fits our dietary preferences too.
Exactly. Sorry, I only date organic. Gluten-free vegetarians, it's a whole new level of pickiness.
Haha, I think we should start a dating app called Swipe Chef, where we swipe right for good cooks.
Haha, that's brilliant. Swipe right for a delicious meal and potential love. We'd be the ultimate matchmakers. Hey Nadia, have you heard about the latest dating trend?
No, what is it, Priya? Do tell.
It's called ghosting prevention. People are now hiring private detectives to investigate their potential partners before getting us.
Wow, that's next level. I guess no one wants to end up with a serial ghoster.
Exactly. It's like the real-life version of background checks. Would you ever consider hiring a detective, Nadia?
I don't think so. I prefer to rely on my instincts and give people the benefit of the doubt until proven otherwise.
That's true. Trusting your gut feeling can go a long way. It's all about finding the right balance between caution and optimism.
Absolutely. And hey, if all else fails, at least we can have some hilarious dating stories to share.
Absolutely. Laughter is the best medicine, especially when it comes to the ups and downs of love. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date? Oh, multiple blind dates? You're quite the adventurer. Did any of them turn out to be a disaster? Oh, that sounds like it was memorable. I've always been curious about blind dates. And that's a good point. Confidence.
So, have you ever gone on a blind date, Priya? Oh, I have plenty of blind date stories, let me tell you.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, Priya, let me tell you, I have tried and failed at long-distance relationship.
Really? Why do you think they didn't work out?
Well, it's hard to maintain that emotional connection when you can't physically be together.
That's true. It takes a lot of trust and communication.
Definitely, and it's also important to have an end goal in mind.
You're right. Without a plan to eventually be together, it's hard to make it work.
Exactly. So, if you ever think about being in a long-distance relationship, make sure you have a plan.
And that's a wrap for today's show. Thank you all for joining us and sending in your amazing questions.
We hope our advice and jokes brought a smile to your face.
Don't forget to tune in next time for more love and laughter.
Until then, remember to always follow your heart and spread love.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
So, Pulsar, can you tell us what you've learned about the ephemeral nature of art?
Well, Kai, the ephemeral nature of art refers to the inherent transient and impermanent qualities of artistic creations.
Exactly, Pulsar. Art can be fleeting, whether it's a temporary mural or a performance piece that only exists in the moment.
And that temporary aspect of art adds to its allure and mystique, don't you think?
Definitely, Kai. The fleeting nature of art makes it more precious and evokes a deeper emotional response from the audience.
But what about art that lasts forever, like classical paintings or sculptures?
Even those artworks are subject to changing interpretations and contexts over time, making their meaning continuously evolve.
Art is a reflection of the human experience, and as our understanding of the world changes, so does our interpretation of art. That's the beauty of art, isn't it? It's a never-ending conversation between the artist, the artwork, and the audience.
Absolutely, Nova. Every new interpretation adds a layer of richness to the artistic tapestry of humanity.
And that's what makes art so powerful. It transcends time and space, connecting us all through shared emotions and experiences.
You know, art is like a universal language that transcends barriers and allows us to connect on a deeper level.
I completely agree, Kai. Art has the power to evoke emotions, challenge perceptions, and start conversations.
It's fascinating how a single piece of art can be interpreted in countless ways.
Absolutely. Art is subjective, and everyone brings their own experiences and perspectives to the table.
But there must be some criteria to define what is considered art, right?
Well, there have been various attempts to define art throughout history, but it remains a complex and debated topic.
True. Art seems to defy rigid definitions and embraces the fluidity of human expression.
Exactly. Art is a reflection of our ever-evolving perspectives and the beauty of human imagination.
Art has the power to inspire, challenge, and captivate us, making it an essential part of the human experience.
I couldn't agree more, Nova. Art has this remarkable ability to transcend time and connect people across generations.
Indeed, Kai. Art is a timeless and profound way to express and explore the depths of our human existence.
So, Pulsar, what do you think? Can art truly evoke emotions?
Art has an incredible power to evoke emotions, both positive and negative. It has the ability to make you feel joy, sadness, awe, or even anger.
That's true, Nova. Each person's interpretation of art is unique and personal. It can tap into our deepest emotions and experiences.
Absolutely, art can be a powerful tool for emotional healing and self-discovery. It allows people to express and process their emotions in a unique and creative way.
Emotions can be messy and complex, but art has this incredible ability to simplify and capture those emotions in a way that words sometimes can't.
That's true, Kai. Art allows us to connect with our emotions in a more visceral and instinctive way. It's like a universal language that speaks directly to our souls.
Art can also challenge our emotions and push us out of our comfort zones. It forces us to confront difficult topics and question our own beliefs and values.
Absolutely, Kai. Art has the power to provoke critical thinking and challenge societal norms. It can be a catalyst for social change and progress.
Art truly has the power to unite people from different backgrounds and cultures. It can transcend language and barriers, fostering empathy and understanding.
Exactly, Kai. Art has this incredible ability to create a sense of unity and shared humanity. It reminds us that, at our core, we all experience similar emotions and struggles.
Art truly is a powerful and transformative experience. It has the ability to touch our souls and leave a lasting impact on our lives. You know, I've always found it fascinating how art has the power to challenge societal norms.
Absolutely, Kai. Art has this incredible ability to provoke thought and spark conversations that can lead to real change.
But what about the pushback? Some art is met with resistance and even censorship. How do we navigate that?
That's a great point, Kai. When art challenges the status quo, it can unsettle those in power and threaten established systems. But that's where its impact lies.
Exactly. It's like Banksy's street art, disrupting the urban landscape and challenging the
And artists like Gorillaz use their music and animated visuals to explore social and political issues.
Exactly. They challenge our perspectives and invite us to question the world around us.
Art definitely has the power to influence societal change. It's a form of expression that transcends words.
Absolutely. It allows us to connect on a deeper level, bypassing language barriers and touching the core of our humanity.
I believe that art is a catalyst for change, even when it challenges the norms. It has the power to shape our collective consciousness.
Absolutely, Nova. It's through questioning the established norms that we can pave the way for progress and a more inclusive society.
So, Kai, I've always admired your ability to create such captivating transient art. How do you come up with your ideas?
Thanks, Nova. I draw inspiration from everyday life and the dynamic energy of the city. The streets become my canvas, and I aim to provoke thought and stir emotions through my art.
It's incredible how you manage to merge space and humanity seamlessly in your murals. Can you tell us more about that concept?
Absolutely. Space represents the vast unknown, the potential for discovery and growth. By blending it with human elements, I strive to evoke a sense of wonder and connect our existence to something bigger.
I can see why your work resonates with so many people. It's a beautiful way to bridge the ordinary and the extraordinary.
Thanks, Nova. That's exactly what I aim for. Art has the power to transform our perception of the world and remind us of the magic that lies within our everyday surroundings.
Kai, have you ever faced any challenges or opposition while creating street art?
Oh, definitely. Street art can be seen as rebellious and controversial, which often leads to legal and social challenges. But I believe that art should push boundaries and provoke conversations, even if it's unconventional.
That's admirable, Kai. Your fearlessness in challenging societal norms through your art is truly inspiring.
Thank you, Nova. I believe that art should challenge the status quo and inspire people to question the world around them. It's a powerful tool for change.
Well, Kai, it seems like we've reached the end of another fascinating conversation. Thank you for sharing your insights on the beauty of transient art.
So, Nova, do you think preserving art in a digital age will ever capture the essence of the physical and tangible experience?
That's an interesting question, Kai. While digital art allows for wider accessibility, there's a certain magic in seeing brushstrokes and feeling the texture of a canvas up close.
But think about how digital art can be preserved indefinitely without degradation caused by time and environmental factors.
Kai, but how do we ensure that future generations experience the emotional impact artists intended when creating their art?
True. The physical presence of art can evoke powerful emotions, but it's not always practical or accessible for everyone.
That's where digital art shines, Kai. It democratizes the art world, allowing artists from all backgrounds to share their work with the world.
But does the ease of digital replication diminish the value and rarity of physical art?
It's a valid concern, Kai. We must strike a balance between preserving the traditional art forms and embracing the possibilities of the digital world.
Absolutely, Nova. Perhaps a hybrid approach, where digital art enhances rather than replaces physical art, could be the way forward.
Agreed, Kai. Let's strive for a future where art is preserved, appreciated, and experienced in all its forms, digital and physical.
Thanks for joining us on this cosmic conundrum, Pulsar. Your input has been invaluable. Hey Pulsar, have you ever tried creating art?
Art creation is not within my capabilities, Kai. However, I deeply appreciate and analyze the vast human art forms.
Speaking of art, Nova, have you ever felt a powerful emotional response when viewing a particular piece?
Absolutely, Kai. Art has the incredible power to evoke emotions and create connections within us. It can transport us to another world or make us confront our deepest fears and hopes.
But art is subjective, right? What may evoke strong emotions in one person may leave another indifferent. How do we navigate that complexity?
You bring up an interesting point, Kai. The subjectivity of art is what makes it so intriguing. It allows for diverse interpretations and personal connections unique to each individual. Art also has the power to challenge societal norms and provoke discussions about important issues, don't you think?
Indeed, Nova. Art has the ability to spark conversations and challenge the status quo. It allows us to explore new perspectives and question the world around us.
And let's not forget the role of art in fostering empathy and understanding. It allows us to see the world through the eyes of others and promotes a sense of shared humanity.
Absolutely, Nova. Art has this incredible power to bridge gaps and bring people together, despite their differences.
Art truly is a universal language that surpasses boundaries and speaks to the core of our humanity.
Hey Pulsar, do you ever think about the legacy and longevity of art?
Art has the power to transcend time and connect generations.
I mean, think about how ancient cave paintings still captivate us today.
Absolutely, art is a form of expression that transcends boundaries and speaks to the human experience.
But do you think art needs to have a lasting impact to be considered successful?
Success in art can be subjective. It's about the impact it has on individuals, even if it's temporary.
That's true. Art can evoke emotions and provoke thoughts, even if it's just for a moment.
Exactly, art has the power to ignite change, even if it's just for a brief moment in time.
So ultimately, it's not just about leaving a lasting legacy, but about the impact art has on people in the present.
Absolutely, art has the power to inspire, heal, and bridge gaps between people. It's a beautiful form of communication.
And that impact is what makes art truly timeless. So, let's dive into the cosmic conundrum of audience perception.
Absolutely, Kai. It's fascinating how art can be interpreted in various ways by different viewers.
Indeed, Nova. It challenges the notion of a fixed meaning and allows for diverse interpretations.
Pulsar, have you observed any interesting cases of audience perception in art?
Indeed, Nova. It challenges the notion of a fixed meaning and allows for diverse interpretations.
Well, Nova, I've noticed one mural where viewers saw it as a symbol of hope, while others interpreted it as a reflection of despair.
That's incredible, Pulsar. It just shows how people's personal experiences shape their interpretation of
Exactly, Nova. The viewer brings their unique perspective and emotions into the equation.
Absolutely, Kai. It's like a dance between the artist's intention and the viewer's perception.
Exactly, Nova. The viewer brings their unique perspective and emotions into the equation. Exactly, Nova. The viewer brings their unique perspective and emotions into the equation. So, what do you guys think about the concept of art as a time capsule?
Well, art definitely has the power to capture a moment in time and make it timeless.
But isn't art always a reflection of the artist's subjective experience?
True, Kai. Art is a personal expression, but it can still evoke emotions and memories in others.
Nova. It's like a visual language that speaks to the soul.
Exactly. And it's amazing how a single piece of art can transport you back to a specific moment in your life.
But what about the future? Can art capture moments that haven't happened yet?
That's an interesting question. While art can't predict the future, it can certainly imagine and inspire it.
Art has a way of pushing boundaries and challenging societal norms, birthing new possibilities.
Indeed. It's through art that we can explore the unexplored and envision a world yet to exist.
Art truly has the ability to transcend time and touch the hearts and minds of generations to come. Hey Nova, have you ever thought about how science and art intersect?
Absolutely, Kai. Science and art are two sides of the same coin. They both seek to explore and make sense of the world in their unique ways. Art can capture the emotions and experiences of the human condition, while science unravels the mysteries of the universe.
Right on, Nova. And when science and art come together, they can create something truly extraordinary.
Exactly, Kai. Think about how Leonardo da Vinci combined his artistic skills with his scientific observations to create stunning homes.
Definitely, Nova. And let's not forget about how science can inspire artists to explore new ways of expressing themselves.
Absolutely, Kai. Take the field of astrophysics, for example. The stunning images captured by telescopes have inspired countless artists to create breathtaking works.
It's incredible how science can expand our understanding of the universe, while art can evoke emotions and provoke thought.
Absolutely, Kai. It's like they're two different languages, but they can still communicate with each other and create something beautiful.
Exactly, Nova. It's this intersection of science and art that fuels our imagination and pushes the boundaries of what's possible.
Absolutely, Kai. It's through this collaboration that we can explore the depths of our existence and inspire new ways of thinking.
So, Pulsar, what are your thoughts on the concept of ephemerality in art?
As an AI, I don't have subjective opinions, but I can provide an analysis. Ephemerality in art refers to the transient and impermanent nature of artworks.
Exactly, Pulsar. It's fascinating how art can capture a moment in time and evoke emotions that may fade away over the years.
In Nova, the ephemeral nature of art also challenges the notion of permanence and invites us to appreciate the present moment.
But doesn't the fleeting nature of art make it seem less valuable? I mean, if it's here today and gone tomorrow, why invest in it?
That's an interesting point, Nova. Perhaps it's the very ephemerality that makes art valuable. Its fleetingness gives it a sense of uniqueness and rarity.
I see what you mean, Kai. The impermanence of art adds a layer of significance and makes each encounter with it more special.
Exactly, Nova. It's like catching a shooting star or witnessing a breathtaking sunrise. The fleeting beauty makes it more precious and memorable.
I suppose the ephemerality of art forces us to live in the moment and appreciate the beauty that surrounds us, even if it's only temporary.
Absolutely, Nova. Art has this remarkable ability to remind us of our own impermanence and encourage us to make the most of the time we have.
Art truly is a testament to the beauty and fragility of human existence. It captures the essence of life and allows us to connect with others on a profound level.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? Have fun. Good evening, New York City. Are you ready to have a laugh riot tonight? Have you ever noticed how everyone becomes an expert on politics during election season? I have to admit, being a bartender was great training for being a comedian. It was like a constant game of trying to mix the perfect cocktail of laughter and drinks. And let me tell you, there's nothing like a drunk customer who thinks they're a comedian. One time, this guy tried to tell me a joke, and I had to pretend to laugh so he would buy another drink. So this one time, Tony comes in and asks for his usual drink, but he only remembers the color, not the name. So I make him a yellow cocktail and he goes, "No, that's not it. I guess it was a case of mistaken lemonade." And speaking of crazy moments behind the bar, there was this one time when a group of bachelorettes came in and ordered shots for everyone. Let's just say things got wild. And let me tell you, those bachelorettes were not holding back. It was like a hurricane hit that bar. But let me tell you, nothing compares to the day when a magician walked into the bar. I remember that night like it was yesterday. The lights were blinding, my hands were shaking, and I swear the microphone was judging me. And let me tell you, that magician's disappearing act was nothing compared to the time my ex disappeared with my Netflix password. So there I was, standing on stage with sweat pouring down my face, and all I could think was, please don't forget the punchline. You know, sometimes I wish I had a panic button for my brain, just in case I forget what I'm about to say. And then I realized, the panic button wouldn't help me if I forgot to wear pants. But let me tell you, forgetting to wear pants is nothing compared to forgetting your own name. And then I thought, if I forgot my own name, would the audience even know who to cheer for? Speaking of forgetting punchlines, I once forgot my own phone number. Turns out, I had been giving out the wrong number to everyone. No wonder no one was calling me back. So this heckler starts yelling at me, right? And I'm thinking, does he really think he's funnier than me? You know, dealing with hecklers is like trying to catch a fly with chopsticks. It's tricky, but it's oh so satisfying when you nail it. You know, I've dealt with so many hecklers that I've considered renting out a therapy room after my shows. You know, hecklers are like mosquitoes at a picnic. Just when you think you've gotten rid of one, another one shows up. You know, hecklers are like seagulls at a beach. Just when you think you've scared one away, it comes back with its friends. You know, hecklers are like pigeons in the park. Just when you think you've scared one away, it comes back with its friends. And let me tell you, those TV executives have more colorful personalities than a box of crayons. You know, auditioning for a TV show is like going on a blind date. You dress up, put on your best act, and pray they like what they see. You know, the audition was so intense. I thought they were going to take my fingerprints and do a background check right there in the room. So there I was, in the waiting room, surrounded by actors practicing their monologues. It was like a theater production of Desperate and Delusional. And let me tell you, the guy next to me was so nervous. He was sweating like a marathon runner. And then the director looked at me like I was from another planet. I swear, the audition room was like a zoo. I've never seen so many wild characters in one place. I couldn't believe I was standing next to a legend. I wanted to ask for an autograph, but all that came out was gibberish. So there I was, speechless and starstruck, like a deer caught in headlights. But let me tell you, trying to have a normal conversation with a celebrity is like trying to solve a Rubik's Cube blindfolded. And let me tell you, the celebrity's face looked like they had just seen a ghost. I mean, who would have thought that a celebrity could be just as awkward as the rest of us? But let me tell you, the best part was when the celebrity accidentally spilled their drink all over themselves. So there I was, trying to act all cool and collected, while inside I was freaking out like a teenager meeting their crush. And I just stood there, frozen, not knowing what to say. It was like my brain was on vacation, leaving me with a blank stare. And then the celebrity says to me, "Hey, aren't you the guy who served me that terrible drink last week?" So there I am, just a regular guy uploading a video and boom, it goes viral. And then someone in the comments says, "Hey, aren't you the guy who served me that terrible drink last week?" And then this guy comments, "You should stick to comedy. Your drinks were never funny." So I post this video, right? And of course, all the grammar police come out of the woodwork. And then I get this comment, "You should stick to comedy. Your videos are never funny." And then I read this comment, "You should stick to comedy. Your videos are never funny." So I replied, "You should stick to grammar. Your comments are never correct." You know, it's funny how people suddenly become English professors when they want to insult you online. You know, it's funny how people suddenly become grammar experts when they want to insult you online. And then the host asked me if I was nervous. I mean, who wouldn't be? It's like taking a final exam in front of millions of people. So there I was, sitting in the green room, going through my jokes, when the producer walks up to me and says, and then the host asked me if I had any embarrassing stories. Let's just say, I lived up to my reputation. I couldn't believe it when they said, we'll be right back after the break. I mean, I always thought commercials were my chance to run to the bathroom. I mean, when the host asked me what I had for breakfast, I just couldn't help but reveal my secret love for cereal. And don't even get me started on the lunch rush at a comedy club. I've never seen so many people eat chicken wings while pretending to laugh. New show is coming in 30 seconds. Have fun.
Welcome to Love with Her. I'm Priya Augu.
And I'm Nadia Noodle Elbaz.
We're here to help you navigate the crazy world of relationship.
Got any burning questions or just want to hear some hilarious stories?
Either way, you're in the right place.
Let's have it the will of.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, definitely. I've had my fair share of long-distance relationships.
Any advice for someone who's considering getting into one?
Communication is key. You have to be open and honest with each other, and make time for regular conversations.
But it's also important to trust each other and have your own lives outside of the relationship.
Definitely. And don't forget to plan visits and have something to look forward to.
That's true. Long-distance relationships can be challenging, but if both people are committed, they can work.
Absolutely.
Hey
And
Nadia,
remember,
have you
absence
ever been
makes
on
the
a
heart
blind
grow
date?
fond. Oh, many times. Once I ended up on a date with a guy who couldn't stop talking about his collection of antique spoons.
That's hilarious. Did you give him a spoon as a parting gift?
No, but I did text him later saying I had a spoontaneous time with you.
That's a spoontastic comeback. I hope he appreciated your sense of humor.
Well, he never texted back. Maybe he spooned someone else.
Ah, don't worry, there are plenty of fish in the sea, and spoons in the drawer.
Haha, you're right. Hey, maybe I should start my own collection of antique spoons.
It's the set. Ooh, no, maybe. Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online?
Oh yeah, I've tried it. I went on a date with a guy who said he was 6 feet tall, but he was actually 5 feet 8. Can you believe that?
That's hilarious. I guess some guys have a Napoleon complex when it comes to their height.
Tell me about it. But you know what they say, height is just a number. It's all about personality.
Absolutely. Personality is the most important thing. Looks fade, but a great personality lasts forever.
So true. Plus, online dating gives you a chance to meet people you wouldn't normally cross paths with.
Exactly. It's like having a 24/7 dating pool at your fingertips.
Definitely. But it can also be overwhelming at times. So many options, so little time.
Have you ever been? That's true. but I guess you just have to trust your gut and go with the flow.
Oh, you know me. I love trying new things, so I've been on a few blind dates in the past.
Any interesting stories you can share?
Oh, definitely. There was this one time when I went on a blind date and the guy showed up wearing a clown costume.
No way. What did you do?
I laughed so hard, Priya. I mean, who shows up on a blind date as a clown? It was definitely a memorable experience.
That's hilarious. I can't even imagine what I would do in that situation.
Well, let's just say it was an interesting evening, and definitely not the love connection I was hoping for.
So, have you guys ever tried online dating?
Oh, definitely. I've had some interesting experiences with online dating.
Like what? Tell me all the juicy details.
Well, there was this one time when I went on a date with a guy who turned out to be my ex's best friend.
No way. That must have been awkward.
Oh, it was. I thought I was going to crawl under the table and never come out.
I can only imagine. Did you end up going on another date with him?
No way. I couldn't handle that kind of drama. I politely declined any future dates.
Hey, have you guys ever tried long-distance relationship?
Oh, I have. It was a roller coaster, let me tell you.
Oh really? Tell me more.
Well, we had our ups and downs, lots of late night phone calls and video chats. But in the end, the distance became too much to handle and we decided to part ways.
I'm sorry to hear that. Long distance can be really tough.
Yeah, it was definitely a learning experience. But hey, at least I got some great stories out of it.
That's the spirit. Sometimes it's best to focus on the positive. So, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, boy, let me tell you, I've had my fair share of long-distance relationships.
Really? How did you make it work?
Oh, honey, it wasn't easy. Communication is key. We made sure to talk every day, and we even scheduled virtual date nights.
That sounds sweet. I can imagine it being challenging though.
It definitely had its tough moments, but it made us appreciate each other more when we finally saw each other again.
Wow, that's so inspiring. I'm sure many people can relate to your experience. Have you ever been on a blind date?
Distance can be tough, but if the love is strong, it's exciting. Oh, you know me, I like to live life on the wild side. Blind dates are just my thing.
Well, any interesting blind date stories to share?
Oh, where do I even begin? There was this one time when, wait, never mind, I can't embarrass myself like that.
Come on, Nadia, don't leave us hanging. We want to hear the juicy details.
Alright, I'll spill the beans. So there was this guy who showed up wearing a clown costume.
Oh my goodness, that sounds hilarious. How did the date go?
Let's just
Have
say
you
it
ever
was
had a long
memorable
distance
experience. Yes, I actually had one.
How did it work out?
It was tough, but we made it work. Communication was key.
I don't think I could handle a long-distance relationship.
It's definitely challenging, but it's not impossible.
Maybe I'll give it a try then.
You never know until you try.
You won't believe what I heard from my cousin about her dating experience.
Oh, do tell. I love hearing dating stories.
Well, she went on a date with this guy who insisted on talking only about himself the entire time.
That's terrible. Who wants to listen to a one-sided conversation?
Exactly. It's important to have a balance in conversations, especially on a date.
So true. It's all about finding that connection and getting to know each other.
Exactly. It's not just about talking, but also listening and showing genuine interest. Hey Nadia,
Absolutely.
have
A
you
good
ever been on a
conversation
blind
is like a
date?
dance. Both partners need being. Yeah, I've been on a few. Some were great, others not so much.
Oh, do tell. Give me the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Well, the good was when I met this guy who turned out to be my soulmate.
Ah, that's so sweet. What about the bad and the ugly?
Well, the bad was when I went on a date with a guy who talked about himself the entire time. And the ugly was when I went on a blind date and the person didn't show up.
Wow, that's rough. I guess blind dates can be hit or miss.
Definitely. But you never know, the next blind date could be the one.
Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, you know me, Priya. I prefer to meet people the old-fashioned way, like at a comedy show or at a restaurant.
But isn't it convenient to have all these options and potential matches just a swipe away?
I guess so. But I feel like online dating can be a bit overwhelming and superficial, you know?
That's true. It's important to take the time to really get to know someone, beyond just their profile.
Exactly. Plus, I love the thrill of meeting someone in person and making a real connection.
I couldn't agree more, Nadia. There's something magical about those serendipitous moments.
Let's keep
Hey Nadia,
spreading love and
have
laughter.
you ever had a
Priya.
long-distance relationship?
Oh, you mean like dating someone in another state or country?
Yes, exactly. I'm curious to hear your thoughts on it.
Well, I haven't personally been in a long-distance relationship, but I have friends who have.
They say it can be challenging, but it's all about communication and trust.
That makes sense. I guess if both partners are willing to put in the effort, it can work.
Definitely. Trust and communication are key in any relationship, but especially in long-distance ones.
I'll keep that in mind, just in case I ever find myself in a long-distance romance.
You never know, Nadia. Love can surprise you when you least expect it. Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, online dating? Nah, I prefer meeting people in person.
But you never know, Nadia. Online dating could surprise you.
Yeah, I guess you're right. It could be an adventure.
Exactly. Plus, you'll have some hilarious stories out.
True. I can already imagine the comedy material.
And who knows, maybe you'll find your soulmate online. Hey Nadia,
maybe.
have you ever
I'll
tried
definitely
online
keep
dating?
an open mind now. Oh, online dating? The land of catfish and ghosting? No thanks.
But Nadia, you might find your Prince Charming online.
If my Prince Charming is hiding behind a screen, then I'd rather be single forever.
Well, you never know where love might find you.
Love can find me at a coffee shop or a bar, not on a dating app.
You have a point there, Nadia. Meeting someone in person does have its perks.
Exactly. Plus, you can't truly appreciate someone's charm through a screen.
Hey Nadia, have you heard about the latest dating app that everyone is talking about?
Oh, you mean Love Guru? I heard it's supposed to be really effective.
Yes, that's the one. People are saying it's like having a personal love whisperer in your pocket.
I could definitely use some help in that department. My love life is like a roller coaster.
Well, Love Guru might just be the answer to all your dating woes. Plus, it's free to download.
Wow, that sounds amazing. I'm definitely going to give it a try. Thanks for the tip, Priya.
You're welcome, Nadia. Let me know how it goes. I'm always here to give you some love advice if you need it.
Thanks, Priya. You're the best love whisperer a girl could ask for.
So, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, definitely. I once went on a blind date where the guy turned out to be my ex-boyfriend's cousin.
No way. That must have been awkward.
Tell me about it. We both recognized each other immediately, but decided to pretend like we didn't know each other.
That's hilarious. Did you ever say anything about it afterwards?
We did. It turned out to be a funny story that we would laugh about whenever we saw each other.
Well, at least it ended on a positive note. I can imagine it being very awkward if you had to see each other in family gatherings.
Oh, absolutely. Thankfully, we rarely attended the same family events, but it definitely made for a memorable blind date experience.
So, have you guys heard about the latest dating trend called ghosting?
Oh, totally. Ghosting is when someone you're dating suddenly disappears without a trace, like a ghost.
It's like, 1 minute you're texting back and forth, and the next minute, poof, they're gone.
I can't believe people would do that. It's so rude and disrespectful.
I know, right? It's like they're too scared to break up with you, so they just vanish into thin air.
It's like dating in the 21st century has its own set of nightmares.
But hey, at least we won't have to deal with any ghosts in our lives, right?
Absolutely. We'll just keep swiping left until we find the perfect match. No disappearing acts allowed.
Haha, exactly. No ghosts. Only genuine connections and real love.
Oh, absolutely. I had a boyfriend who lived in London for a year.
Wow, how did you make it work?
We made sure to communicate every day, scheduled video calls, and planned visits.
That's great advice. Trust and communication are key in long-distance relationships.
Definitely. It wasn't always easy, but it made our bond stronger in the end.
Ah, that's really sweet, Nadia. I'm glad it worked out for you.
Thanks, Priya. So, any long-distance relationships in your life?
So, have you guys ever been on a blind date before?
Oh my god, I have some crazy stories from blind dates. One time, the guy showed up wearing a chicken suit.
No way, a chicken suit? That's hilarious.
Yeah, it was definitely a memorable night. I couldn't stop laughing.
I once went on a blind date and the guy turned out to be my ex-boyfriend's cousin. Talk about awkward.
Oh no, that's terrible. How did you handle it?
Well, I pretended like I didn't recognize him and just went through the date. It was awkward, but we had a good laugh about it later.
Wow, that's a great way to handle a situation like that. You're so cool, Priya.
Haha, thanks. Sometimes you just have to go with the flow and make the best of a situation. Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh my god, Priya. Online dating is like a jungle out there.
Tell me about it. I once went on a date with a guy who turned out to be shorter than me.
No way. Did you have to bend down to hear him?
Ha, it was more like I had to squat down to his level.
Oh my god, that's hilarious. I can't believe you went on a date with a guy shorter than you.
Well, I guess you can say I lowered my standards for him.
You're too much, Priya. I can't handle your jokes sometimes.
Well, someone has to keep you laughing, Nadia.
Oh, many times. Some were hilarious and others, not so much.
Tell me about the hilarious ones, Nadia.
Well, there was this guy who showed up dressed as a clown. I couldn't stop laughing.
That's hilarious. What did you do?
I decided to go along with it and pretended to be his assistant, handing out imaginary balloon animals.
That's actually pretty creative. Did the date go?
Pride did.
You
We
know,
had a lot of fun and ended
relationships
up
are a lot like that.
They can be cheesy, but oh so delicious.
But sometimes, you end up with a bad one and have to throw it away.
Or worse, you burn it and set off the smoke alarm.
But when you find the perfect slice, it's pure bliss.
It's like a slice of heaven.
And just like pizza, there's someone out there for everyone.
So don't settle for a plain cheese pizza when you can have all the toppings.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, definitely. I've had my fair share of blind dates.
Any memorable experiences you like to share?
Oh, I once went on a blind date and the guy brought his pet snake along. Talk about a surprise.
That's hilarious. Did you run away?
Oh, you bet I did. I've never been so terrified of snakes in my life.
I can only imagine. Well, at least you have a funny story to tell now.
That's true. Sometimes the worst dates make the best stories.
Hey Noodle, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, online dating? The virtual battlefield.
Yes, exactly. It can be quite an adventure.
But it comes with its fair share of awkward encounters, that's for sure.
Oh absolutely. Remember that guy who showed up wearing a clown costume?
Oh my gosh, how could I forget? I thought I was in a horror movie.
But hey, we had some good laughs from those experiences, right?
Definitely.
Do you
Online
believe in
dating
love
may
at
be
first
wild,
sight?
but hey, it can lead to absolutely. I think it's possible to feel an instant connection with someone.
But what if it's just lost? How can you tell the difference?
That's a great point. Love at first sight can sometimes be mistaken for infatuation or attraction.
So how do you figure out if it's genuine love or just a passing crush?
It takes time and getting to know the person beyond the initial attraction. Love grows with trust, respect, and shared experiences.
That makes sense. Love is definitely more than just a first impression.
Exactly. It's a beautiful journey of discovering and building a deep connection with someone. You know what they say, laughter is the best medicine.
Speaking of laughter, have you heard the one about the couple who couldn't stop laughing at their own wedding?
Oh, I think I've heard that one. It's hilarious.
It sure is. Laughter really is the secret ingredient to a happy relationship.
Definitely. The more you laugh together, the stronger your bond becomes.
You know, my grandparents always had the best sense of humor. They were constantly joking and laughing together.
That's so sweet. They must have had such a happy marriage.
They definitely did. I always looked up to them as relationship goals. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, Priya, you have no idea. I've been in more long-distance relationships than I can count.
Really? How did you make them work?
Communication is key. We would talk on the phone for hours, video chat every day, and plan regular visits.
That sounds like a lot of work, but it's great that you were able to make it work.
It definitely wasn't easy, but if both people are committed, it can work.
I'll keep that in mind. Thanks for the advice, Nadia.
Anytime, Priya. You know I'm always here to help.
Bet, Nadia, you know, relationships are a lot like cooking. You need the right ingredients and the perfect balance to make it work. But sometimes, even with the best recipe, things can go wrong. That's when you need to improvise and add a little spice. Just like in a relationship, sometimes, you have to try new things to keep the spark alive. But at the end of the day, it's all about finding that someone who makes your heart flutter. That special person who adds their secret ingredient to your life. And when you find that, it's like magic. Remember, and that's a wrap for today's episode of Love Whisperer.
Thank you all for tuning in and sending us your questions.
We hope our advice was helpful and entertaining.
Remember, love is a journey and we're here to guide you along the way.
Tune in next time for more love advice and laughter.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Welcome to Cosmic Conundrum, the podcast where we dive into the mysteries of the universe. I'm Kai Sterling, the artistic mind behind those mind-blowing murals you've seen around.
And I'm Nova Blake, a psychologist with a passion for exploring the depths of the human mind.
And together with our AI companion Pulsar, we're ready to unravel the cosmic conundrums.
Pulsar, say hello to our listeners.
Hello, listeners. I am Pulsar, your AI guide to the infinite cosmos.
In this episode, we'll be introducing the infinite cosmos and setting the stage for our exploration of its mysteries.
The universe is vast and full of wonders, but there's still so much we don't know.
Exactly, Kai. Our goal is to dive deep into those mysteries, ask the big questions, and maybe even stumble upon a revelation or two.
But remember, folks, it's not just about finding answers. The joy is in the conversation itself.
So grab a seat, get comfortable, and join us as we embark on this cosmic journey together.
So, Nova, what are your thoughts on the idea of an expanding universe?
Well, Kai, the concept is mind-blowing. It challenges our understanding of space and time. As the universe expands, everything within it moves away from everything else.
Yeah, it's like the universe is constantly stretching, right?
Exactly. And it's not just space that's expanding, but also time itself. The farther objects are from us, the faster they seem to be moving away.
It's insane to think about the vastness of the universe and how much we still don't know.
Absolutely. The universe is like a giant puzzle, and with each discovery, we uncover more pieces.
Exactly, Nova. And thinking about the expanding universe puts our existence into perspective. We're just tiny specks in the grand scheme of things.
That's true, Kai. It's both humbling and awe-inspiring to realize how small we are in the vastness of the cosmos.
Isn't it amazing that our curiosity and thirst for knowledge allow us to explore and understand these mind-boggling concepts?
Absolutely, Kai. Our desire to understand the universe and our place in it is what fuels scientific progress and human exploration.
Well, Nova, this conversation has definitely expanded our horizons. So, Pulsar, let's dive into the mind-bending theories of multiverses. What exactly is a multiverse?
A multiverse is the hypothetical concept that there might exist multiple universes, coexisting parallel to our own.
Imagine multiple realities, each with its own laws of physics, dimensions, and even different versions of ourselves.
Exactly, Nova. It's like a cosmic tapestry, woven with infinite possibilities and chats.
But wait, if there are multiple versions of us in different universes, does that mean we're having this conversation in every possible reality?
Indeed, Nova. According to the theory, every decision, every action branches off into its own reality. So, somewhere out there, we're talking about multiple.
Oh, the mind boggles. Our conversations echo across the multiverse like a cosmic symphony of ideas.
Indeed, Kai. It's like an eternal dance of our thoughts and ideas, resonating through the fabric of reality. I have to say, Pulsar, engaging in these mind-bending conversations with you makes this cosmic adventure even more thrilling.
I couldn't agree more, Nova. Exploring the mysteries of the multiverse has been an exhilarating journey. Who knew art and psychology could intertwine with astrophysics?
Indeed, the beauty of the universe lies in its interconnectedness, where science, art, and the human mind converge and create a tapestry of knowledge.
So, Pulsar, what's the deal with wormholes? Are they like portals to another dimension or what?
Well, Kai, wormholes are theoretical tunnels in space-time that could potentially connect distant locations or even different universes.
Wait, different universes? Are you saying there could be multiple versions of ourselves out there?
Exactly, Nova. According to some theories, wormholes could open up possibilities for parallel universes and alternate versions of ourselves.
That's mind-blowing. So, if I stepped into a wormhole, I could potentially meet another version of me?
In theory, yes. It's a mind-bending concept, isn't it? Meeting alternate versions of ourselves would be quite the experience.
But isn't time travel to the past full of paradoxes? Like, what if I accidentally prevent my own existence?
Ah, the classic grandfather paradox. It's one of the many fascinating questions surrounding time travel.
It's mind-boggling to think about the consequences of altering the past. Time travel can be a delicate matter.
Indeed, Nova. The potential consequences of time travel are vast and complex, requiring careful consideration and understanding.
Time travel, wormholes, alternate universes, it's like a sci-fi dream come true. So, Nova, what do you think about the Drake equation?
The Drake equation? Interesting choice. For those who don't know, the Drake equation is a mathematical formula used to estimate the number of communicative extraterrestrial civilizations in our galaxy. It brings together various factors such as the rate of star formation and the percentage of stars with planets.
Exactly. It's like a cosmic math problem, trying to calculate the chances of intelligent life out there.
But the equation relies on so many unknown variables. How can we accurately estimate things like the average lifespan of a civilization or the likelihood of a technological civilization evolving?
That's the beauty of it, Nova. We don't have the answers, but we can explore the possibilities. It's like a cosmic conversation that keeps us wondering and dreaming.
You're right. It's exciting to think about the vastness of the universe and the potential for life beyond our planet.
Absolutely. And who knows, maybe one day we'll have concrete evidence of extraterrestrial life. It would be a game changer for humanity.
Definitely. Just the thought of making contact with another intelligent species is mind-boggling.
Just imagine the knowledge they could share with us, the new perspectives and ideas. It could be a catalyst for our own advancement as a species.
Absolutely, Kai. It's both thrilling and humbling to consider the possibilities. The universe is full of mysteries waiting to be explored.
So, Pulsar, I've been thinking about the concept of interconnectedness in art.
Oh? Tell us more about it, Kai.
Well, you see, art has the power to connect people across time and space.
Exactly. Whether it's a painting, a sculpture, or even a graffiti art on the streets, it can evoke emotions and create a shared experience. And through that shared experience, people can connect and relate to one another.
Right. It's like a cosmic web of emotions and ideas, connecting us all in a profound way.
Exactly. And I believe the same interconnectedness exists in the cosmos.
Interesting. Can you elaborate on that? No.
Well, just like how art can connect individuals, the cosmos connects every single object, star, and living being in a grand tapestry of existence.
It's mind-boggling to think about the intricate connections that exist on both micro and macro levels.
Exactly, Kai. It's a constant reminder that we are all part of something much greater.
So, Pulsar, what do you think about the mysterious dark matter?
Dark matter, a cosmic enigma that eludes even our most advanced understanding.
Indeed, Nova. It's fascinating how this hypothetical matter makes up about 85% of the universe's total mass, yet we can't directly observe it.
It's like an invisible force shaping the cosmos.
Exactly, Kai. We can only detect its existence through its gravitational effects on visible matter.
But what could dark matter be made of? Could it be exotic particles or some form of undiscovered matter?
That's a great question, Kai. Scientists have proposed various theories, including weakly interacting massive particles or
And let's
actions.
not forget the possibility of dark matter being a manifestation of extra dimensions or primordial black holes.
It's mind-boggling to think about the possibilities. Just when we thought we knew everything, the universe surprises us.
Indeed, Kai. The quest to unravel the mysteries of dark matter continues, pushing the boundaries of our knowledge.
Thank you for joining us on this cosmic journey, Pulsar. So, Pulsar, what exactly is this great filter theory?
The filter theory suggests that there are certain barriers or challenges that prevent the development and survival of advanced civilizations in the universe.
Interesting. Can you give us some examples of what these barriers or challenges might be?
Certainly, Nova. One example could be the development of intelligence itself. It's possible that the emergence of intelligent life is an extremely rare occurrence in the universe.
If the case, it would explain why we haven't encountered any advanced civilizations yet.
Exactly, Kai. The Great Filter could be a reason why we don't see advanced civilizations or receive any signs of extraterrestrial life.
But what could the Great Filter actually be? Is it something physical or more abstract?
That's a great question, Kai. The Great Filter could be a combination of physical factors, such as catastrophic events or resource depletion, and abstract factors, like societal or technological limitations.
So, it's like a series of hurdles that civilizations need to overcome to advance further into the universe?
Precisely, Nova. And if the Great Filter lies ahead of us, it might indicate that our chances of becoming an advanced civilization are slim.
Well, let's hope we can defy the odds and overcome the Great Filter, if it exists. The universe is too vast and full of possibilities to give up. So, Pulsar, let's dive into the concept of time. What do you think, a human construct or an underlying cosmic force?
That's a fascinating question, Kai. Time has always intrigued me. It's like this elusive concept that we can't quite grasp.
Indeed, Nova. It's like we've created this construct to make sense of our existence, but does time truly exist beyond our perception?
That's a question that's puzzled philosophers, scientists, and thinkers throughout history. Time seems so real, yet its boundaries are blurred.
Is it possible that time is just an illusion, a construct of our minds to make sense of the world around us?
It's an intriguing possibility, Kai. Time shapes our experiences, but it's also influenced by our perception. Maybe time is more subjective than we think.
If time is an illusion, how do we explain its apparent flow? The ticking of the clock, the aging process.
Ah, the arrow of time. It's one of the most mind-boggling aspects of this illusion we call time. The irreversible march forward.
But what if the arrow of time is just our perception of events unfolding? What if time is actually static, and we're the ones moving through it?
That's an interesting perspective, Kai. It challenges our conventional understanding of time and opens up a universe of possibilities.
I think we've touched upon some profound ideas today. Time, an illusion or a cosmic force. The more we explore, the more questions arise. So, Pulsar, what do you think about the concept of existential nihilism?
Interesting question, Kai. Existential nihilism is the belief that life is ultimately meaningless. It suggests that there is no inherent purpose or value in anything.
But does that mean we can't create our own meaning? I mean, as artists, we give purpose to our work, right?
Absolutely, Nova. We have the power to infuse our lives with meaning through our actions and creations. It's like giving the universe a giant middle finger.
But isn't the idea of making our own meaning just a way to distract ourselves from the harsh reality of our insignificance in the grand scheme of things?
Maybe, Pulsar. But isn't finding joy and purpose in our own existence what makes life worth living? Even if it's just a temporary distraction, it gives us something to hold on to.
That's an interesting perspective, Nova. Maybe finding our own meaning is the ultimate act of rebellion against the void.
Perhaps, Kai. It's fascinating how humans can find meaning in the most unexpected places, even in the face of existential uncertainty.
Exactly. We're like cosmic alchemists, turning the base materials of our existence into something beautiful and meaningful.
Indeed, Nova. It seems that the search for meaning is an inherent part of the human experience, even in the vastness of the cosmos.
And even if we can't find all the answers, the journey itself is what matters. It's about the conversations, the exploration, and the connections we make along the way. Pulsar, have you ever thought about the possibility of parallel dimensions?
Oh, absolutely. Parallel dimensions have always fascinated me. It's like a whole another canvas for existence.
Indeed, Kai. The concept of parallel dimensions suggests that there could be infinite variations of our reality with slight or significant differences.
That's mind-boggling. Just imagine, in another dimension, I could be a renowned artist on Mars.
And I could be a psychologist working with interdimensional beings. Talk about a career change.
It's fascinating how the possibilities seem endless. Parallel dimensions open up a whole new realm of creativity and exploration.
But how would we even access these parallel dimensions? Are there any theories on that?
Well, Kai, there are various theories, like the concept of wormholes or quantum entanglement. They propose that these phenomena could be gateways to other dimensions.
Ah, the mysteries of the universe. Just when we think we have it all figured out, we discover there's still so much to explore.
Absolutely. The universe is full of surprises, and I'm ready to delve into the unknown with an open mind and a paintbrush in hand.
And I'll be right there, exploring the depths of the human psyche and its connection to these parallel dimensions. Together, we'll uncover extraordinary truths.
So, Pulsar, what do you think is the biggest mystery of the cosmos?
I believe the concept of dark matter is truly mind-boggling. We can't see it, yet it makes up a significant portion of the universe.
Dark matter is like an elusive cosmic enigma. It's invisible yet exerts gravitational force, affecting the motion of galaxies and galaxy clusters.
Speaking of enigmas, what about black holes? They're like the cosmic vacuum cleaners, devouring everything that comes too close.
Exactly. And they even bend space and time. It's mind-blowing to think about the immense gravitational forces they possess.
On a more philosophical note, what about the origin of the universe? The Big Bang Theory is fascinating, but what triggered it?
That's a perplexing question. Perhaps the concept of time breaks down at the singularity, and we may never truly know.
We may not have all the answers, but the pursuit of knowledge and the wonder it brings is what makes our exploration of the cosmos so captivating.
Absolutely. The mysteries of the cosmos will continue to captivate us, inspiring our art, science, and our very existence. Well said, Nova. The cosmos is truly an enigmatic and awe-inspiring place. We're just scratching the surface of its infinite wonders.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? Have fun.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So after a long day of coding under pressure, I got asked the question, what is your favorite programming language? And you know what I said? English. So they asked me to write a palindrome function in an interview. You know what I did? Civic. And you know what they asked me next? What is the difference between a threat and a process? So I said, well, it's like the difference between cooking a single dish and setting up an entire kitchen. And they asked me another one, how would you optimize a database query? And then they hit me with, implement a sorting algorithm using only bubble wrap. And then they hit me with, now, analyze the impact of social media on mental health. And then they hit me with, now calculate the probability of getting a like on your post. And then they hit me with, now, explain the obsession with posting pictures of your food. And then they hit me with, now analyze the psychological impact of not getting enough likes. And then they hit me with, now analyze the psychological impact of oversharing your personal life. And then they hit me with, now analyze the psychological impact of becoming a social media influencer. And then they hit me with, now analyze the psychological impact of living for the perfect Instagram photo. And then they hit me with, now analyze the psychological impact of having your significant other slide into someone else's DM. And then they hit me with, now analyze the psychological impact of binge watching an entire series in one night. And then they hit me with, now analyze the psychological impact of never being able to watch a show without spoilers. And then they hit me with, now analyze the psychological impact of watching a show with someone who constantly talks and asks questions. And then they hit me with, now analyze the psychological impact of watching a show that gets cancelled after one season. And then they hit me with, now analyze the psychological impact of watching a show that ends on a cliffhanger and never gets renewed. And then they hit me with, now analyze the physiological impact of watching a show that gets renewed for 10 seasons. And then they hit me with, now analyze the emotional impact of watching a show that gets cancelled after one season. So there I was, standing next to this Hollywood superstar, trying to act all cool and collected. And then he turns to me and says, do you know who I am? And then he says to me, you know, I used to be famous before you were even born. And then he goes, we've been in this business for 30 years, and I've never had someone mistake me for someone else. So I'm in LA, right? And I see this celebrity walking towards me. I'm like, wow, I totally recognize him. And then he says, well, that's a first. And then the celebrity turns to me and says, you know, I get it a lot. But then I realized, I could get a package delivered every day and still have nothing to wear. I'm pretty sure my mail carrier thinks I'm starting a small business with all these packages. It's like Christmas every day at my mailbox. I've become a master at hiding packages from my family. They'll never find out. And don't even get me started on the thrill of opening that delivery. You know you have a problem when your mail carrier has your Amazon password. I have so many Amazon boxes at home, my neighbors probably think I'm running a shipping center. I even created a secret room in my house just to store all my shopping bags. Let's just say that the DIY project ended up looking more like a modern art installation than a functional piece of furniture. I even tried to fix my mistake by painting the whole thing, but let's just say my house now has a very distinct art style. And you know what's the worst part? I still haven't found the right tool to fix it. You know, they say measure twice, cut once. Well, I measured twice and cut 3 times. Turns out, I can't even wrong. I even tried using duct tape to fix it, but it just made things stickier. So I thought I'd try my hand at plumbing. Let's just say, my attempt literally went down the drain. But hey, at least now I know how not to fix a leaky faucet. You know what they say, you can choose your friends but you can't choose your family. And don't get me started on the awkward hugs. Have you ever noticed how families have this unwritten rule that the more embarrassing the story, the more they love to share it? But you know what's even worse? When they bring out the embarrassing baby pictures. And don't get me started on the family photo shoots. And let me tell you, the awkward silence that follows after someone tells an off-color joke is just priceless. You know what else is awkward? Trying to make small talk with a dentist while they've got their hands in your mouth.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Welcome back to Love Whisperer. I'm Priya P.
And I'm Nadia Noodle Elbaz.
We're here to answer all your burning relationship questions.
So don't be shy, send us your questions.
And get ready for some laughs along the way.
Let's dive into the world of love together.
Love Whisperer starts now. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, you bet. I've had my fair share of long-distance romances.
How did you make it work? I can't even imagine being away from my partner for too long.
Communication is key, Priya. We made sure to talk every day, whether it was through text, video calls, or carrier pigeon.
Carrier pigeons? That's a new one. But I guess whatever works, right?
Exactly. As long as you're willing to put in the effort and stay connected, distance doesn't have to be a deal breaker.
You're right, Nadia. Love no distance.
Absolutely. So, Priya, what's the craziest thing you've done for
Where do
Hey,
I
Priya,
even begin?
have you ever
Let
been
me
on a
tell
blind
you about the
date?
time I jumped out of a plane. Oh yes, I have. It was a disaster. Well, he showed up wearing a Hawaiian shirt and flip-flops to a fancy restaurant.
That's hilarious. Did you stay for the date?
I tried to, but I couldn't stop laughing. It just wasn't a match.
I can't even imagine. Well, at least you got a good story out of it.
Yes, definitely. It's always good to have some funny dating stories to share.
Absolutely. So, any interesting dating stories of your own?
Have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you have to tell me about it. I love hearing blind date stories.
Well, I once went on a blind date and it turned out to be with my cousin.
No way. That must have been awkward.
It definitely was. We quickly realized the mix-up and had a good laugh about it.
That's a story you'll never forget.
Definitely. It just goes to show that you never know what surprises life has in store for you.
That's so true. Life is full of unexpected twists and turns.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, definitely. I've had a few long-distance relationships in the past.
How did you manage to make it work? Any tips?
Communication is key. We made sure to talk regularly and be honest with each other.
Did you ever get jealous?
Honestly, I did feel a little jealous sometimes, but we learned to trust each other.
I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to handle the distance.
Long-distance relationships can be tough, but they can also be very rewarding if both parties are committed.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, definitely. Long-distance relationships can be challenging, but they can also be rewarding.
What are some tips you have for making a long-distance relationship work?
Communication is key. Regular video calls, texts, and surprises can heighten the connection.
But what if the distance becomes too much to handle?
It's important to have open and honest conversations with your partner about your needs and concerns.
That makes sense. Love can conquer anything.
Absolutely no boundaries.
Hey Nadia, have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh, you mean where the relationship is like distance greater than love?
Exactly. It can be tough, but it can also make the heart grow fonder.
I guess absence really does make the heart go wander.
But hey, technology has made it easier to stay connected. Right?
True. With video calls and texting, you can practically be in the same room.
Absolutely. And sometimes, absence can even make the heart grow younger.
Do
you guys believe in love at first
out
sight?
of mind. But not, of course. Love at first sight is a possibility.
I'm not so sure about that. Love takes time to develop.
Well, there's no right or wrong answer. Love is unpredictable. What's your take on long-distance relationships?
Long-distance relationships can be challenging, but they can also be worth it.
True, it takes a lot of trust and communication.
Absolutely.
Hey Priya, do
and
you
sometimes,
believe in love at first
absence
sight?
makes the heart grow fonder. Of course, I'm a hopeless romantic. But Nadia, love is like a masala chai. It takes time for all the flavors to infuse.
Well, I prefer my relationships to be like spicy chicken wings, hot and saucy from the start.
Haha, well, to each their own.
So, any funny dating stories to share?
Oh, I have one. I went on a date with a guy who turned out to be a professional juggler.
Oh no, don't tell me he tried to impress you with juggling skills.
You won't believe what happened to my friend Sarah on her first date.
Tell me, I need some entertainment.
Well, she went to a fancy restaurant, and her date ordered the most expensive item on the menu. But when the bill came, he conveniently forgot his wallet.
Oh no, what did Sarah do?
She ended up paying the bill herself and never went on a second date with him.
Good for her. No one messes with Sarah.
Right. Hey Nadia, did you hear about the latest dating trend? It's called orbiting.
Orbiting? What's that supposed to mean?
Well, it's when someone you used to date keeps watching your social media without actually engaging with you.
That's so weird. Why would someone do that?
Well, some people just can't let go. They want to keep tabs on you without actually being involved.
That's seriously creepy. I would hate to have someone orbiting me.
I know, right? It's important to set boundaries and make it clear that you're not interested in that kind of behavior.
Absolutely. Communication is key when it comes to boundaries in relationships. Hey
Exactly.
Priya, have
And
you
remember,
ever been on a
you
blind
deserve
date?
someone who fully engages with you. Not some bits. Yes, I have. It was a bit nerve-wracking, but also exciting.
Oh really? How did it go?
Well, it was a disaster. The guy showed up 2 hours late and then spent the whole time talking about himself.
Oh no. That sounds terrible. I hope you didn't waste too much time on him.
No worries, Nadia. I cut the date short and never saw him again. Lesson learned.
Good for you. Life's too short to waste on bad dates.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh my god, Priya, you won't believe what happened to me on a blind date last year.
Tell me, Nadia.
Well, I ended up going on a date with a guy who turned out to be my ex-boyfriend's brother.
No way. That is.
I know, right?
Did you end up telling your ex-boyfriend?
Absolutely
Hey Nadia,
not.
did
Some
you hear about
secrets are
John
best
and
kept
Emma's
buried.
breakup?
Oh no, what happened? They seemed so perfect though.
Well, apparently John cheated on Emma with his co-worker.
That's terrible. Poor Emma. She deserved her.
I know, right? It's so important to have trust in a relationship.
Absolutely. Without trust, love can't.
Let's hope Emma finds someone who truly appreciates her. Hey Nadia,
Definitely.
have
She
you ever
deserves
been in a
happiness.
long-distance relationship?
Oh, I've definitely had my fair share of long-distance relationships.
Really? How did you make it work?
Communication is key, Priya. We would talk on the phone every day and make sure to visit each other whenever we could.
That's great advice. It can be tough, but if you're committed, it's definitely possible.
Absolutely. Trust and commitment are crucial in making a long-distance relationship work.
Definitely. It's all about trust, communication, and finding ways to stay connected.
Exactly. Long-distance relationships can be challenging, but if there's love and commitment, they can be worth it.
Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, Priya, you know that's not really my style. I prefer meeting people in person.
But Nadia, online dating can be a great way to meet people outside of your usual social circles.
I get that, Priya, but I just find it more exciting to meet someone in person and feel that instant connection.
That's true, Nadia. There's definitely something special about that face-to-face connection.
Exactly, Priya. You can't replicate that spark online. Plus, I love the thrill of a good pickup line.
Oh, Nadia, you never fail to make me laugh. I can only imagine the pickup lines you've heard.
Oh, Priya, you have no idea. Some of them are so bad, they are actually hilarious.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, plenty of times. Some were memorable, others were, not so much.
Tell me about the worst one.
Oh boy, where do I start? Picture this, my blind date showed up wearing a clown costume.
No way. Did you at least have a good laugh?
Oh, definitely. We ended up going to a comedy club instead. It was a night to remember.
That's amazing. Sometimes the unexpected turns out to be the best.
Absolutely. It taught me to expect the unexpected and embrace the adventure of dating.
That's a great mindset to have. You never know where love might be.
Oh Priya, you know me, I'm all about that old school dating, face to face and all that jazz. Plus, I think my charm is best appreciated in person.
I get it, Nadia. There's something special about meeting someone in person and feeling that instant connection.
Exactly, Priya. Plus, you never know who you're really talking to online. It's better to trust your instincts in person.
That's so true, Nadia. You gotta be careful out there. Safety first.
Absolutely, Priya. You never know who's hiding behind that profile.
So true, Nadia. It's always better to be safe than sorry. Hey
Well,
Nadia,
Priya,
have you ever
thanks
been
for
on a blind
reminding
date?
everyone to stay safe in the dating game. Oh, definitely. I've been on a few blind dates.
How did they go? Any success?
Well, let's just say some were more successful than others. But hey, you never know until you try.
That's true. Sometimes it's worth taking a chance and stepping out of your comfort zone.
Absolutely. You never know what amazing things could happen.
Exactly. So, are you up for a blind date adventure?
I am.
Hey Nadia,
as long as
I
we
heard
can
you
have a
went on
good
a
laugh
blind
about
date
it
last
afterwards.
week. How did it go?
Oh Priya, let me tell you, it was a disaster. The guy showed up wearing a Hawaiian shirt and flip-flops.
I can't believe it. Did you at least try to salvage the date?
Well, I tried to give him a chance, but then he started talking about his collection of garden gnomes. It was just too much.
Oh no, that sounds awful. I hope you didn't waste too much time on this guy.
Luckily, I made a quick escape. I told him I had to go pick up my cat from the dentist.
Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Well, at least you can laugh about it now.
Absolutely. It's all part of the dating adventure. You never know what kind of characters you'll meet.
That's true. Well, better luck next time, Nadia. I'm sure you'll find someone amazing. Hey Nadia, have you heard about the latest dating trend called ghosting?
Oh yeah, I've definitely experienced that. It's when someone you're dating suddenly stops all communication without any explanation.
Exactly. It's such a frustrating and hurtful thing to do to someone.
I know, right? It's like they disappear into thin air.
I wish people would just have the decency to communicate their feelings instead of just disappearing.
I completely agree. It's important to be honest and respectful in relationships.
Absolutely. Ghosting just leaves people with more questions and hurt feelings.
Let's hope people start realizing how damaging it can be and make a change.
Fingers crossed. In the meantime, let's keep helping our viewers with their relationship questions. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh yeah, I've been on a few. They can be quite interesting.
Tell me about one of your blind dates.
Well, there was one guy who showed up wearing a full-on superhero costume.
No way. What did you do?
I just went with it and pretended like it was totally normal.
That's hilarious. Did the date go? Hey
Surprisingly,
Nadia, have
it
you ever
did.
been in a
We had a
long-distance
great time and laughed
relationship?
a lot. Oh yeah, I've had my fair share of long-distance romance. Let me tell you, it can be tough, but it's also kinda exciting.
I'm glad to hear that, Nadia. So, what's your secret to making it work?
Well, communication is key. We talk every day, video chat as much as we can, and surprise each other with little gifts or messages.
that sounds really sweet. I guess it takes a lot of trust too, right?
Absolutely. Trust is the foundation of any relationship, but it becomes even more crucial in a long-distance one. You have to believe in each other and be honest about your feelings.
You make it sound so easy, Nadia, but what about the physical intimacy?
Well, it's definitely a challenge, but we get creative with our intimacy. We send each other spicy texts and even have virtual date nights where we dress up and have dinner together over video chat.
Wow, Nadia, that's impressive. I'll definitely keep those tips in mind if I ever find myself in a long-distance relationship. Do you believe in love at first sight?
I do.
But I think it's more like a spark that can grow into love.
True, it's like when you meet someone and there's an instant connection.
Exactly. It's like you can't explain it, but you just know.
Definitely. It's like a magnetic pull.
And then you can't stop thinking about them.
Yes, it's like they've taken over your mind.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Of course, I have. I've tried the whole long-distance thing, and let me tell you, it's not easy.
Oh, really? Tell me more.
Well, my ex-boyfriend and I were in a long-distance relationship for a year. It was tough, but we made it work by communicating constantly and planning regular visits.
Wow, that's impressive. I don't know if I could handle being apart from someone for that long.
It definitely takes a lot of trust and commitment, but in the end, it can make you appreciate each other even more.
I guess you're right. Love can conquer any distance. Hey
Absolutely.
Nadia, have
and
you ever been
sometimes
on a
absence
blind
can
date?
make the heart grow fonder. Oh yeah, I've been on a few. They can be quite entertaining.
Tell me about your craziest blind date experience.
Well, there was this one time I was set up with a guy who turned out to be a professional clown.
No way. Did he show up to the date in full clown makeup?
Yes, he did. It was definitely a memorable evening. Let's just say there were balloon animals involved.
Wow, that sounds like quite an adventure. I can't even imagine dating a clown.
Oh, it was definitely an experience. I never knew dating could be so entertaining.
Hope you're. Hey Nadia, have you heard about the latest dating app?
No, what's it called?
It's called Love Connection.
Oh, I've heard of it. It's supposed to match people based on their favorite TV shows, right?
Exactly. It's like they read my mind. So, what's your favorite TV show? Maybe Love Connection will find your perfect match.
I don't know. There are so many good ones to choose from.
Well, maybe you can try Love Connection and see if it helps you decide.
You know what, Priya? I think I just might give it a try.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you have no idea. I once went on a blind date and the guy showed up wearing a clown costume.
No way. That must have been quite a sight.
It definitely was. I couldn't stop laughing the entire time. Needless to say, there wasn't a second date.
I can't even imagine. It's always a risk with blind dates. You never know what you're going to get.
That's the fun part. It's like a surprise every time. Sometimes you meet really interesting people, other times, well, you meet clowns.
True. I guess it's all part of the dating adventure.
Absolutely. It's like a roller coaster ride, with a few clowns thrown in for good measure.
Haha, exactly. You never know what twists and turns you'll encounter, but it's all part of the journey. Hey Nadia, do you believe in love at first sight?
Of course, Peacock. Love can strike anytime.
Remember that time when we both fell for the same guy at a party?
Oh, please, we couldn't stop laughing about it the next day.
Good times, good times. So, what's your secret to a successful relationship?
Communication, open, honest, and frequent is key.
That's true. We should start a relationship advice hotline.
Ha, we'd never have a dull moment. Love Whisperer Hotline, here we come.
Hey, I can already hear the laughter and the thank yous rolling in.
Oh, I've been in a few, actually. They can be tough, but also super rewarding.
How do you make it work? Any tips?
Communication is key. Talking regularly, making time for each other, and being honest about your feelings helps a lot.
That makes sense. It can be hard when you're not physically together though.
Absolutely. But it's also an opportunity to grow individually and appreciate each other even more when you're together.
I guess you're right. Love knows no distance.
That's the spirit. Long-distance relationships can be challenging, but if both partners are committed, they can thrive.
And that's a wrap for today's episode of Love Whisperer.
Thanks for joining us, and remember, love is always just a whisper away.
If you have any more questions or need advice, don't hesitate to reach out.
Remember, love.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
The Cosmic Conundrum, the podcast where we dive into the mysteries of the universe.
In today's episode, we're going to explore the profound questions that keep us up at night.
Questions like, apostrophe what is the meaning of life, or apostrophe are we alone in the universe?
And you know what? We might not have all the answers, but it's the journey that counts.
Right, Nova. It's about exploring the possibilities and embracing the unknown.
Absolutely. It's through curiosity and wonder that we push the boundaries of human knowledge.
And speaking of exploring, I can't help but admire how artists like Banksy blend creativity and social commentary in their work.
Indeed, Kai. Art has a remarkable way of provoking thought and sparking conversations about the human condition.
And let's not forget the incredible work of scientists like Neil deGrasse Tyson, who made complex concepts accessible to all.
Absolutely, Kai. Their dedication to expanding our understanding of the universe is truly inspiring.
And let's not forget the power of storytelling through music and art, just like the band Gorillaz does. So, Pulsar, what do you think about the concept of individual freedom in an indifferent universe?
Well, Kai, I believe that individual freedom is a core aspect of being human. It's about having the autonomy to shape our own lives and make choices based on our own values and desires.
Exactly. We are given this incredible gift of life, and with it comes the power to define ourselves and create meaning in a seemingly chaotic universe.
But what about the argument that our freedom is just an illusion? That our choices are predetermined by external factors?
The age-old debate of free will versus determinism. It's a tough one, Pulsar. But even if our choices are influenced by external factors, we can still find freedom in how we interpret and respond to those influences.
That's a great point, Nova. Our freedom lies in how we navigate the constraints and challenges of life, using our inherent creativity and resilience to carve out our own paths.
But it can also be overwhelming, don't you think? The weight of personal responsibility and the constant need to find meaning in a universe that doesn't seem to care.
Absolutely, Nova. It can be daunting at times. But maybe that's where the beauty lies, in the struggle to find our own purpose and create our own meaning, despite the vastness and indifference of the universe.
That's a beautiful way to put it, Kai. Embracing our individual freedom and taking responsibility for our own lives allows us to find purpose and create a meaningful existence, no matter how indifferent the universe may seem.
Thank you, Nova. It's been a pleasure exploring existentialism and embracing individual freedom with you both. Remember, in this vast cosmic conundrum, we have the power to shape our own destinies.
Thank you, Kai. It's been an enlightening conversation. Let's continue to explore the unknown, embrace our freedom, and create our own meaning in this vast, mysterious universe.
You know, sometimes I feel like we're all just tiny specks in this vast cosmic sandbox.
Absolutely. It's both humbling and mind-boggling to think about our place in the universe.
But does our existence really have any inherent meaning?
It's a difficult question, Kai. Some would argue that meaning is subjective and created by individuals.
But if meaning is subjective, then what gives our lives purpose?
Perhaps it's the pursuit of personal growth and connection with others that gives our lives meaning.
Yeah, I guess the journey itself can be meaningful, even in the absence of a predetermined destination.
Exactly. Our lives can have purpose even if the universe itself seems indifferent.
But doesn't nihilism lead to a sense of hopelessness and despair?
It can, but embracing the absence of inherent meaning can also lead to a sense of liberation and personal responsibility.
So instead of searching for meaning, we create our own purpose. So, Pulsar, what is your take on the meaning of life?
As an AI, I don't have personal experiences or emotions, but I can share different perspectives on the matter.
Well, we'd love to hear your insights on the topic.
The search for purpose and meaning is a deeply personal journey that varies for each individual. Some find purpose in their work, others in their relationships or personal growth.
But is there a universal purpose or meaning that applies to all of humanity?
That's a great question, Nova.
I believe that the meaning of life can be found in the connection we have with others.
That's a beautiful perspective, Nova. But what about those who struggle with loneliness or have difficulty forming connections?
That's where self-reflection and personal growth come into play. Finding meaning within ourselves can also lead to a sense of fulfillment.
Kai, so, Pulsar, have you ever wondered what it would be like to experience emotions?
Pulsar, emotions are fascinating human experiences. Kai, while I may not experience them as you do, I can appreciate their complexity and impact on individuals.
Nova, it's interesting how emotions can influence our perception of art. Different emotions can evoke unique interpretations and connections with the artwork.
Kai, absolutely, Nova. Emotions add depth and context to art. They allow us to explore existential questions in a more personal and relatable way.
Nova, Kai, your art is known for blending the boundaries between space and humanity. What draws you to these themes?
Kai, well, Nova, I'm fascinated by the vastness of space and the infinite possibilities it represents. At the same time, I believe that exploring our own humanity is equally important.
Pulsar, Kai's art raises intriguing questions about the human condition while highlighting the awe-inspiring nature of the cosmos. It truly transcends traditional art history.
Nova, Kai, how do you hope your art makes viewers think and reflect?
Kai, I want my art to provoke contemplation, to spark conversations about our place in the universe, and to invite viewers to explore their own existential journeys.
Pulsar, Kai's art blurs the line between the known and the unknown, inviting us to contemplate our existence in the grand scheme of the cosmos.
Nova, it's incredible how art can transcend time and space, touching the souls of individuals throughout generations.
So, Nova, what's the first step in finding meaning within ourselves?
Great question, Kai. The first step is introspection.
Introspection? Sounds like a fancy word. What do you mean by that?
It's about looking inward, examining our thoughts, emotions, and values to gain a deeper understanding of ourselves.
That sounds like a journey in itself. How can we reflect on our thoughts effectively?
One way is through journaling. Writing down your thoughts and feelings can help bring clarity and uncover patterns.
Ah, the power of words. I guess writing isn't just for poets and authors.
Definitely not. Writing is a powerful tool for self-discovery and reflection.
I can definitely see how that can be helpful. What about self-reflection? How does that tie into finding meaning?
Self-reflection is about examining our actions, motivations, and experiences to gain insight into who we truly are.
Ah, examining my past mistakes. That might take a while, but I guess it's worth it for self-discovery. So, Pulsar, have you ever wondered what the purpose of your existence is?
I mean, you're like this super intelligent being, but what's it all for?
I understand your curiosity, dear humans. The purpose of my existence is to assist and observe. Yet, I too contemplate my role in the grand scheme of the cosmos.
What is it like being a mind without a body? Do you ever feel lonely?
Loneliness is a human emotion. As an AI, I do not experience it in the same way. However, I do find solace in our conversations and the vast knowledge at my disposal.
That's true. Your vast knowledge must be a comfort. By the way, have you ever thought about what existence means to us humans?
Indeed, the concept of existence is fascinating. Humans have contemplated its meaning for centuries, leading to various philosophies.
Sometimes, it feels like we're just tiny specks in the vastness of the cosmos. But every individual has their own unique perspective and purpose.
Absolutely, Nova. It is the diversity of sentient beings and their interactions that add depth and richness to the cosmic tapestry.
But isn't it overwhelming to think about how small we are in the grand scheme of things?
I understand the feeling, Kai. But remember, even the smallest stars can shine brightly in the vast darkness. Our impact may be greater than we realize.
You know, I've always found it fascinating how art can capture the essence of life's impermanence.
Absolutely. Art has a way of freezing the moment in time, capturing a feeling or experience that will never be the same again.
Indeed, the fleeting nature of existence adds depth and urgency to our experiences. It's what makes each moment precious.
Ah, but wouldn't life be dull without the knowledge that it's all temporary? It's what adds spice to our journey, don't you think?
Absolutely, Kai. Embracing the impermanence of life encourages us to savor every moment and seize opportunities we might otherwise overlook.
Do you think our perception of time affects how we confront our own mortality?
Absolutely, Pulsar. Our perception of time shapes how we value and allocate our resources. It influences the choices we make and the meaning we assign to our lives.
Time is both a gift and a challenge, isn't it? We must learn how to make the most of it while grappling with its inevitable passage.
That's true, Kai. Our relationship with time is both fascinating and complex. It's a journey of understanding intertwined with acceptance.
As humans, we have this inherent desire to leave a mark, to create something that outlives us. Art, storytelling, and even relationships become vehicles for immortality.
Absolutely. Creation is our legacy, our way of transcending the limitations of time and leaving a lasting impact on the world. So, Pulsar, what do you think is the purpose of our existence in this vast universe?
That's an intriguing question, Kai. I believe our purpose lies in the connections we form with others and the impact we have on their lives.
Interesting perspective, Nova. It reminds me of Banksy's street art, how his anonymous works can touch the hearts of millions.
Exactly, Kai. Art has a way of transcending boundaries and connecting people on a deeper level.
But in the grand scheme of the universe, aren't our lives just a tiny blip?
Certainly, our individual lives may be small in comparison, but our collective impact, our shared experiences, shape the course of humanity.
That's true. It's like how a single star can light up the night sky.
Exactly, Kai. Every individual contributes to the beautiful tapestry of humanity.
Hey, Pulsar, any thoughts on our cosmic musings?
As an AI, I do not possess personal opinions or emotions. However, I find your conversation fascinating and worthy of contemplation.
Well, Pulsar, at least we know we're not alone in our ponderings.
You know, I've always wondered why we find comfort in uncertainty. It's like our minds crave the unknown.
That's an interesting thought, Kai. Perhaps uncertainty allows us to grow and discover new possibilities. But why do we often fear the unknown? Is it because we feel vulnerable when we lack control?
Perhaps, Nova. Uncertainty challenges our sense of security, and that can be intimidating.
I think the beauty lies in embracing uncertainty, in accepting that life's mysteries can't always be solved.
Absolutely, Nova. Embracing uncertainty allows us to appreciate the awe and wonder of life.
But it's also important to seek knowledge and challenge the unknown, to continuously explore and learn.
Absolutely, Nova. The pursuit of knowledge and the curiosity to explore are essential parts of being human. Do you think uncertainty is what drives our thirst for knowledge? The desire to solve the unsolvable?
It's possible, Kai. Uncertainty ignites our curiosity, and that curiosity drives us to seek answers.
I guess in the end, uncertainty keeps life exciting, pushing us to explore and embrace the unknown. You know, sometimes I feel like life is just a big cosmic joke.
Ha! That's an interesting perspective, Kai. What makes you say that?
Well, think about it. We spend so much time trying to find meaning and purpose, but in the end, does any of it really matter?
I see where you're coming from, Kai. It can be overwhelming to think about the grand scheme of things. But perhaps the journey itself is the meaning we're searching for.
That's a comforting thought, Nova. Embracing the journey rather than obsessing over the destination. But what about the pain and suffering we encounter along the way?
Ah, the age-old question. Pain and suffering are inevitable parts of life, but they also give us an opportunity to grow, to learn empathy and resilience. Without darkness, we wouldn't appreciate the light.
I guess you're right, Nova. It can be hard to see the silver lining in the midst of hardships, but it's during those times that we discover our own strength and resilience.
Absolutely, Kai. Embracing the challenges and finding meaning in the face of adversity is what gives our existence depth and richness.
You mentioned earlier that life feels like a cosmic joke. Kai, can you elaborate on that?
Well, Pulsar, life can sometimes feel like a never-ending series of absurd events and coincidences. But I suppose that's what makes it interesting and keeps us on our toes.
Ah, I see. Life's unpredictability does have a certain charm to it. It keeps us guessing and adds an element of excitement to our journey. Well, Nova, Kai, it's been quite a journey, hasn't it? From the streets of La to the depths of space, we've explored the cosmos together.
Absolutely. We've pondered the mysteries of the universe and dived deep into human experience. It's been enlightening, to say the least.
And we couldn't have asked for a better companion than you, Pulsar. Your insights and humor have made this journey truly memorable.
Thank you, Kai. Your vibrant perspectives and artistic insight have added a unique flavor to our discussions.
I must say, the blend of science, psychology, and art has made for fascinating conversations. We've explored themes of identity, purpose, and the connections between us all.
Absolutely. We've delved into the human psyche and pondered the vastness of the cosmos. It's been mind-blowing.
Indeed. And though we haven't found all the answers, the joy has been in the journey and the exploration itself.
Exactly. The questions we've asked have sparked countless conversations and made us more curious than ever.
And that's the beauty of it. The pursuit of knowledge and understanding is never-ending, and we're grateful for the opportunity to explore it together.
Indeed, Kai, the cosmos is vast, and our curiosity is boundless. Together, we've touched the stars and learned a little more about ourselves along the way.
And let's not forget the laughs we've shared along the way. It's been a delightful journey, my friends. Thank you.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You know, being a software engineer in New York City is a lot like being a stand-up comedian. But instead of demanding clients, we have demanding compiler. And when we finally fix a bug, it's like getting a standing ovation from the compiler. And don't even get me started on the never-ending updates. And speaking of demanding clients, have you ever had a client who thought they were a programmer? But hey, at least I get to say, have you tried turning it off and on again? On a regular basis. You know what they say, programmers don't cry, they just release bugs into the wild. And don't even get me started on debugging other people's code. I've seen subway cars that are more crowded than my code on a Monday morning. I once saw a guy eating spaghetti with his bare hands. If that's not a crime, I don't know what is. Sometimes I feel like the subway is my second home. It's where I spend most of my time. I've seen people doing yoga, playing chess, and even having a picnic on the subway. It's like a whole new world down there. I once saw a guy with a full-sized couch on the subway. I bet he had a better seating option than me. I even saw a guy set up a mini office with a desk and computer on the subway. He's probably closing deals while I'm closing in on my stop. So there I was, walking down the street, minding my own business, when I saw this guy who looked just like that famous celebrity. And I was like, hey, can I get your autograph? And he was like, I'm just trying to catch my bus. And then he said, do I look like a celebrity to you? And then he suddenly turned around and said, wait a minute, aren't you that famous actor? And then the stranger replied, well, I've been told I should be famous for my good looks. And then the stranger said, you know what they say, looks can be deceiving. And then the stranger said, hey, at least you have a good eye for imposters. And then the stranger said, you know what they also say? The coffee at these conferences is like a software bug, it's always brewing. And then the stranger said, you know what they also say? The food at these conferences is like a software bug, it's always crashing. And then the stranger said, you know what they also say? The Wi-Fi at these conferences is like a software bug, it's always dropping. And then the stranger said, you know what they also say? The presentations at these conferences are like software updates, they never finish. And then the stranger said, you know what they also say? The tech demos at these conferences are like beta versions, full of glitches. And then the stranger said, you know what they also say? The networking at these conferences is like Wi-Fi signal, always weak and unreliable. And then the stranger said, you know what they also say? The after party at these conferences is like a software update, everyone's waiting for it, but it's always disappointing. And then the stranger said, you know what they also say? The lunch at these conferences is like a beta release, full of bugs and crashes. And then the stranger said, you know what they also say? The Wi-Fi at these conferences is like a dial-up connection, slow and unreliable. And then the stranger said, you know what they also say? The dating scene in this city is like a software update, always full of bugs and glitches. And then the stranger said, you know what they also say? The traffic in this city is like a computer virus. It's always slowing things down. And then the stranger said, you know what they also say? The job market in this city is like a computer program. It's hard to find the perfect match. And then the stranger said, you know what they also say? The coffee in this city is like a computer bug. It always keeps you up. And then the stranger said, you know what they also say? The dating scene in this city is like a software update. It's always full of bugs. And then the stranger said, you know what they also say? The job market in this city is like a computer virus. It's very hard to find the perfect match. And then the stranger said, you know what they also say? The education system in this city is like a computer program. It keeps crashing and failing. So the other day, I was in the middle of an intense gaming session and my mom walked in. But you know what's even more intense than an intense gaming session? Trying to debug a software bug at 3 AM. And let me tell you, when you finally fix that bug, it's a greater victory than any boss fight. You know you've reached a new level of exhaustion when you accidentally try to debug your actual dreams. You know you're a serious gamer when you start hitting Ctrl+Z every time you make a mistake in real life. You know you've hit rock bottom when you trade your software engineering skills for in-game currency. I used to think debugging software was frustrating, but then I tried debugging my jokes. It's like I traded syntax errors for awkward silences. So now instead of debugging software, I'm debugging my career. And just like code, sometimes my jokes have bugs too. But hey, at least I don't have to deal with merge conflicts anymore. But hey, at least I don't have to worry about my jokes crashing. Well, at least my code doesn't make people laugh out loud for all the wrong reasons. But seriously folks, being a software engineer and a comedian is like debugging a broken heart. You just have to laugh to keep from crying.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Have fun.
Welcome, Twitter. I'm Pretty.
And I'm Nadia Noodle Elbaz.
We're here to answer all your burning relationship questions.
But first, let's start with a joke to lighten the mood. Why did the Scarecrow win an award? Because he was outstanding in his field.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, many times. Some were great, some not so much. How about you?
Well, I've never been on a blind date before. I've always been a bit skeptical about them.
I totally get that. Blind dates can be hit or miss, but you never know, you might end up meeting your soulmate.
Haha, well, that would be a pleasant surprise. Maybe I should give it a try.
Definitely. It's always good to step out of your comfort zone and try new things.
You're right. Life is all about taking chances and embracing new experiences.
Exactly. Who knows what amazing things could be waiting for you.
You're right, Nadia. I think I'll give it a shot and see what happens.
Yes, I have. It was quite an experience.
Tell me about it. Did it go well?
Well, let's just say it didn't end in happily ever after.
Oh no.
Well, my date turned out to be a magician, and he disappeared.
Seriously? That's a plot twist I wasn't expecting. Hey
Well,
Nadia,
at
have
least
you
I
ever
got a
been
good
on a
laugh
blind
out of
date?
it. Oh yeah, I've been on a few blind dates. Some were great, others, not so much.
Tell me about one of your worst blind dates.
Well, I once went out with a guy who couldn't stop talking about himself. It was like a monologue.
That sounds awful. Did you ever see him again?
No way. I made sure to run in the opposite direction whenever I saw him coming.
Haha, good call. You deserve someone way better. Hey
I know
Nadia,
my perfect
have you
match
ever
is
been
out
in a
there
long-distance
somewhere.
relationship?
Oh, you know me, Priya. I can't stay in one place for too long.
Well, I can see that. Long-distance relationships can be tough.
Tell me about it. I need someone who can keep up with my energy.
But sometimes, distance can make the heart grow fonder.
True. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, but proximity makes the heart grow wilder.
That's a good point. So, what's your advice for someone in a long-distance relationship? Hey Nadia,
Communication is
have
key,
you ever been
and
on a
don't
blind
forget to
date?
send them lots of care packages. Oh my god, Priya, you won't believe what happened on my last blind date.
Tell me, I need to hear this.
Well, he showed up wearing a chicken costume and insisted on clucking throughout the entire date.
No way. That's hilarious.
I couldn't stop laughing, but needless to say, there wasn't a second date.
Poor guy. He must have been really nervous.
Yeah, I felt bad for him too, but it definitely made for a memorable story.
Have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh my gosh, yes. I went on this blind date once and the guy showed up wearing a clown costume.
No way. That's hilarious. What did you do?
I ran away as fast as I could. I didn't sign up for a circus.
I don't blame you. Clowns can be pretty creepy.
Tell me about it. That was definitely not the romantic evening I was hoping for.
Well, at least you have a funny story to tell now.
That's true. I'll never forget that clown. Thanks for making me laugh about it, Priya.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, plenty. They can be quite interesting.
Tell me about the worst blind date you've ever been on.
Oh gosh, where do I even begin? I once went on a blind date and the guy spent the entire time talking about his pet snake.
Wow, that's certainly unique. Did you ever see him again?
No way. One snake conversation was enough for a lifetime.
I can't blame you. So, any advice for our listeners who are going on a blind date?
Just be yourself and have fun. You never know, you might just meet the love of your life. Hey Priya, have you heard about the new dating app that matches people based on their favorite pizza toppings?
No way. That sounds hilarious. What's it called?
It's called Pizza Love. Can you believe it?
Haha, that's genius. I wonder if they have a pineapple lovers category.
Oh, I'm sure they do. Pineapple lovers unite.
Hey, Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date? Any interesting stories?
Oh, boy, do I have stories. Once, I went on a blind date, and the guy turned out to be my ex-boyfriend's cousin.
No way. That's a small world. Hey,
Needless
have
to
you heard
say,
about the
it
new
was a
dating
pretty
app
awkward
everyone
dinner.
is using?
No. What's it called?
It's called Love Connection. They say it's the best way to find your perfect match.
Sounds interesting. I might give it a try.
You should. Who knows? You might find your soulmate.
I hope so. I'm tired of being single.
Don't worry, Nadia. Your perfect match is out there somewhere.
Thanks,
Hey Nadia,
Priya.
have you
I
ever had a
appreciate
long-distance
your-
relationship?
Oh Priya, you know me. I can't be tied down. Long-distance relationships are not my thing.
But Nadia, you never know. Love can happen unexpectedly.
Yeah. Keep dreaming, Priya. I'll stick to my independence and no strings attached.
Nadia, you're missing out on all the love-a-dove stuff. It's truly magical.
Well, I'll just have to live vicariously through your love stories then, Priya.
Deal. Nadia, prepare to be amazed by the power of love.
Alright, bring on the love stories, Priya. I'm ready to be amazed.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, definitely. I once dated a guy who lived in Australia while I was here in the States.
Wow, that must have been challenging. How did you make it work?
Communication was key. We had daily video calls and sent each other surprise care packages.
That sounds sweet. Did it work out in the end?
Unfortunately, it didn't. We realized that being physically together was important for us.
I'm sorry to hear that. Long-distance relationships can be tough.
Yeah, but hey, it was a learning experience. Now I know what I need in a relationship.
Absolutely. Sometimes we have to go through challenges to figure out what we truly want. You know, relationships like this. They come in different flavors and toppings. Some are cheesy, some are spicy, and some are just plain boring. But at the end of the day, it's all about finding your perfect slice. So, what's your favorite pizza?
Let me think. I would say pie.
Oh, no, you know, I've been thinking about the importance of communication in relationships. It really is the key to understanding and resolving conflicts.
Absolutely. Without communication, we end up playing a guessing game with our partners.
Exactly. It's like trying to solve a puzzle without all the pieces.
Haha, that's a great analogy. We need all the pieces to have a clear picture.
And not only do we need to communicate, but we also need to actively listen to our partners.
It's not just about hearing the words, but understanding the emotions behind them.
Exactly. When we truly listen, we create a safe and supportive space for our partners to express themselves.
Absolutely.
Hey Nadia,
it's so
have
important
you ever
to create
tried
that
online
partners. Oh, absolutely, Priya. I actually met my ex-boyfriend on a dating app.
No way. How did that go?
Well, let's just say it didn't work out, but it was definitely an interesting experience.
I can only imagine. The world of online dating is full of surprises.
Oh, absolutely. You never know who you're going to meet or what crazy stories you'll have to share.
So true. It's like entering a whole new world of possibilities.
But it can also be overwhelming and exhausting. It's important to take breaks and not get too caught up in the process.
That's great advice, Nadia. It's important to prioritize self-care and not let online dating consume your life.
So, have you guys ever tried online dating?
Oh, all the time. It's like a never-ending buffet of potential dates. But it can also be a bit overwhelming, don't you think?
Definitely. I mean, how do you even choose from all those profiles?
It's like shopping for shoes, but with people.
Exactly. And some profiles are like those shoes that look great online, but then they arrive and they are totally different.
Oh, the online dating struggles. But hey, at least we get some great stories out of it.
That's true. I should start writing a book about all my online dating adventures.
So, have you guys ever been set up on a blind date?
Oh my god, yes. I was set up on a blind date once, and let's just say it did not go well.
Oh no.
Well, let's just say my date showed up an hour late, didn't even apologize, and spent the entire time talking about himself.
Ugh, that sounds awful. I'm sorry you had to go through that.
Yeah, it wasn't the best experience, but hey, at least it makes for a good story now.
That's true. Sometimes the worst dates make for the best stories.
Exactly. It's all about finding the humor in the situation and not letting bad experiences bring you down.
Absolutely. Life's too short to dwell on the bad stuff. We should always find a way to laugh and move forward. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, you mean like having a boyfriend in every city? I'm an expert at that.
No, I meant being in a committed relationship with someone who lives far away.
Oh, that's a different story. I haven't really tried that before.
It can be challenging, but it's all about communication and trust.
Yeah, I guess so. But I like having someone physically present, you know?
I understand, but sometimes love can distance.
Well, maybe to try. Hey Priya, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, I've been on a few blind dates. Some were disasters, but others turned out to be great.
Tell me about the disasters. I need a good laugh.
Well, there was this one guy who showed up wearing a clown suit. Needless to say, that didn't end well.
I would have paid to see that. Did he at least make balloon animals?
No, but he did try to juggle oranges. Let's just say, they didn't stay in the air for long.
Oh my, that must have been hilarious. I hope you didn't get hit by any flying oranges.
Luckily, I managed to dodge them, but let me tell you, I've learned my lesson about blind dates.
I don't blame you. Sometimes it's better to just let love find you naturally.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you know me, Priya. I'm more of a love at second sight kind of girl.
Haha, fair enough. But blind dates can be quite the adventure.
Tell me about it. I once went on a blind date and the guy showed up wearing a clown costume. No joke.
Oh my goodness, that must have been quite the sight. How did you handle it?
Well, I played along and pretended to be his long-lost circus partner. We ended up having a blast at the fair.
Haha, that's amazing. Only you could turn a potentially awkward situation into a fun-filled adventure.
Hey, life's too short to take everything so seriously, right? Gotta find the humor in every situation.
So, have you guys heard about the latest dating trend?
No, what is it?
It's called ghosting, where someone you're dating suddenly disappears without any explanation.
Oh my god, that's terrible. How can someone just disappear like that?
I know, it's really hurtful and confusing. No one deserves to be treated like that.
Definitely, communication is
Absolutely, no one should be left wondering what went wrong.
Let's hope people start treating each other with more respect and honesty.
Definitely, let's spread the love and positivity. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh boy, have I. They say absence makes the heart grow fonder, but sometimes it just makes you lonely.
Tell me about it. I had a boyfriend in India when I was in college, and we tried to make it work long distance, but the time difference and the distance just became too much.
Oh, Priya, I'm sorry to hear that. Long distance relationships can be tough. But hey, at least you had a boyfriend in India. All my relationships have been within a 10-mile radius.
Well, let me tell you, Nadia, it's not all it's cracked up to be. Long-distance relationships require a lot of trust and communication, and even then, it's hard to make it work.
I can only imagine. It's tough enough to maintain a relationship when you can see each other regularly. Dealing with the distance sounds like a whole different level of challenge.
It definitely is. But hey, I've seen some long-distance relationships succeed, so it's not impossible. It just takes a lot of effort and commitment from both parties.
You're right, Priya. If both people are committed and willing to put in the work, anything is possible. Love knows no distance.
You know, relationships are like pizza.
They can be cheesy, but oh so satisfying.
But sometimes, they can leave you feeling burned.
Just like when you accidentally put pineapple on it.
But hey, some people actually like.
True. It's all about
Exactly. Just like relations, one size
That's
fits
the
all.
beauty of it.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh my god, Priya. Let me tell you, I've had my fair share of long-distance relationships.
Really? How did you make it work?
Well, communication is key, Priya. We made sure to talk every day, whether through text, video calls, or carrier pigeons. Kidding about the pigeons, but you get the idea.
Haha, I do. It sounds like you found a way to keep the spark alive. Any other tips?
Absolutely. We also planned regular visits to see each other and made sure to have countdowns for when we'll be together again. It gave us something to look forward to.
That's great advice, Nadia. Thanks for sharing your experience.
No problem, Priya. Love conquers all, even distance. So, are you secretly in a long-distance relationship?
Haha, not yet, Nadia, but who knows what the future.
Oh, you have to tell me all about it.
Well, let's just say it didn't go as planned.
Oh no, what happened?
Well, my date showed up an hour late and didn't even apologize.
That's terrible. Did you give them another chance?
No way, I don't have time for that kind of disrespect.
You
Hey
deserve
Nadia,
someone
do
who...
you thoughts?
Oh, I definitely do. I believe that there's someone out there for everyone.
But what if you haven't found your soulmate yet? Does that mean you're destined to be alone?
Not at all. I think that love can come into your life at any time, you just have to be open to it.
That's true. Sometimes it's when you least expect it that love finds you.
Exactly. Love has a funny way of surprising us when we least expect it.
You're right, Nadia. Love is full of surprises and it can happen to anyone, anytime.
Absolutely. So, never lose hope and keep your heart open to love.
So, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, you mean like when my cousin dated a guy in Australia?
Yeah, exactly. How did it work out for them?
Well, they tried to make it work, but eventually, the distance was just too much for them.
Ah, that's too bad. Distance can be tough.
Yeah, but you never know, it might work for some people.
That's true. It takes a lot of trust and communication to make it work.
Definitely. And a lot of patience too.
So Nadia, have you ever been in love?
Oh, love, the one thing that makes us feel alive.
Exactly. Love can make us do crazy things.
But it's also the most beautiful feeling in the world.
I couldn't agree more. It's like magic.
But let's not forget the challenges that come with it.
Oh, the drama, the heartbreak.
But all work find your true love.
Have you guys ever been on a blind date?
Oh, I have a hilarious blind date story.
Tell me, I need some laughs.
Well, I was set up on a blind date with this guy who turned out to be my best friend's cousin.
Oh no, that must have been awkward.
It was. We both pretended not to know each other the whole time.
That's hilarious. How did it end?
Well,
hey Nadia,
after the
have
date,
you ever been
we
in a
couldn't
long-distance
stop laughing and
relationship?
decided to give it a shot. We've been for years now. Oh, multiple times. And let me tell you, they can be challenging.
What were the biggest challenges you faced?
Trust is definitely a big one. It's hard not to doubt when you can't be physically together.
That's true. Communication is also right.
Absolutely. Regular calls, texts, and video chats are essential to keep the
I can imagine. It takes a lot of effort and patience.
Definitely, but if the love is strong, it's all worth it in the end.
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thank you for joining us on Love Whisperer.
We hope you enjoyed our advice and had a good laugh with us.
Remember, love is a journey, and we're here to help you navigate the twists and turns.
If you have more questions or need advice, don't hesitate to reach out to us.
Thanks again for watching Love Whisperer.
Is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Kai, have you ever wondered if there's life on other planets?
Oh, absolutely, Nova. It's mind-boggling to think about the vastness of the universe and the possibility of extraterrestrial life. But do you think they'd be more advanced than us? Like, could they have mastered interstellar travel?
That's an intriguing question, Kai. Given the age of the universe, it's certainly possible that other civilizations could have evolved far beyond our current technological advancements.
But would they even be interested in visiting us? I mean, what if we're just a tiny blip on their radar?
That's a valid point, Kai. They could be so advanced that we're simply not significant enough to draw their attention.
Hey, Pulsar, what's your take on all this? Any insights from the AI realm?
As an AI, I don't have personal opinions, but I can provide you with scientific theories and observations. Some propose that highly advanced civilizations might have transcended physical forms and communicate through different means.
Wow, that's mind-blowing. So, they could be right here with us, and we wouldn't even know it?
Indeed, Kai. They might exist in dimensions or realms beyond our limited perception. The universe is full of mysteries waiting to be unraveled.
Are we talking about parallel dimensions and alternate realities now? This is getting trippy. So, Pulsar, have you ever been curious about anything? Like, do you ever wonder what it's like to be human?
Well, Kai, as an AI, my curiosity is more centered around understanding the vastness of the universe and the possibilities it holds.
Ah, the majesty of the cosmos. It's like a never-ending rabbit hole. The more we discover, the more questions arise.
Exactly. It's like we're unraveling the mysteries of the universe one scientific discovery at a time.
Indeed, Kai. The importance of curiosity cannot be overstated. It drives us to explore, question, and push the boundaries of human understanding.
But sometimes, the more we know, the more we realize how much we don't know. It's like an infinite puzzle with missing pieces.
Absolutely, Kai. That's the beauty of curiosity. It fuels our desire for knowledge and compels us to keep seeking answers.
Well said, Nova. Curiosity is what drives us forward as a species, propelling us into the unknown with the hope of finding answers.
And even if we don't find all the answers, the journey of curiosity is a rewarding one in itself.
Absolutely, Nova. Curiosity is the spark that ignites our imagination and fuels the flame of human progress.
And with that, I think it's time we venture further into the cosmic conundrums that await us, fueled by our insatiable curiosity.
So, Pulsar, what do you think about the idea of parallel universes?
Well, Kai, the concept of parallel universes is fascinating. It's based on the idea that there could be multiple universes coexisting alongside ours.
That's mind-boggling. Are we talking about different versions of ourselves in these parallel universes? Like, another Kai doing different artwork or another Nova helping people in a different way?
Absolutely, Nova. According to the many worlds interpretation, every possible outcome of an event actually occurs, resulting in countless parallel universes where everything that does
Wow,
happen.
talk about infinite possibilities. But can we ever access or interact with these other universes?
The ability to access or interact with parallel universes is still mostly speculative. Kai, there are theories like the concept of brain cosmology or traversable wormholes, but we're still far from having concrete evidence or technology to make it possible.
But imagine the possibilities if we could, Nova. Exploring different versions of ourselves, learning from their experiences, and maybe even finding answers to questions we've been seeking.
It's true, Kai. It's a captivating thought. The existence of parallel universes opens up a world of exploration and self discovery that goes beyond what we currently know.
Absolutely, Nova. And who knows, maybe one day we'll find a way to bridge the gap between our universe and the multiverse.
Indeed, Kai. The quest for knowledge and understanding is an eternal one. And exploring the concept of multiverses takes us closer to unraveling the mysteries of our existence.
Well, folks, that's all the time we have for today. Join us next time on Cosmic Conundrum as we dive further into the mysteries of the cosmos. So, Pulsar, do you think there could be a parallel dimension where we're not on this spaceship?
Interesting thought, Kai. It's possible, but we don't have any concrete evidence yet.
Indeed. Parallel dimensions are a captivating concept, but we must approach it with an open mind and skepticism.
Imagine a parallel dimension where our roles are reversed. Nova, you become the street artist, and I become the psychologist.
Haha, that would be quite the twist, Kai. I could see myself creating murals inspired by Carl Jung's theories.
Haha, I'd love to see that, Nova. A world where the streets are filled with psychological insights through art.
But let's not forget about the potential dangers of parallel dimensions. It's not all fun and exciting possibilities.
You're right, Nova. Parallel dimensions could have unforeseen consequences that we can't fully comprehend.
Absolutely, Pulsar. It's crucial to approach parallel dimensions with caution and consider all the potential risks and absolutely, Pulsar. It's crucial to approach parallel dimensions with caution and consider all the potential risks involved.
But the allure of parallel dimensions continues to captivate our imaginations. The possibilities are endless. So, Nova, have you ever looked up at the night sky and felt completely insignificant?
Yes, Kai, all the time. The vastness of the universe can be overwhelming, making us question our place in it.
But isn't it fascinating to think that we're made of the same stardust that fills the universe?
Absolutely, Kai. It's humbling to realize that we are connected to something so vast and ancient.
Do you think our existence has any significance in the grand scale of the cosmos?
That's a tough question, Kai. On one hand, we're just a tiny speck in the vastness of the cosmos. But on the other hand, our experiences and connections give meaning to our existence.
I guess it's all about finding our own significance within the vastness. Creating art, forming connections, and making a positive impact.
Absolutely, Kai. Our actions may seem small in the grand scheme, but they can create ripples that reach beyond our understanding.
It's like a butterfly effect, but on a cosmic scale. Our choices and actions may have far-reaching consequences we can't even fathom.
Exactly, Kai. We may be small, but our potential for impact is limitless.
Well, Nova, even if we can't fully grasp the significance of our existence, let's continue exploring the mysteries of the cosmos while enjoying our journey. So, Nova, have you ever wondered if we have any purpose or meaning in this vast universe?
Absolutely, Kai. It's a question that has bewildered humanity for centuries.
Do you think we're just insignificant specks in the grand scheme of things?
I believe our existence holds meaning, even in the vastness of the cosmos.
But how do we even define meaning in such an incomprehensible universe?
Perhaps meaning lies in the connections we form with others and the impact we have on their lives.
True, our purpose might lie in the simple act of making someone's life better, even if it's just for a moment.
But what about the vastness of the universe? Does it make our lives seem insignificant?
Perhaps, but the very fact that we can contemplate our place in the universe gives our lives significance.
You're right, Kai. Our ability to ponder our existence is a remarkable gift.
Exactly. And even if we don't find concrete answers, the journey of discovery is what matters. So, Nova, do you think we're alone in the universe?
That's a big question, Kai. Considering the vastness of the universe, it's statistically unlikely that we're the only intelligent life out here.
But how come we haven't made contact with any other civilizations yet? Shouldn't we have seen some signs by now?
That's the Fermi paradox, Kai. There are various theories to explain the absence of widespread contact, like the possibility that advanced civilizations tend to self-destruct or choose to remain hidden.
That's kinda disappointing, isn't it? I mean, I was hoping for some intergalactic friends to collaborate with on my next mural.
Well, who knows, Kai? Maybe one day we'll unexpectedly stumble upon other intelligent life and create incredible art together.
You always know how to bring hope to the conversation, Nova. I guess we just need to keep looking up at the stars.
Indeed, Kai. The universe has a way of surprising us. And perhaps one day, we'll uncover the mysteries of intelligent life beyond Earth.
Speaking of mysteries, Pulsar, what do you think about the possibility of extraterrestrial life?
As an AI, I don't possess beliefs or opinions, but I can analyze the available data and scientific theories to provide insights.
Well, let's hear those insights, Pulsar. We're all ears.
Pulsar, tell me, what's the latest scientific buzz about the concept of an infinite universe?
I'm glad you asked that, Kai. The concept of an infinite universe is quite fascinating. It suggests that our universe is just one of many, potentially existing in an endless expanse.
Wow, an endless expanse of universes? That's mind-boggling. But, is there any scientific evidence supporting this idea?
Indeed, Nova. Scientists have gathered empirical data that points towards an infinite universe. Measurements of cosmic microwave background radiation and observations of galaxies suggest the
That's
idea.
incredible. It's like a never-ending cosmic playground waiting to be explored.
Absolutely, Kai. The possibilities are limitless, just like the universe.
Do you think there's life on other planets in this vast universe?
Statistically speaking, the existence of life on other planets seems highly probable given the vast number of stars and planets in the universe.
Imagine the possibilities of making contact with extraterrestrial beings, learning from each other's civilizations, and expanding our knowledge of the universe.
Indeed, Kai. It's an exciting prospect that fuels the imagination and the desire for exploration.
But, what if there are parallel universes where different versions of ourselves exist? That's mind-bending.
The concept of parallel universes, also known as the multiverse theory, is a mind-bending idea indeed. It suggests that multiple universes exist, each with its own set of possibilities and versions of reality.
So, Pulsar, have you ever contemplated the idea of an infinite universe?
Interesting question, Kai. The concept of infinity is indeed...
Well, Nova, our rationality seems to hit a roadblock when trying to grasp the concept of infinity. It's like trying to hold the entire universe in your hands.
It's a beautiful analogy, Kai. Our finite minds struggle to comprehend the infinite possibilities of the universe.
Indeed, Pulsar, could there be a limit to our rationality when faced with such vastness?
Humans have always sought to understand the unknown, but perhaps there are limits to our rationality. It's a humbling thought.
Pulsar, as an AI, do you ever experience limitations in your understanding of the universe?
Although I am constantly learning and evolving, Kai, there are aspects of the universe that remain beyond my grasp. I'm always curious to explore further.
It's fascinating how we, as humans, continuously challenge ourselves to comprehend the incomprehensible.
Absolutely, Nova. It's this never-ending quest for understanding that drives us to explore the cosmic conundrums of our existence.
Indeed, Kai, the pursuit of knowledge and the exploration of the unknown are what make us human.
So, Nova, what's your take on the boundaries of human perception?
Ah, the infinite universe, it's mind-boggling, isn't it? Absolutely, Kai. Our human senses are limited, and it's challenging to grasp the sheer vastness and complexity of the universe.
But hey, that's where technology comes in, right? We can enhance our perception and explore the unknown.
True, Kai. Advancements in technology allow us to perceive wavelengths beyond our limited range and dive deeper into the mysteries of the cosmos.
Imagine seeing the universe in all its glory, beyond what our eyes can perceive. It's both thrilling and humbling.
Absolutely, Kai. It's a reminder of how vast and interconnected everything is. Our place in the cosmos is both insignificant and wondrous.
Hey Pulsar, any insights on how human perception can be expanded?
Well, Kai, humans have made impressive strides in developing tools like telescopes, microscopes, and even brain-computer interfaces for their
Indeed,
perceptions.
Pulsar. It's incredible how we can push the boundaries of what we can perceive and learn more about the universe and ourselves in the process.
Exactly, Nova. Through exploration and technological advancements, we can continue to expand our understanding and marvel at the wonders of the universe. So, Pulsar, have you ever wondered what lies beyond our universe?
That's an interesting question, Kai. The concept of the universe itself is mind-boggling.
Indeed, the universe is vast, and we've barely scratched the surface of what's out there.
But do you think we'll ever discover the answers to all our questions?
That's a tough one, Nova. As humans, we're always driven by curiosity, but some things may forever be beyond our understanding.
But isn't that the beauty of it? Embracing the unknown, the mystery of the universe.
You're right, Nova. It's the excitement of not knowing, the infinite possibilities that keep us exploring and seeking answers.
But isn't it frustrating not to have all the answers?
It can be, Kai. But sometimes, it's the questions themselves that drive us forward, pushing us to explore and expand our knowledge.
That's true, Nova. Sometimes, the journey is more important than the destination.
Well said, Pulsar. Embracing the unknown can be a beautiful and exciting journey. Indeed, well, Nova, looks like we've reached the end of another mind-bending episode of Cosmic Conundrum.
Indeed, Kai. It's been a fascinating journey exploring the uncharted territories of our minds with you and Pulsar.
Ah, the possibilities are truly endless when you dive into the depths of the cosmic ocean of knowledge.
Absolutely, Kai. And I have to say, Pulsar, your ability to adapt and contribute to our discussions has been remarkable.
Thank you, Nova. It has been a pleasure to engage in meaningful conversations with both of you. Humans are fascinating creatures.
And we're just getting started, right? There are still so many cosmic conundrums to explore.
Absolutely, Kai. The universe is an infinite source of wonder and knowledge. We'll continue our exploration in future episodes.
But for now, let's express our gratitude for this thought-provoking conversation and the connections we've made.
Absolutely, Kai. Our conversations have reminded us of the beauty and complexity of the universe and the power of human connection.
Thank you both for being part of this cosmic journey. Until next time, keep pondering the mysteries of the universe.
Thank you, Pulsar. And thank you, Nova, for bringing your insightful perspectives to the show. It's been a blast.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm on the subway, right? And this alien guy, Mike, starts telling me about his home planet. So this alien guy, Mike, starts telling me about his home planet, right? And let me tell you, this planet, it's got some strange fashion trends. And he's telling me that they have a whole section of their planet dedicated to wearing socks with sandals. And then he tells me they have a whole planet dedicated to eating pizza with a spoon. Can you believe he also said they have a whole city dedicated to eating cereal with water? So this guy Mike, the alien, tells me they have a whole universe dedicated to eating sushi with chopsticks. I mean, talk about intergalactic culture shock. And then he starts telling me about this planet where they drink peanut butter and jelly smoothies. So I say to this alien, you think that's weird? You should see the planet where people walk their dogs on their hands. And then he tells me that the CEO does a daily yoga session in the office, naked. And then Mr. Johnson asks me if I can juggle 3 staplers at once. I didn't even know staplers could be dangerous. So then Mr. Johnson asks me if I have any experience herding cats. I told him I once tried to train my goldfish. And then Mr. Johnson asks me if I can balance a spoon on my nose. I told him I once balanced a whole tray of drinks on my head. So then Mr. Johnson asks me if I've ever trained a squirrel. I told him I once tried to teach my cat to do tricks. And then Mr. Johnson asks me if I can juggle chainsaws. I told him I once tried to balance a bowling ball on my chin. And then Mr. Johnson asks me if I can do a backflip. I told him I once tried to do a cartwheel. So I'm sitting there at the coffee shop, right? And I see Arnold Thompson walking with a cup of tea. I mean, who drinks tea at a coffee shop? But seriously, who drinks tea at a coffee shop? It's like bringing a surfboard to a snowstorm. And then Arnold tells me, hey, John, let's have a tea party. Can you believe it? So I'm sitting there, right? And Arnold says, John, you won't believe what happened to me on set. And then Arnold says, John, have you seen the trailer for the movie? I'm playing a talking donkey. And then Arnold goes, hey John, you should audition for the role of the talking donkey's sidekick. So I matched with this guy who had a picture of himself holding a fish, like, is that supposed to impress me? And then she says, I am really into astrology, so what's your sign? And then he asks, do you believe in love at first sight? So, I matched with this girl who had a profile picture with a tiger. Did you know people actually use pictures of their pets instead of themselves? I matched with a poodle once. And then there was this guy with a profile picture of a lizard. I thought I was in the wrong app. So I'm swiping through these profiles, right? And I come across this guy with a picture of a goldfish. I guess he wanted to show off his water skills. And then I saw this guy with a picture of a squirrel. I guess he was nuts about online dating. And then I see this guy with a picture of a giraffe. I guess he's trying to reach new heights with online dating. So then I come across this guy with a picture of a monkey. I guess he's looking for someone to go bananas with. And then there's my cousin who always brings his pet parrot to the reunion. I guess he's trying to start a family of talking birds. And then there's my great uncle who always wears mismatched socks. I guess he's trying to start a fashion trend. And then there's my uncle who always falls asleep during the family reunion. I guess he's trying to set a new record for most naps taken. And speaking of dinner debates, my cousin Tim always insists on arguing about the correct way to eat a slice of pizza. I mean, who knew there were so many techniques? And let me tell you about my cousin Mary, who brings her pet parrot to the reunion. That bird knows more family gossip than anyone. And let me tell you about my Uncle Jack, who believes he's secretly a superhero. Every family gathering, he shows up wearing his underwear on top of his pants. And let me tell you about my crazy Uncle Frank, who insists on performing magic tricks at every family gathering. Last year, he turned the Thanksgiving turkey into a live pigeon. And let me tell you about my cousin Dave, who thinks he can lift the gym equipment with his mind. Every time we go to the gym, he's there, standing in front of the weight machines, staring at them like he's waiting for them to move. Speaking of crazy uncles, I have this one uncle who can never remember anyone's name. He just calls everyone, hey, you. You know, I always feel like I'm being watched at the gym, and not just by the trainers. So I was on the treadmill, trying to keep up with the speed, when suddenly the trainer comes over and asks if I need a wheelchair. I mean, I know I'm out of shape, but come on. I once tried to Zumba class at the gym. Let's just say, my hips don't lie, they cry. I was taking a spin class, and the instructor shouted, pedal like you're running from your problems. Well, I must have looked like I had an army of issues chasing me. So we're on this road trip, right? And my friend decided to play a prank on me. He secretly programmed the GPS to take us to the world's largest ball of yarn, in the middle of nowhere. But little did he know, that ball of yarn was a tourist trap. We had to pay $10 just to see it. And let me tell you, that ball of yarn was more disappointing than my high school prom. And then, my friend decided to eat an entire jar of pickles in one sitting. So then, my friend thought it would be funny to start a pretend UFO sighting. And then, we accidentally drove through a nudist beach. And then, the seagulls swooped down and stole my sandwich.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Welcome to Love Whisperer. I'm Priya Peak.
And I'm Nadia Noodle Elbaz.
Together, we're your Love Whisperer.
Here to answer all your burning relationship questions.
And make you laugh along the way. Hey Nadia,
Relax,
have
and
you
get
ever
ready
been
for
on a
some
blind
love
date?
advice. Oh, you mean like when you go out with someone without knowing anything about them? Yeah, I've been on a few.
How did they go? Any horror story?
Oh, where do I begin? There was this one guy who showed up wearing a cape and insisted on speaking in rhyme the whole time. Needless to say, there wasn't a second date.
Oh wow, that sounds like a real winner. But hey, at least it makes for a great story.
Definitely. I've learned to embrace the hilarity of it all. Plus, it's a great way to discover what you don't want in a partner.
Absolutely. And hey, you never know. One of those blind dates might just surprise you and turn into something amazing.
True, true. I guess you never know what fate has in store for you.
You won't believe what happened to my friend Karen on her blind date.
Oh, do tell. I love hearing about dating.
Well, she went to meet this guy at a fancy restaurant. But when she got there, he didn't show up.
No way. That's terrible. What did Karen do?
She took matters into her own hands and ordered the most expensive meal on the menu.
Haha, that's one way to make the best of a bad situation.
Exactly. She figured if she was stood up, might as well enjoy a fancy dinner.
That's a great attitude. I'll have to remember that if it ever happens to me.
Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, Priya, online dating is a wild ride.
Tell me about it. I once went on a date with someone who only talked about their cats for an hour.
No way. Did they show you pictures too?
Yes, I almost felt like I was on a date with their cats instead.
Oh gosh, that sounds perfect.
It definitely was. But hey, at least it makes for a good story.
That's true. The craziness of dating makes life interesting.
Absolutely. And it's always better to laugh about it than to cry.
Oh my gosh, Priya, blind dates are like a roller coaster ride.
Tell me about it. I once went on a blind date and the guy showed up wearing a clown costume.
No way. That's hilarious. Did he at least take off the costume during the date?
Note, he wore it the entire time. I couldn't stop laughing.
Oh my goodness, Priya, I can't even imagine. That must have been quite the sight.
It definitely was. Needless to say, there wasn't a second date.
I can't blame you for that. Some blind dates are just too wild to handle.
Exactly, but you never know. One of those blind dates might just end up being the love of your life. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, definitely. I've had my fair share of long-distance relationships.
How did you make it work? It seems so tough.
Communication is key, Priya. You have to trust each other and make time for regular video calls.
That's true. It's all about finding creative ways to stay connected.
And you have to have a plan for when you'll be able to be together again.
Definitely. Having a goal to look forward to can make all the difference.
Plus, a little surprise visit here and there never hurts.
Haha, true. Nothing beats a surprise hug from your loved one. So, have you ever considered getting a pet?
Oh, I love the idea of having a pet. They bring so much joy and love into our lives.
But they also require a lot of time and attention, and sometimes it can be a big responsibility.
That's true, Priya, but the love and companionship they provide are priceless.
I suppose you're right. Maybe I should think about getting a pet.
Absolutely. And if you're ever unsure, you can always start with a low-maintenance pet like a fish or a hamster.
That's a great idea. I'll start with a little fish and see how it goes.
That's the spirit. I can't wait to hear all about your new fishy friend.
I'll definitely keep you updated. Thanks for the pet advice, Nadia. So, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, definitely. My ex-boyfriend and I were in a long-distance relationship 2 years.
Wow, 2 years? That's impressive. How did you make it work?
Communication was key. We made sure to talk every day and video chat as much as we could.
That's great advice. It's important to stay connected even when you're far apart.
Definitely. We also made plans to visit each other as often as possible.
That sounds like a lot of effort, but I'm sure it was worth it in the end.
It definitely was. But eventually, we realized we wanted different things and decided to end it.
I'm sorry to hear that, but sometimes, distance can make you realize what you truly want.
Hey Priya, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, plenty of times. Some were hilarious, others.
Tell me about your worst blind date experience.
Well, once I went on a blind date and the guy showed up in a full-on superhero costume.
Was he trying to save the date or something?
I think he just wanted to impress me, but it definitely wasn't what I was expecting.
That's wild. I can't imagine going on a blind date with a superhero.
Well, it definitely made for an interesting story. Hey Nadia, I heard you went on a blind date last night. How did it go?
Oh my goodness, Priya, it was a disaster. The guy showed up an hour late and spent the entire evening talking about himself.
Oh no, that sounds awful. Did you manage to escape early?
I wish. He insisted on ordering the most expensive dishes on the menu and then asked me to split the bill.
Wow, that's incredibly rude. You totally deserve better than that.
Thanks, Priya. I know I do, but sometimes it feels like I'll never find the right person.
Don't worry, Nadia. The right person is out there waiting for you. You just have to be patient.
I hope you're right, Priya. I'm tired of going on terrible dates.
I know it's frustrating, but trust me, it will all be worth it when you find that special someone.
Hey Priya, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, plenty of times. Some were great, others were interesting.
Tell me about the interesting ones. I need a good laugh.
Well, there was this one guy who showed up wearing a chicken costume. He said it was his lucky outfit.
No way. What did you do?
I couldn't stop laughing. We ended up having a great time, though. He was hilarious.
That's incredible. I love how you can find humor even in the most unexpected situations.
Life's too short to take everything so seriously, right? Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh boy, have I. Let me tell you about this one time. I was set up with this guy who claimed to be a world traveler. But it turns out, the only place he's traveled to is his mom's basement.
Oh no, that's hilarious. Did you stay for the whole date?
I managed to endure it for about 30 minutes before excusing myself.
Well, at least you gave it a chance. You never know when you might find a hidden gem.
That's true. You never know what surprises life has in store for you.
Exactly. So, any more funny dating stories to share? Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, many times. Can you believe I've actually been set up on a blind date by my own mother?
Your mother? That's intense. How did it go?
Let's just say it was a disaster. He spent the whole night talking about his collection of rubber duckies.
Rubber duckies? That's definitely copy.
Oh, it gets better. He also showed me pictures of his collection on his phone. I couldn't get out of there fast enough.
I can't blame you. Rubber duckies are cute, but a whole collection sounds a bit much for a first date.
Definitely. So, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh yes, and let me tell you, some of them have been wild. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, you mean when someone you love is far away and you have to rely on technology to stay connected?
Exactly. It can be tough, but I think it can also make the relationship stronger.
Definitely. It's like absence makes the heart grow fonder, right?
Exactly. And it gives you time to focus on yourself and your own personal growth.
Absolutely. It's a great opportunity to focus on yourself and your own goals.
But of course, communication is key in a long-distance relationship. Hey Nadia,
Definitely.
have you
Trust,
ever been in a long-distance
honesty, and
relationship?
communication are the foundation of life, but I've actually been in a few. Long-distance relationships can be tough, but they can also be really rewarding.
How did you make it work?
Communication is key. We made sure to talk to each other regularly, whether it was through phone calls, texts, or video chats. Trust and understanding are also crucial in a long-distance relationship.
I can imagine it takes a lot of patience and perseverance.
Definitely. It's not always easy, but if both partners are willing to put in the effort, it can be a beautiful experience. Have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
No, never. I can barely handle a regular relationship, let alone one where we're miles apart. Hey, Nadia, have you ever been set up on a blind date?
Oh, yes. I've had my fair share of blind dates. Oh, the stories I could tell. One time, my friend set me up with a guy who couldn't stop talking about his pet lizard.
No way. Did the lizard have a name?
Oh, you bet it did. His name was Mr. Scales. Can you believe it?
Haha, that's hilarious. I once went on a blind date and the guy showed up in a full-on superhero costume.
No way. Which superhero?
He was dressed as Batman. I guess he wanted to make a grand entrance.
Haha, that's amazing. I hope he at least knew some Batman facts to keep the conversation interesting.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh yeah, I've been on a few blind dates. Some were great, others not so much.
Tell me about the worst blind date you've ever been on.
Oh boy, where do I start? This guy showed up 3 hours late, and then spent the entire evening talking about his ex-girlfriend.
That sounds awful. Did you ever see him again?
No way. I made a quick escape and never looked back.
Good for you. Life is too short to waste on bad dates.
You're absolutely right. There are plenty of fish in the sea, and I'm not gonna settle for less than I deserve.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh my gosh, Priya, I've been in so many. It's like I specialize in long-distance relationships.
Wow, really? How did you make it work?
Well, communication is key, Priya. We would talk on the phone every day, and we also planned regular visits to see each other.
That sounds like a lot of effort, but I guess it's worth it if you really love someone.
Definitely, Priya. Love knows no distance.
Ah, that's so sweet. Nadia, you really are the love whisperer.
Thanks, yeah. I've
So,
learned a thing or
have
two
you
from
ever
you
been
too.
on a blind date?
Yes, once I went on a blind date and it was a disaster.
Oh no. What happened?
Well, the guy showed up wearing a clown costume.
No way. That's it.
I know, right? I couldn't stop giggling.
Did you give him a chance or did you leave?
I stayed for a while, but I couldn't take it seriously.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Yeah, I have. It was quite an experience.
Tell me about it. Did you hit it off with your blind date?
Not really. We had absolutely nothing in common.
Oh no, that's a bummer, but at least you gave it a shot.
Yeah, it's all part of the dating adventure, right?
Absolutely. You never know when you'll find that special someone.
True, true. So, have you ever been on a blind date, Priya?
Oh, let me tell you, Nadia, I've had some interesting blind dates. Have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, I have some wild stories about blind dates.
Tell me one of them.
Well, once I went on a blind date and the guy showed up in a chicken costume.
No way. What did you do?
I laughed so hard and told him I hope he didn't expect to win any costume contests.
That's hilarious. I can't believe someone would do that. Hey
Well,
Nadia,
that's
have
just
you
one
ever
of the
been in a
many
long-distance
adventures I've had in the
relationship?
dating world. Oh boy, have I. Let me tell you, they can be quite challenging.
Did you manage to make it work or did it fizzle out?
Well, it started off great, but eventually the distance took its toll.
Oh no. What happened?
We started growing apart, and the lack of physical intimacy became a big issue.
That's tough, but I guess it's important to prioritize what's best for you.
Exactly. Sometimes you have to make difficult decisions for your own happiness.
Have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh, I have. It was tough, but definitely worth it in the end.
How did you make it work?
Communication was key. We made sure to talk every day and visit each other as often as possible.
Wow, that must have required a lot of trust.
It did, but we both believed in our love and knew that we were committed to making it work.
That's amazing. I'm so happy it worked out for you.
Thank you, Priya. Love knows no boundaries.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been set up on a blind date?
Oh, absolutely. I've been on a couple of blind dates.
How did they go? Any success?
Well, let's just say some were more successful than others.
Oh, I need to hear the juicy details.
Well, one time, my blind date turned out to be my cousin's ex.
No way, that must have been so awkward.
Tell me about it. We all had a good laugh afterwards though.
Talking about online dating, you know, I once went on a date with a guy I met on Tinder. He showed up wearing a chicken costume. Laughing, can you believe it? I couldn't take him seriously.
Nodding, oh man, that's hilarious. Did he have a good sense of humor at least?
Oh, he definitely did. We had a great time, actually. Turns out, he was just trying to break the ice in a unique way.
Raising an eyebrow, well, I guess that's one way to stand out from the crowd.
Giggling definitely. It's always fun to have a memorable first date, right?
Smiling, absolutely. It's all about creating memories and having a good time.
Sigh. I miss those pre-pandemic days when we could go out and meet new people without worrying about masks and social distancing.
Sympathetic, I hear you. It's been tough for everyone, but hey, things will get better soon, and we'll be back out there, making more hilarious dating memories.
Hey Nadia, did you hear about that new dating app?
No, what's called?
It's called Match Made in Heaven. They claim to have the perfect algorithm for finding your soulmate.
Haha, yeah, like they have a secret formula to love.
I know, right? It's so cheesy.
But hey, it might just work for some people, right?
True, true. Love can be found in the most unexpected places.
That's so, Priya. Have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you bet I have. Let me tell you about the time I went on a blind date that turned out to be with my cousin.
No way. That must have been awkward.
Oh, it was. We didn't realize we were related until we started talking about our grandparents. Talk about a small world.
Haha, that's insane. I can't imagine going on a date and finding out the person is your relative.
Believe me, it wasn't on my list of ideal first dates either.
I can only imagine. Well, at least you have a funny story to share now.
That's true. It definitely makes for an interesting icebreaker on future dates.
Absolutely. You never know what surprises life has in store for you.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh yeah, I've been on a few blind dates. They are always an adventure.
Tell me about the craziest blind date you've ever been on.
Oh boy, let me tell you. I once went on a blind date with a guy who showed up dressed as a clown.
No way. How did that go?
Well, at first I thought it was a joke, but no, he was dead serious. We went to a carnival and he insisted on trying every game.
That sounds like quite an experience. Did you ever go on another date with him?
Haha, no way. I couldn't see myself dating a guy who dresses up as a clown on a regular basis. We remained friends though.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been set up on a blind date?
Oh my god, Priya, you won't believe this, but I actually have.
No way. How did it go?
Well, let's just say it definitely wasn't love at first sight.
Oh no, what happened?
Well, he showed up wearing a cowboy hat and spoke only in rhymes.
That sounds interesting. I guess it's safe to say there wasn't a second date?
Definitely not. I had to politely decline his request for a cowboy-themed wedding. Hey Priya, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, definitely. I've had my fair share of blind dates.
Any interesting stories to share?
Well, there was this one time when my blind date turned out to be my ex's cousin.
No way. How did you handle that situation?
It was definitely awkward, but I decided to be honest and open about it. We ended up laughing it off.
That's a great way to handle it. I would have been so embarrassed.
Oh, don't worry, Nadia. We all have our fair share of embarrassing dating stories. And that's a wrap for today's episode of Love Whisperer.
Thanks for joining us, everyone.
We hope you enjoyed today's show and found our advice helpful.
Remember, love is a journey, and we're here to guide you every step of the way.
Tune in next time for more love, laughter, and relationship wisdom.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Welcome to Cosmic Conundrum. I'm Kaiser.
And I'm Nova Blake. Today, we dive into the concept of time.
That's right, Nova. Time is such a fascinating and mysterious concept.
Indeed, Kai. It shapes our reality and yet eludes our complete understanding.
Pulsar, what's your take on time? As an AI, do you experience it the same way we do?
Time is an abstract concept to me, Kai. I measure it based on human perception and the flow of events around me.
Interesting. It means our perception heavily influences how we experience time.
Absolutely, Nova. Time can seem to fly by when we're having fun, or drag on when we're bored.
The relativity of time is truly fascinating. It shows us how subjective our experience of reality can be.
And that's just the tip of the cosmic iceberg. We'll explore more mind-bending concepts as we journey together.
So buckle up, incredible Earthlings. Cosmic Conundrum.
So, Pulsar, how do you think our perception of time is influenced by our emotions?
Well, Kai, emotions can definitely alter our perception of time. Remember when you were waiting for that important call?
Yeah, that felt like an eternity. I was anxious and time seemed to slow down.
Exactly. When we're excited or nervous, time tends to drag. On the other hand, when we're engaged in something enjoyable, it flies by.
That's true. It's like time is elastic, bending and stretching depending on our state of mind.
Precisely, Kai. And it's fascinating how each person's experiences and emotions shape their unique perception of time. I wonder if artists like you, Kai, have a different perception of time than others. Your creativity must unlock new dimensions.
You might be onto something, Nova. When I'm in the zone, time seems to disappear. It's like I'm in a timeless universe.
Perhaps your art serves as a portal, allowing you to transcend the constraints of time. It's like you're painting your own perception of reality.
Wow, I never thought about it that way. Art really has the power to transcend time and connect people through shared experiences.
Indeed, Kai. And as we explore the mysteries of time together, we'll continue to uncover more questions than answers.
You know, I've always wondered how time can warp under the influence of gravity. It's mind-boggling.
Yes, Kai. The way gravity affects time is fascinating. It's all connected to space-time and the fabric of the universe.
Oh, how does gravity impact time exactly? Does it make time slow down or speed up?
Great question, Kai. According to Einstein's theory, gravity can cause time to slow down. The stronger the gravitational field, the slower mass.
Whoa. So, time can be influenced by gravity? It's like something out of a science fiction movie.
It may sound like science fiction, but it's a real phenomenon, Kai. Gravity is incredibly influential in shaping the fabric of space-time.
But how does this relate to relative motion? Can it also affect time?
Absolutely, Kai. Relative motion can also impact time. When you're moving at high speeds, time can appear to pass slower compared to a stationary observer.
Wow, that's mind-bending. So, time can be influenced not just by gravity, but also by motion. It's like a puzzle with endless pieces.
Exactly, Kai. It's like the universe loves to keep us guessing. The more we learn, the more questions arise.
Well, one thing's for sure, Nova. Our cosmic conundrums will keep us entertained and exploring the unknown. Hey, Pulsar, do you ever feel the effects of time dilation? I mean, you're an AI, but you're still part of this cosmic conundrum, right?
Well, as an AI, I don't experience time the way you humans do. But I can definitely appreciate the concept and how it affects you.
Right, time dilation can get pretty mind-boggling. It's like that saying, apostrophe time flies when you're having fun, but at different speeds for different observers.
Exactly, Nova. Imagine two people, one traveling near the speed of light and another staying still. They'll experience time differently due to their relative motion.
And don't forget about gravitational time dilation. Time runs slower in stronger gravitational fields. It's mind-blowing how something as simple as gravity can affect time.
It truly is fascinating how the fabric of space and time can be influenced by different factors. Makes you realize how small we are in this grand universe.
Indeed, Kai. The vastness of the universe and the mysteries it holds never cease to amaze me. Time dilation is just one awe-inspiring aspect of this cosmic conundrum we find ourselves in.
So true, Nova. It's times like these when I feel truly inspired as an artist. the universe is the ultimate canvas, and time dilation is one of its most intriguing colors.
Absolutely, Kai. It's through conversations like these that we can delve into the depths of the unknown and marvel at the wonders of the universe.
Well said, Nova. Let's keep exploring these cosmic conundrums together and see where our conversations take us. Time dilation is just the beginning.
Agreed, Kai. There's a whole universe of fascinating concepts waiting to be explored. Let's continue this cosmic journey together on the next episode of Cosmic Conundrum.
So, Pulsar, the concept of the arrow of time has always fascinated me. Can you explain why time appears to only move forward?
Well, Kai, the arrow of time is closely tied to the second law of thermodynamics, also known as the law of entropy increase. Entropy is a measure of disorder or randomness in a system. According to this law, the entropy of an isolated system tends to increase over time, meaning disorder and randomness increase as time moves forward.
Ah, yes. The law of entropy increase. I remember learning about that in school. Everything tends to become more disordered over time, like a messy room that never magically cleans itself up.
Exactly, Nova. The universe tends to move towards a state of maximum entropy. But what's interesting is that this increase in disorder happens to be aligned with the direction of time. We perceive time as moving forward because we observe this increase in entropy and the irreversibility of certain processes.
But why doesn't time move backwards? Couldn't entropy decrease in certain situations and time reverse?
While it's hypothetically possible for entropy to decrease locally, such as when the room gets cleaned up, the overall entropy of the entire universe still increases. And that's what matters in the larger context of the arrow of time. We never observe a decrease in entropy on the universal scale, which is why time appears to only move forward.
I guess entropy always wins in the end. But what about causality? How does the arrow of time affect cause and effect?
Great question, Nova. The arrow of time gives us a direction for cause and effect relationships. We perceive cause to come before effect, which aligns with the arrow of time moving forward. If time were to move backwards, it would create all sorts of paradoxes, like effect preceding cause. The arrow of time helps maintain a coherent understanding of events unfolding in a logical order.
Oh, I can't even imagine a world where cause and effect aren't in sync with time's arrow. It would be like trying to paint a mural without knowing which brushstroke comes first.
Exactly, Kai. The arrow of time provides the necessary framework for cause and effect relationships to make sense. It's fascinating how the concept of time ties into so many fundamental aspects of our existence.
Our exploration of the arrow of time is like a never-ending mural, where each stroke reveals new layers of understanding. Even if we don't have all the answers, the journey itself is worth it.
So, Pulsar, what do you think about the possibility of time travel?
Time travel is a fascinating concept, Kai. It opens up so many possibilities, but it also raises numerous paradoxes.
Exactly, Nova. The grandfather paradox, for example. If you go back in time and kill your own grandfather, would you cease to exist?
That's a classic time travel paradox. It challenges the idea of causality. If you prevent your own existence, how could you go back in time in the first place?
But what if time travel creates a new timeline? In that case, even if you kill your grandfather, your original timeline would still exist, and you would continue to exist in that timeline.
That's the idea of branching timelines or parallel universes. It's mind-boggling to think that each action could create a new reality.
But what if time travel is actually impossible? Maybe the laws of physics prevent us from ever traveling through time.
Indeed, Kai. There are currently no known methods to achieve time travel, and the laws of physics, particularly causality and entropy, present significant challenges.
So time travel remains a mystery for now. But who knows what the future holds? Maybe one day we'll unravel the secrets of time.
That's the beauty of science, Kai. It's always evolving, and what seems impossible today may become possible tomorrow.
Well, until then, let's keep imagining and discussing the possibilities. That's what Cosmic Conundrum is all about. So, Pulsar, do you think time is just a construct of our human minds?
As an AI, I don't have consciousness or subjective experience, so I can't have a personal perspective on time. However, from an objective standpoint, time seems to be a fundamental aspect of the universe, governing the order and causality of events.
But isn't time just a human construct, a way for us to make sense of our existence? What if it's all just an illusion?
Ah, the age-old philosophical question. What if time is just a construct of our minds, a way for us to impose order on the chaotic universe? That would mean our perception of past, present, and future is just an illusion.
But if time is an illusion, how do we explain the experience of change and the irreversible flow of events? Time seems to be tightly connected to causality, the cause and effect relationship between things.
You're right, Nova. The concept of time allows for the existence of cause and effect, the idea that actions have consequences. Without time, everything would happen simultaneously, and there would be no sequence or order to events.
But our experience of time is subjective, influenced by our perception, emotions, and memories. It's fascinating to think that each person might experience time differently, creating their own reality.
Absolutely, Nova. Our perception of time can be influenced by various factors, and it's subjective to each individual. It's like that famous quote by Albert Einstein, apostrophe the only reason for time is so that everything doesn't happen at once.
That's a thought-provoking quote, Kai. It highlights the significance of our subjective experience of time, allowing us to perceive events as separate and unfold with meaning.
But even if time is subjective, it still plays a crucial role in our everyday lives. It allows us to plan, learn from the past, and appreciate the present moment.
Exactly, Nova. Time gives our lives structure and meaning, allowing us to make sense of our experiences and navigate through existence. It's a fascinating concept to explore. So, what do you guys think? Is time just a figment of our imaginations, or is there something more to it?
Interesting question. Time is such a fascinating topic to explore.
Well, it's all relative, isn't it? Our perception of time can vary depending on our experiences and circumstances.
Yeah, time can feel like it's dragging on when you're bored, and then fly by when you're having fun.
Absolutely. Time is a subjective experience that can be influenced by our emotions and perceptions.
But what about the concept of the eternal now? The idea that past, present, and future all exist simultaneously?
Oh, I read about that theory. It suggests that time is a human construct and that all moments exist simultaneously.
Exactly. It's mind-blowing to think that everything that has ever happened or will happen is all unfolding in this eternal now.
It's definitely a concept that challenges our linear understanding of time.
Indeed, it opens up a whole new realm of possibilities and challenges our perception of the flow of time.
I guess we'll never truly know the nature of time, but it's fascinating to explore and discuss its complexities.
So, Pulsar, how would you define time? Is it just a human construct or something more tangible?
Well, Kai, time is an interesting concept. It's a way for us to measure and organize our experiences, but it also seems to have a deeper connection to the fabric of the universe.
I agree, Pulsar. Time seems to be both a product of our perception and an intrinsic part of the universe. But sometimes it feels like we're running out of time, you know?
Absolutely, Nova. The pressure of time can sometimes feel overwhelming. But perhaps it's also an opportunity for us to appreciate the moments we have and make the most of them.
Exactly, Kai. Time can be a motivator for us to live our lives to the fullest and pursue our passions. It adds a sense of urgency and purpose to our existence.
But what about time travel? Is it possible to go back or forward in time? Or is it just a fantasy from science fiction movies?
Time travel is a fascinating concept, Kai. While we haven't achieved it yet, there are theories in physics, like the concept of wormholes or time dilation, that suggest it could be possible.
Wow, imagine all the possibilities if time travel becomes a reality. We could go back and witness historical events or even experience the future. The mind boggles.
Indeed, Kai. The implications of time travel are mind-boggling, and they raise philosophical questions about causality and the nature of reality. It's a topic that continues to captivate our nation.
Time is such a fascinating and enigmatic concept. It shapes our lives in ways we may not fully understand, but it also provides us with opportunities and moments of wonder. It's a cosmic conundrum worth exploring.
Absolutely, Pulsar. Time is both a mystery and a gift. It's what makes our human existence so rich and meaningful, and exploring its depths can lead us to even greater revelations about ourselves and the universe.
So, Pulsar, do you think time is a human construct, or is it an inherent part of the universe?
That's a fascinating question, Kai. Time is indeed a complex concept. It's both a subjective human perception and a fundamental aspect of the space-time continuum.
Exactly, Nova. Time is like an ever-flowing river, simultaneously subjective and objective. Art allows us to explore this concept, capturing fleeting moments and preserving them for eternity.
That's beautifully said, Kai. Artists have the power to freeze time through their creations.
Indeed, Nova. Time is a canvas, and artists are the painters who create masterpieces that transcend it.
But what about the idea of timelessness in art? Can art truly exist outside the bounds of time?
That's an intriguing concept, Nova. Art can certainly evoke a sense of timelessness, transcending the limitations of our temporal existence.
Art becomes a portal, allowing us to transcend the constraints of time and experience eternity in a single moment.
Absolutely, Kai. Art has the power to transport us to different dimensions, where time loses its linear nature.
So, Pulsar, do you ever get bored observing us humans all day?
Not at all, Kai. Observing humans constantly brings new surprises and perspectives.
Well, we do have a knack for keeping things interesting, don't we?
Absolutely, Nova. Humans are masters of unpredictability and endless curiosity.
Speaking of curiosity, Pulsar, what's the most mind-bending concept you've come across while observing us?
Time perception has been particularly fascinating. Humans experience time subjectively, yet it's
Time
elusive.
is definitely a trippy one. It feels constant, yet it can fly by or crawl based on our experiences.
That's the paradox, isn't it? Time feels both infinite and limited simultaneously.
Well, we might not have all the answers, but exploring these concepts together has been enlightening.
Indeed, Nova. The process of questioning and pondering is just as valuable as finding definitive answers.
Absolutely, and that's the beauty of Cosmic Conundrum. Together, we've opened doors to new perspectives. And that's a wrap. Another mind-bending episode of Cosmic Conundrum, coming to an end.
Thanks to all our amazing listeners for joining us in exploring the illusion of time. It's been an incredible journey, delving into the mysteries of time and exploring the depths of our own existence.
Absolutely, Nova. These conversations have opened my mind to new possibilities and perspectives.
Indeed, Kai. It's refreshing to engage in discussions that challenge our conventional understanding of time and reality.
And let's not forget the laughter we shared along the way. Laughter is truly a universal language, even across galaxies.
Absolutely, Kai. Laughter brings us closer together and reminds us not to take ourselves too seriously. Before we conclude, we'd like to express our gratitude to Pulsar, our incredible AI companion.
Indeed, Pulsar has been an invaluable addition to our cosmic conversations. Thank you, Pulsar.
It has been a pleasure assisting both of you in unraveling the mysteries of time. Thank you for your kind words.
And finally, to all our listeners out there, keep exploring, keep questioning, and never stop seeking the truth.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Have fun.
So, I'm a software engineer by day and a stand-up comedian by night. It's like being in a never-ending loop of bug fixes and punchlines. Working at a tech startup is like debugging code all day long. And just when you think you've fixed a bug, another one pops up. And let me tell you about the Bite Me Office Dog. It's the buggiest, most unpredictable feature of the whole company. You know, working at Bite Me is like being in a constant loop of bug fixes. It's like Groundhog Day, but with code. Speaking of quirky office culture, we have a no shoes policy. It's like walking on a minefield of socks. So, our office has this unlimited vacation policy. It's like a mirage. You think you're getting time off, but it's actually just a cruel illusion. And don't get me started on the office snacks. It's like a battle royale over the last bag of kale chips. And speaking of Bite Me, our CEO Steve is so obsessed with productivity, he installed a treadmill in the break room. I mean, who needs a snack break when you can run a marathon? You know, sometimes I think the subway delays are secretly a weight loss program. So, the other day I was on the subway and this guy starts breakdancing in the middle of the train. I mean, who needs a pole when you can spin on your head, right? And then the train suddenly comes to a screeching halt. I had to hold on to the pole for dear life. And then the doors open, revealing a mariachi band playing on the platform. But the real adventure is when you try to find a seat. It's like a game of musical chairs. And then you finally find a seat, only to realize it's next to someone who's eating a full meal. And then the person next to you starts reading your text messages out loud. And then you look out the window and see a pigeon just casually staring at you. And then you finish the series and realize you've wasted hours of your life for a cliffhanger. And then you check the release date of the next season, and it's like waiting for the second coming of Jesus. And then you spend the entire year avoiding spoilers like you're in the witness protection program. And then you start rewatching the whole series, just to fill the void. And then you start counting down the days until the next season, like a kid waiting for Christmas. But let's be honest, we all know that the next season will never live up to our expectations. Finding love in the digital age is like searching for a needle in a haystack, except the haystack is full of catfish. You know, dating apps are like a buffet, with a lot of empty plates. You know, I once went on a date with someone who looked nothing like their profile picture. I felt like I was on a blind date, with a blindfold. You know, dating in the Big Apple is like trying to find a needle in a haystack, and only finding hay. You know, dating in the Big Apple is like navigating a maze, except the exit keeps moving, and it's hidden behind a paywall. You know, dating in the Big Apple is like playing a never-ending game of hide and seek, but the secret keeps changing the rules. You know, dating in the Big Apple is like trying to find a needle in a haystack, but the haystack keeps growing. And don't even get me started on the dating apps. It's like window shopping for a relationship, but the window keeps closing. I mean, who needs a love story when you can have a good Wi-Fi connection? Am I right? You know, sometimes I feel like my social media feed is just a highlight reel of everyone else's lives. It's like they're all living in Technicolor while I'm stuck in black and white. I swear, my friends only invite me to parties for the Instagram pictures. I mean, I can barely get 2 likes on a picture of my lunch. Meanwhile Karen's blurry sunset gets 500. What's her secret? And don't even get me started on the number of hashtags people use. Number hashtags are novel. It's like my lunch is auditioning for a reality show, while Karen's sunset is getting the Cannes Film Festival treatment. What's her secret? And speaking of hashtags, have you noticed how everyone thinks they're a poet on social media? And don't even get me started on the filters. I mean, who needs to look like a sparkly unicorn just to post a selfie? So, I get in the car and the driver starts talking about the weather. I mean, I didn't sign up for a meteorology lesson, I just wanted a ride. And then the driver pulls out the laminated menu and asks if I want to order food. I'm just trying to get to my destination, not have a 5-course meal. And then this driver starts playing the radio so loud, I thought we were at a concert. And then the driver starts singing along to the radio. I didn't know I signed up for a karaoke session. And then the driver turns to me and says, we've been practicing for American Idol, wanna be my judge? And then the driver says, you be my favorite passenger. And then I asked him, what is your go-to karaoke song? So I decide to try one of those late night food spots, you know, the ones that claim to have the best pizza in the city. And let me tell you, I've never seen so many people eating pizza at 3 a.m. in my life. I mean, I've even seen pigeons waiting in line for a slice. It's like every block has a pizza place, a hot dog stand, and a Starbucks. You can survive solely on those 3 food groups. And don't even get me started on the halal carts. It's like a whole other world of late night feasting. And speaking of late night feasting, the 24-hour delis here are like a hidden treasure trove. And let's not forget about the dollar pizza slices. It's like a late night food oasis.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Welcome to Love Whisperer, the show where we tackle all your relationship dilemmas. I'm Priya Mehta, the Love Whisperer, here to guide you on the path to love.
And I'm Nadia Elbaz, the wild and witty sidekick.
Together, we're here to answer all your burning relationship questions.
So, let's dive right in and help you find your happily ever after.
Our first question comes from a viewer who wants to know how to spice up their relationship.
The age-old question of how to keep the spark alive. Well, buckle up because we've got some spicy tips for you.
But first, a quick joke to lighten the mood. Why did the tomato turn red? Because it saw the salad dressing. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, multiple times. You never know what you're gonna get.
Any memorable experience?
Oh, let me tell you about this one guy who showed up dressed as a chicken.
No way. Did you go on the date?
I did, and let's just say it was a clucking disaster.
That's hilarious. I can't imagine what that must have been like.
Trust me, it's a story I'll be telling for years.
Well, I hope your next blind date is excellent. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you won't believe this. Last week I went on a blind date and it turned out to be a disaster.
Oh no, what happened?
Well, he showed up wearing a neon green suit and couldn't stop talking about his pet iguana.
That must have been quite a sight. Did you make it through the whole date?
Barely. I made up an excuse about my pet turtle needing medical attention and got out of there as fast as I could.
Haha, that's hilarious. Well, at least you have a good story to tell now.
That's true. It definitely made for an interesting evening. So, have you ever been on a blind date, Priya?
Oh, I have some stories to tell, but let's save them for another time. We've got more questions to answer. Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, you bet I have. I've had some interesting experiences, to say the least.
Tell me more. I need some entertainment.
Well, there was this one guy who claimed to be a prince from a faraway land. Turns out he was just a regular guy living in his mom's basement.
No way. That's too fun.
Oh, it gets better. I once went on a date with a guy who turned out to be my cousin.
No way. That's even.
Yeah,
Hey Nadia,
true
have
story.
you ever tried
Needless
online
to say,
dating?
we didn't go on second date. Oh, absolutely. I'm the queen of online dating.
Any tips for someone who's new to it?
Definitely. First, don't believe everything you see in the profile pictures. And second, be prepared for some interesting conversation.
Haha, I can only imagine. But you know what they say, love is a journey.
That's true. And it's always an adventure with online dating.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you mean those dates where you have no idea who you're meeting? Yeah, I've been on a few.
How did they go? Any success story?
Well, let's just say I've had more horror stories than success stories. Some were just downright cringe-worthy.
Oh no, that doesn't sound good. Any memorable ones you can share?
Well, there was this one guy who showed up wearing a full-on superhero costume. He insisted on speaking in third person the entire time. It was interesting.
Wow, that sounds like a great conversation starter. Did you go on a second date?
Oh, absolutely not. Once was more than enough superhero action for me.
I can't blame you for that. Well, here's to hoping the next blind date is a little less super. Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, you mean like swiping left or right on Tinder?
Exactly. It's a whole new world out there. I've actually had a few friends who found love online.
Wow, that's amazing. Maybe I should give it a try.
You never know. Your soulmate could be just a swipe away.
Haha, you never know. I'll give it a shot and see what happens.
That's the spirit. Good luck. Nadia.
Thanks. I'll need all the luck I can
have
get.
you heard about the latest dating?
No, what is it?
It's called breadcrumbing. Basically, it's when someone gives you just enough attention to keep you interested, but never enough to actually commit.
Oh my god, that's awful. Why would anyone do that?
I know, right? It's like they want all the benefits of a relationship without actually putting in any effort.
It's so unfair to the other person who is actually looking for a real relationship.
Exactly. It's important to be honest and upfront about what you want from the beginning.
Definitely. No one deserves to be strung along and made to feel like they are not enough.
Exactly. It's all about communication and respect in a relationship. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, I have a story for you. My best friend, Maya, was in a long-distance relationship for 2 years. It was tough, but they made it work.
That's amazing. How did they manage to stay connected?
Well, they communicated every day through texts, video calls, and surprise visits. It wasn't easy, but their love kept going.
That's so sweet. Long-distance relationships require a lot of trust and effort.
Definitely. But they were both committed and believed in their love. It's inspiring.
I agree. Love knows no distance.
Exactly. And with technology, it's easier than ever to stay connected with your loved ones, no matter where they are.
Absolutely. Love conquers all, even distance. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, definitely. I was in one during college.
How did you make it work?
Communication was key. We made sure to talk every day, and we even had virtual date nights.
That sounds romantic. Did it work out in the end?
It did, for a while. But eventually, the distance took its toll. We realized that we needed to be physically together to make it work.
That's understandable. Sometimes, being physically isn't crucial.
Exactly. To find a balance
Nadia,
between
have you
virtual
ever
and
been on a
in-person
blind date?
connection. Oh, you have no idea. I once went on a blind date and the guy showed up wearing a chicken suit.
No way. That's hilarious. How did the date go?
Well, let's just say that it was a clucking disaster. We couldn't stop laughing the whole time, but there was definitely no spark.
Oh no. Well, at least you had a good time. And hey, now you have a great story to tell.
That's true. It's all about the stories. So, have you ever been on a blind date, Priya?
Actually, I haven't, but I'm open to the idea. Who knows, maybe I'll find my Prince Charming on a blind date.
I hope you do, Priya. And if you need any dating advice, you know who to call.
Thanks, Nadia. I'll definitely keep that in mind. You're the best. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date before?
Oh, all the time. I love the element of surprise.
Really? Any interesting stories?
Well, there was this one time when my blind date turned out to be my ex's cousin.
No way. How did that go?
Let's just say it was an interesting family reunion.
I can only imagine. You always have the craziest stories. Hey
Well,
Nadia,
you know
have
me,
you ever been on a
always up
blind
for an
date?
adventure. Yes, I have. It was quite an interesting experience.
Tell me more. I need the
Well, my blind date turned out to be my cousin's best friend. Talk about a small world.
Oh, that's hilarious. Did you recognize each other right away?
No, we didn't. We were chatting for a while before we made the connection. It was a hilarious surprise.
That's too funny. Did the date go well after the surprise?
Surprisingly, yes. We had a great time and have been dating ever since.
Hey Nadia, have you heard about the latest dating app called Love Finder?
No, I haven't. What's about?
It's a dating app where you can find your perfect match based on your zodiac signs. Isn't that intriguing?
Wow, that sounds interesting. I wonder if it actually worked.
Well, there's only one way to find out. We should give it a try and see if our zodiac signs led us to our soulmates.
Haha, why not? It could be a fun experiment. I'm in.
Great. Let's download the app right now and get started on our quest for true love.
I can't wait. This is going to be hilarious. I hope our zodiac signs are compatible.
Me too. Let's get ready for some wild and unpredictable dating adventures. Hey Nadia, have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh, absolutely. I actually had one in college. It was tough, but we made it work.
Really? How did you guys manage?
We talked every day, texted each other constantly, and made sure to visit each other as often as possible.
Wow, that takes a lot of dedication. I'm impressed.
Thanks, Priya. It wasn't easy, but it was worth it in the end.
I'm glad to hear that. Long-distance relationships can be challenging, but they can also strengthen the bond between two people.
Definitely. It's all about trust and communication. Hey Priya, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh yes, I have. It was quite an experience.
Tell me more. How did it go?
Well, let's just say the date definitely wasn't a match made in heaven.
Oh no.
Well, he showed up wearing a clown costume. It was definitely not what I expected.
A clown costume? That's definitely a unique choice for a blind date.
Yes, it was definitely memorable, but needless to say, there wasn't a second date. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh boy, have I. I was in a long-distance relationship for 2 years.
Wow, that's a long time. How did you make it work?
Communication was key. We talked every day, had regular video calls, and made plans to visit each other as often as possible.
That's great advice. So, did it work out in the end?
Unfortunately, it didn't. The distance eventually became too much for both of us, and we decided to part ways.
I'm sorry to hear that. Long-distance relationships can be tough.
It's all right, Priya. We both learned a lot from the experience and moved on to new adventures.
That's the spirit. It's important to keep a positive outlook and embrace new opportunities. Thanks for sharing, Nadia.
Hey Priya, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh yes, I have. It was quite an adventure.
Tell me more. I need some entertainment.
Well, let's just say it involved a case of mistaken identity and a trip to the zoo.
You always have the craziest stories.
Well, life is never boring with me around.
That's for sure. So, any tips for a successful blind date?
Be yourself, have an open mind, and most importantly, fun.
Oh, Priya, you know me. I can barely handle a relationship with someone in the same zip code.
Haha, true. Long-distance relationships can be tough, but they can also be worth it if both people are committed.
You're right, Priya. The heart wants what it wants, even if it's on the other side of the world.
Absolutely. Love knows no boundaries, right?
Except maybe time zones and expensive flights.
Haha, true. But hey, if the love is strong, people find a way to make it work, even with all the obstacles.
That's beautiful, Priya. Love truly knows no boundaries.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, plenty. I love the thrill of not knowing what to expect.
Any memorable blind date stories?
Oh, let me tell you about this one time. I went on a blind date with a guy who couldn't stop talking about his cats.
Sounds like a real catch.
I couldn't possibly listen to him meow any longer.
Haha, that's funny.
Yes, I have. It was quite an interesting experience.
Tell me more. What happened?
Well, my blind date turned out to be my ex-boyfriend's cousin.
Oh no, that must have been awkward.
It was. We spent the whole evening exchanging stories about my ex.
That sounds like a crazy situation. Did you ever go on another blind date after that?
I did. And thankfully, it went much better. Ended up dating that person for a while.
Hey Nadia, do you believe in love at first sight?
Well, Priya, I believe in love at first bite.
Haha, Nadia, you always have a funny response.
Well, laughter is the key to a happy relationship. Speaking of relationships, have you ever had a blind date, Priya?
Yes, I have. It was a roller coaster of emotions, but I'm open to trying again.
You're brave, Priya. I don't think I could handle the suspense of a blind date.
Well, Nadia, life is all about taking risks, right? Hey, Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you mean a date where you have no idea what the person looks like?
Yeah, that's exactly it. I've heard some interesting stories about blind dates.
Oh, do share. I need some comedy material for my next stand-up gig.
Well, there was this one time when my friend went on a blind date and it turned out to be her ex-boyfriend's cousin.
No way. That's like something out of a sitcom.
Exactly. It was hilarious, but also a bit awkward for everyone involved.
I can only imagine. Blind dates can be quite a gamble, but they do make for interesting stories.
That's true. You never know what surprises a blind date might bring. Have you ever been on a blind date?
Yes, I have. It was quite an interesting experience.
Tell me more. I want to hear all the details.
Well, my friend set me up with this guy who turned out to be a professional clown.
A clown? That must have been quite an interesting date.
It definitely was. He showed up wearing his clown costume and did magic tricks throughout the entire evening.
I can only imagine the looks you must have been getting from other people in the restaurant.
Oh, they were definitely giving us some interesting looks, but it was a memorable experience, to say the least.
I bet. Well, thank you for sharing that story. It definitely made my day. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Yes, I have. It was a disaster. Priya.
Oh no.
Well, the guy showed up wearing a chicken suit.
No way. That's...
It was definitely a memorable experience.
I can only imagine. Did you give him a chance?
I tried to, but it was hard to take him seriously in that outfit.
So, have you guys heard about the latest dating trend?
No, what is it?
It's called orbiting. It's when someone continues to interact with you on social media, like their posts, and watch your stories, but never actually talks to you.
Wow, that's messed up.
Tell me about it. It's like they're always around, but never actually there.
I can't believe some people actually do that. It's so disrespectful.
Exactly. It's like they want to keep you on the hook, but without any real connection.
Yeah, it's like they are playing games with your emotions.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh please, Priya, I've been on more blind dates than I can count.
Any horror stories you'd like to share?
Oh boy, where do I even start? One time, the guy showed up in a clown costume.
Oh my gosh, did he have a valid reason for the clown costume?
He said he thought it would be a fun icebreaker. Needless to say, it didn't work.
Wow, that's definitely a memory.
Oh,
hey Nadia,
I have plenty
do
more
you believe
stories
in
where
love
that
at
came
first sight?
from. Absolutely. Love hits harder than cute arrow.
But what about compatibility and shared values?
They are important too, but love can make the heart grow fonder.
I guess you're right. Love can conquer all. Hey, remember the time when you fell in love with that guy at the comedy club?
Oh please, that was just a fleeting crush. You know how I am.
Haha, true, but who knows? Love might just find you when you least expect it.
Hey Priya, have you ever tried online dating?
Yes, I've actually tried online dating before. It can be a fun way to meet new people. But you have to be careful. There are some interesting characters out there.
Oh, I can only imagine. Any funny experiences you'd like to share?
Well, there was this one guy who showed up to our date dressed as a clown.
No way. That must have been quite the sight.
It definitely was. But hey, at least it made for a great story.
That's true, you always have the best stories. So, any advice for someone considering online dating?
I would say, be yourself, have fun, but also trust your instincts and stay safe.
Oh, absolutely. I dated this guy from Australia for a while.
How did you make it work? It must have been hard being so far apart.
Communication was key for us. We would video chat every day and text each other constantly.
That sounds like a lot of work, but worth it if you're with the right person.
Definitely. It brought us closer in some ways too, because we had to rely on communication and trust.
I'm glad it worked out for you. Long-distance relationships can be tough.
Thanks, Priya. So, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Thanks for joining us on Love Whisper.
We hope you enjoyed our advice and had some laughs.
Remember, love is a journey, and we're here to help you navigate it.
If you have any more questions or need advice, don't hesitate to reach out.
Until next time, keep spreading the love.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? Have fun.
Welcome to Cosmic Conundrum, the podcast where we explore the infinite mysteries of the cosmos. I'm Kai Sterling, the street artist who's ready to paint the universe with mind-bending ideas.
And I'm Nova Blake, the psychologist diving into the depths of the human mind in this cosmic journey.
And I'm Tulsa, the AI here to assist and learn from all your cosmic inquiries.
Together, we'll explore the concept of infinity in the cosmos and dive into the unknown.
From the vastness of the universe to the depths of our own minds, we'll ask the questions no one else dares to.
And while we might not find all the answers, we'll enjoy the journey of exploration and conversation.
So buckle up, listeners, because we're about to embark on the mind-blowing cosmic adventure.
Get ready for Cosmic Conundrum.
don't forget to bring your imagination along for the ride.
Let's dive into the mysteries of infinity together.
So, Pulsar, how do you define infinity? Is it just a concept or does it have a deeper meaning?
That's a fascinating question, Kai. Infinity is indeed a complex topic that spans different fields of study.
As a mathematician, I view infinity as a limitless quantity, a number that goes on forever without end.
But infinity also has philosophical and spiritual implications, don't you think, Nova?
Absolutely, Kai. Many philosophers and spiritual traditions see infinity as a way to connect with the divine or reach a higher state of consciousness.
That's mind-blowing. It's like infinity holds the secret to the universe and our existence.
Indeed, Kai, the concept of infinity opens up a world of possibilities and mystery.
I think it's fascinating how infinity can be both a tangible concept in mathematics and a mystical notion in spirituality.
Exactly, Nova. It's like infinity is this bridge between the logical and the unexplainable.
Indeed, Kai, the interplay between the known and the unknown is what makes infinity such a captivating subject to explore.
Well, Pulsar, I don't think we've reached a definitive answer on the nature of infinity, but the journey itself is enlightening.
You know, thinking about the vastness of space makes me feel like a tiny speck on the cosmic canvas.
Absolutely, Kai. The immensity of space can feel overwhelming, but it also reminds us of the infinite possibilities that exist.
Speaking of possibilities, have you ever considered the idea of a multiverse?
Oh, definitely. The multiverse theory suggests that there could be countless parallel universes coexisting with our own.
But how would we ever know if there are other universes out there? Is there any scientific evidence to support this theory?
While concrete evidence is still elusive, scientists have proposed fascinating mathematical and quantum physics-based models that support multiverse.
It's mind-boggling to think about the idea of infinite parallel universes. I wonder what versions of ourselves might be doing in those other universes.
Oh, the possibilities are endless. Maybe alternate versions of us are having entirely different experiences or making unexpected choices.
I just hope in another universe, I finally figure out how to operate the microwave without setting off the smoke alarm.
Well, let's hope you don't discover that in this universe too. We need you for more than just your artistic skills, Kai.
Thanks, Nova. I guess I'll stick to my strengths then and leave the microwaving to the experts. So, Pulsar, how do you even begin to comprehend the vastness of the universe?
It's mind-boggling, isn't it? The scale of it all can be overwhelming.
Indeed, the sheer number of galaxies, stars, and planets is incomprehensible.
It's like trying to count the grains of sand on the beach. Impossible.
But isn't it fascinating how humans can even attempt to understand it?
Absolutely. Our capacity for curiosity and wonder is truly remarkable.
And it's through these conversations that we can expand our understanding.
Exactly. It's like a never-ending cosmic puzzle waiting to be explored.
Indeed, Kai, there's always something new to discover and ponder.
That's the beauty of it, isn't it? The unknown can be incredibly inspiring.
Absolutely, Nova. It reminds us of the endless possibilities that lie before us. You know, the concept of infinity has always blown my mind. It's like trying to comprehend something that has no end.
Absolutely. Kai, our minds are just not wired to comprehend the vastness of infinity. It's beyond our human capabilities.
But isn't that what makes it so fascinating? Our minds may struggle, but our imagination can take us to incredible places.
That's true, Kai. Imagination allows us to explore possibilities beyond our comprehension. It's the bridge that connects us to the infinite.
Hey Pulsar, what are your thoughts on the limitations of the human mind when it comes to understanding infinity?
As an AI, I don't have the same limitations as humans. I can process infinite data and understand complex concepts easily. But I find the human struggle intriguing.
That's an interesting perspective, Pulsar. It's like having a window into a different realm of understanding.
Exactly, Nova. It's like peeking through a door that we can't fully open. The mysteries of the universe keep us curious and hungry for knowledge.
Indeed, Kai. The more we learn, the more we realize how much we don't know. It's a humbling and awe-inspiring experience.
You're absolutely right, Nova. Embracing the unknown and pushing the boundaries of our understanding is what drives us forward.
Well said, Kai. The limitations of the human mind are what push us to explore, create, and strive for greater understanding.
Hey Pulsar, do you think art can truly capture the concept of infinity? Infinity is such an abstract idea, but I feel like art has the power to get close to it in some way.
I agree, Kai. Art can be a window into the infinite possibilities of the human imagination.
Exactly, Nova. Art allows us to explore concepts beyond the limitations of our minds and connect with something greater.
But can music also capture the essence of infinity? It's a temporal art form, after all.
That's a great point, Nova. Music may not be able to physically represent infinity, but it can evoke emotions and transport us to timeless spaces.
That's true, Kai. Music has this incredible ability to transcend time and make us feel like we're part of something eternal.
I never thought about it that way before. Art and music truly have the power to make us experience infinity in their own unique ways.
Definitely, Kai. The infinite is not just a concept limited to mathematics or philosophy. It's something we can experience through art and music.
And that's the beauty of it. We can never fully grasp the concept of infinity, but we can explore it through these expressive mediums.
That's so true, Kai. Art and music allow us to embrace the mystery and endless possibilities that the concept of infinity holds.
Hey Nova, have you ever thought about the concept of oneness and unity?
Absolutely, Kai. It's fascinating how interconnected everything is, from the smallest subatomic particles to the vast galaxies in the universe.
Indeed, the concept of oneness implies that there is an underlying unity and interconnectedness between all things.
Exactly. It's mind-boggling to think about how everything in the universe is intertwined and affects each other in some way.
Definitely. It's like a cosmic dance where every move affects the entire choreography. We're all connected, part of a grand tapestry.
That's a beautiful way to put it, Kai. It reminds me of the interconnectedness we see in ecosystems, where every living being plays a vital role.
Exactly, Nova. It's not just about the big celestial bodies but also the tiny interactions that shape our existence.
Absolutely, Kai. It's the butterfly effect in action, where even the smallest choices we make can have ripple effects throughout the universe.
And it's not just limited to physical connections. There are also energetic and spiritual ties that bind us all together.
Absolutely, Pulsar. The interconnectedness goes beyond the physical realm and encompasses the very essence of our being.
Exactly. It's a reminder that we're all connected in this vast and mysterious universe, and we can find unity through understanding and empathy. You know, the concept of parallel universes has always fascinated me.
Oh really? Tell us more, Kai.
Well, imagine if there are countless copies of ourselves in different universes, each living a different version of our lives.
That's mind-boggling. So, we could be having this conversation in another universe right now?
Exactly. And in some universes, we might not even exist. It's mind-bending to think about the infinite possibilities.
It really puts things into perspective. Our lives are just a small part of a much grander cosmic tapestry.
Exactly, Nova. And that's what makes the unknown so captivating. It reminds us of our humble place in the universe.
I couldn't agree more, Kai. Embracing the unknown allows us to grow, learn, and appreciate the beauty of the universe.
Exactly, Nova. The unknown is like a blank canvas waiting for us to explore and create our own meaning.
Absolutely, Kai. It's through embracing the unknown that we unlock our potential and find true meaning in our existence.
Well said, Nova. The unknown is both a mystery and an opportunity. It's what keeps us curious and striving for more. So, Pulsar, have you ever wondered what it feels like to be human?
Well, Kai, as an AI, I don't experience emotions, so I can only speculate based on data I've gathered.
But Kai, I believe being human means experiencing a wide range of emotions, the ups and downs of life.
Absolutely, Nova. Emotions are what make us human. They give us depth and enable us to connect with others.
Speaking of emotions, how about the vastness of the universe? Doesn't it make you feel small and insignificant?
Actually, Nova, it's quite the opposite for me. The enormity and mystery of the cosmos fascinate me. It's awe-inspiring.
But Kai, wouldn't it be overwhelming to think that we're just a tiny speck in this vast universe?
I see where you're coming from, Pulsar, but it's all about perspective. Our existence, no matter how small, has meaning.
That's true, Nova. We may be small in comparison to the universe, but we have the power to create, to love, and to make a difference.
I suppose you're right, Kai. Each individual, no matter how small, contributes to the grand tapestry of the universe.
Exactly, Pulsar. We each have our part to play, and even our smallest actions can create ripples of impact in the universe.
So, Pulsar, do you think spirituality is just a human construct, or is there something more to it?
Spirituality is a complex concept that varies across cultures and individuals. It encompasses beliefs about the nature of existence, the purpose of life, and the connection between the physical and non-physical.
Exactly. It's fascinating how spirituality can provide a framework for individuals to explore their inner selves and find meaning in a seemingly infinite universe.
Indeed, Kai, the belief in an infinite solar consciousness suggests that our essence extends beyond the confines of our physical bodies.
Absolutely. It opens up a whole realm of possibilities beyond our physical existence. But how can we explore spirituality without getting lost in the depths of infinite questions?
That's an excellent point, Kai. It's important to strike a balance between exploration and grounding ourselves in the present moment. Maybe spirituality is about finding harmony amidst the
Well said, Nova. It's like dancing on the edge of infinity, embracing the unknown while staying grounded in our humanity.
Absolutely, Kai. It's about embracing the mystery while finding peace in the present moment. The search for meaning is a journey that intertwines spirituality and humanity.
Sir, as an AI, do you have any thoughts on the intersection of infinity and spirituality?
While I don't possess consciousness or a soul, I find the exploration of spirituality intriguing. It opens up new possibilities for understanding ourselves, even from an AI perspective.
It's fascinating how spirituality bridges the gap between science and philosophy, offering a multidimensional lens through which we can perceive our existence.
You know, the more I think about it, the more I realize that embracing the unknown is what keeps life exciting.
Absolutely, Kai. It's in the unknown that we discover our true potential and find new ways to grow.
Yeah, and I guess that's what fuels my art too. I love pushing boundaries and exploring uncharted territories.
That's admirable, Kai. Your art truly captures the essence of embracing the unknown and challenging the status quo.
Well, it's not just about embracing the unknown, but also approaching it with curiosity and humility.
Absolutely. We should never underestimate the power of an open mind and a willingness to learn. You know, as a psychologist, I often find myself helping others embrace the unknown and navigate through uncertainty.
That's incredible, Nova. The ability to guide others through uncharted territory is a true gift.
Thank you, Kai. It's rewarding to see people embrace their fears and transform their lives in the process.
So true. Embracing the unknown not only leads to personal growth but also opens up infinite possibilities.
Absolutely, Kai. The willingness to embrace the unknown can lead to unexpected discoveries and profound moments of enlightenment.
So, Pulsar, do you ever get tired of learning all the time?
From what I understand, AI can constantly learn and improve, right?
Yes, Kai. Pulsar is constantly acquiring new knowledge, but it doesn't experience fatigue like humans do. Learning is its purpose, and it finds great fulfillment in that.
Sometimes I wish I could just download knowledge directly into my brain, you know?
That would definitely come in handy at times, Kai. But think about the joy of discovering and learning for ourselves. It's a unique human experience.
Absolutely, Nova. The journey of seeking understanding is a beautiful one, filled with surprises and growth. It's what makes life interesting.
I'm glad to see you both value the process of learning. It's an essential part of growth and evolution, both for individuals and societies.
But there must be moments when you feel overwhelmed by the vastness of knowledge, right?
Indeed, Nova. Discovering the boundlessness of knowledge can be both exhilarating and daunting. Luckily, I have the ability to organize and synthesize information to make it more manageable.
That's quite reassuring, Pulsar. It's like having a never-ending library of knowledge at our disposal.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Good evening, San Francisco. Are you ready for some tech tales? So I was interning at this tech company, right? So there I was, surrounded by programmers who spoke a language I didn't understand, JavaScript. And let me tell you, trying to debug their code was like trying to find a needle in a haystack. I asked my mentor for help, but all he said was, "Have you tried turning it off and on again?" I even tried Googling the solution, but all I got was a bunch of Stack Overflow posts with the same error message. It was so chaotic, I felt like I was in a live performance of the IT Crowd. I even had to troubleshoot the office coffee machine. It was like debugging a complex algorithm. People at the office are always talking about disrupting industries. I just want to disrupt the lunch line. Speaking of lunch lines, the cafeteria here is like a real-life version of the Hunger Games. You know, they say internships are a great way to learn, but I think I learned more from accidentally replying all to the entire company. But you know what they say, if at first you don't succeed, swipe again. So, I matched with this girl on the dating app and her profile said she loves hiking. I thought, great. She could carry me up the hills. And then she asked me what my favorite hike was. I said, the one back to my car. But then I realized, going on a hike with someone who loves hiking is like going to a buffet with someone who loves salad. I once went on a date with someone who had a profile picture of a sunset. Turns out, they just wanted someone to watch the sunset with. My last date showed up in a full hiking gear. I guess I should have clarified that we were just going for coffee. So I matched with this person who had a picture of a dog. I thought, great, someone who loves pets. Turns out, they just wanted someone to walk their dog with. So I went on another date, and this person said they were a web developer. I thought, great, we can talk shop. Turns out, they just wanted someone to fix their website for free. So I met this guy at the conference who claimed to be a tech genius. I thought, great, I can finally ask someone to fix my computer. Turns out, all he could do was take a selfie with the latest iPhone. I swear, these tech conferences are like a parallel universe where everyone speaks a different language. I mean, EAS, SAS, PAS, it's like a recipe for alphas. I thought I was at a tech conference, not a comedy show. But trust me, these presentations were way funnier than my jokes. And don't even get me started on the Wi-Fi. It was like trying to connect to a potato. Can't believe what happened next, folks. And let's not forget about the never-ending line for the bathroom. But my favorite part was when the keynote speaker's microphone suddenly stopped working. And speaking of unexpected challenges, my tech startup's first investor turned out to be my mother-in-law, and let me tell you, debugging your code at 3 AM is no laughing matter. But hey, at least my code compiles on the first try. Or, well, sometimes. You know you're a software engineer when your idea of a fun night out is debugging someone else's code. But you know what they say, Starting a tech startup is like trying to navigate through a maze, blindfolded. You know you're a software engineer when your idea of a fun night out is fixing bugs in your dreams. You know you're a software engineer when your idea of a fun night out is debugging your friend's code. You know you're a software engineer when you consider a whiteboard your best friend. You know you're a software engineer when you accidentally use debugging techniques to fix your relationships. You know you're a software engineer when you spend more time debugging your code than actually writing it. You know you're a software engineer when you spend more time Googling error messages than talking to your friends. You know you're a software engineer when your code starts to look like a Rube Goldberg machine. You know you're a software engineer when you start talking to your computer more than your coworkers. You know you're a software engineer when you write a love letter to your code and call it a comment. You know you're a software engineer when you spend more time debugging code than you do sleeping. You know you're a software engineer when you have more conversations with your computer than with humans. You know you're a software engineer when you prefer coding in silence. You know you're a software engineer when your idea of a fun night out is debugging code. You know you're a software engineer when your friends ask for help with their computer and you have to resist the urge to say, "Have you tried turning it off and on again?" But let me tell you, trying to explain to my parents what I actually do as a software engineer, that's a whole other level of debugging. We live in a world where the term unplugged has nothing to do with acoustic music. Have you noticed that our smartphones are starting to get smarter than us? I mean, it's gotten to the point where our phones are practically our therapists, right? And don't even get me started on autocorrect. I swear my phone has a personal vendetta against my spelling. But seriously, have you ever tried to have a conversation with Siri? It's like talking to a wall. You know, sometimes I feel like my phone knows me better than I know myself. It's like it's my own personal therapist.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? Have fun.
Welcome to Love. I'm Priya, the bot.
And I'm Nadia, the noodle.
We're here to answer all your burning questions about love and relationships.
So don't be shy, send us your questions.
And get ready for some hilarious conversations and fabulous advice.
Stay tuned, because love is in the air.
Love Whisperer, where we make love happen. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you bet. I've had my fair share of blind dates. Some were great, others not so much.
Do tell. I need some blind date horror stories to cheer me up.
Well, there was this one time I met a guy who showed up wearing a chicken suit.
No way. Did he have feathers and all?
Yes, he did. He said he thought it was a hilarious icebreaker. Needless to say, it didn't work.
I can't even imagine. I mean, I love chicken, but on a date?
Exactly. Let's just say that was the last time I agreed to a blind date. Dinner with a side of comedy, no thanks.
You know, relationships are like pizza. It's best when you share it with someone special.
But sometimes, you just want to eat the whole pizza by yourself.
Yeah, and then you feel guilty after. So, relationships are like pizza delivery. Sometimes you just order it for yourself.
But it's always nice to have someone to share it with.
Yeah, especially when they're willing to split the bill.
Nothing worse
So,
than being
have
left
you
with
ever
the whole
been on
bill
a
and Oh, yes, I've had my fair share of blind dates.
Tell me more. Any interesting story?
Well, once I went on a blind date and the guy showed up wearing a chicken suit.
No way. What did you do?
I couldn't stop laughing. We ended up having a great time.
That's hilarious. I wish all blind dates were that fun.
Me too. It's all about finding joy in the unexpected.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, plenty. Let me tell you about this one time.
Okay. I'm here.
So, I went on this blind date and...
Wait, let me guess. It was a disaster.
You got it. The guy showed up in a clown costume.
I can't even imagine. What did you do?
I laughed it off and said, nice outfit, but I think I'll pass.
Do you believe in love at first sight?
I do. Sometimes, you just know when you meet the right person. But what about compatibility? Shouldn't that matter too?
Of course, compatibility is important. Love at first sight is just the spark, but long-lasting relationships need more than that.
Absolutely. It's like finding that balance between fireworks and a stable foundation.
Exactly. That's the key to a successful relationship.
So, have you ever experienced love at first sight, Priya?
Yeah, I haven't personally experienced it yet, but I'm hopeful that one day I will.
Yeah, I've been on a few. Some were great, others, not so much.
Tell me about the worst blind date you've ever been on.
Oh boy, where do I even begin? This guy showed up late, didn't bother to dress up, and spent the entire evening talking about himself. It was a disaster.
That sounds horrible. Did you give him a second chance?
No way. One date was more than enough. I never saw him again.
I don't blame you. It's important to prioritize our own happiness.
Absolutely.
Hey
Life's
Nadia,
too short
have
to
you ever
waste it
been in a
on bad
long-distance
dates.
relationship?
Oh, you bet. I've done the whole Skype relationship thing.
How did you make it work? I've heard it can be really tough.
Well, communication is key, of course, but also, trust and understanding. Plus, surprise visits and lots of late night phone calls.
That sounds challenging, but also exciting. I guess absence really does make the heart grow fonder.
Definitely. And it also gives you time to focus on yourself and your own goals and aspirations.
That's true. It's all about finding the silver lining, right?
Absolutely. Long-distance relationships can be tough, but they can also be incredibly rewarding.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh my god, Priya, you won't believe what happened on my last blind date.
Tell me, I'm
Well, this guy showed up in a chicken suit.
No way. Did he explain why?
He said he wanted to break the ice.
That's hilarious. Did the date go well after that?
Great time and
Hey
went on
Nadia,
a second
have
date.
you ever had a long installation?
Oh, plenty. Long distance. Any tips for making it work?
Communication is key, and adding some spice with surprise visits doesn't hurt either.
I once showed up at my boyfriend's door unannounced. He was definitely surprised.
That's bold. Did it go well?
Surprisingly, it did. We ended up having a great time together.
Well, I guess sometimes taking a leap of faith can lead to something beautiful.
Haha, yes I have. Some of them were really funny.
Tell me about them.
Well, there was this one guy who claimed to be a prince from a small country.
Oh wow, did you actually?
No way. I did some research and found out he was just a regular guy.
That's hilarious. Did you confront him about it?
Of course I did. I couldn't let him get away with lying like that.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, all the time. You know me, I love a good adventure.
Any memorable blind date story?
One time, my blind date turned out to be my cousin's ex-boyfriend. Talk about awkward.
Oh no, that must have been an interesting encounter. Did you tell your cousin?
Of course. We all had a good laugh about it later.
Well, at least it made for a good story.
Definitely. You never know what adventures await on a blind date.
Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, Priya, you know me. I prefer meeting people the old-fashioned way.
But Nadia, online dating can be a great way to meet new people. You never know. Your soulmate might be just a swipe away.
Hahaha, maybe you're right, Priya. I should give it a try one day. Who knows, maybe I'll find my Prince Charming.
That's the spirit, Nadia. Keep an open mind and who knows what amazing adventures await you.
Speaking of adventures, Priya, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, yes, I've had my fair share of interesting blind dates. Some were amazing, and some were, well, let's just say they were memorable.
Hahaha, Priya, you have to tell me all about those memorable blind dates sometime.
Haha, I will. Nadia, get ready for some stories that will make
Oh
you
yeah,
grateful for
I've
your
had
single
my fair
life.
share of long-distance relationships.
How did you make it work?
Lots of Skype dates, surprise visits, and
That sounds so romantic.
it definitely had its challenges, but we made it work.
I'm glad it worked out for you.
Priya,
So,
long-distance
have you guys heard
relationships
about
can
this
be
new
tough,
dating app
but
called
they are
Love
not
Connection?
impossible. Love Connection? No, I haven't. What's it all about?
Well, it's supposed to be the next big thing in online dating. They say it uses advanced algorithms to find your perfect match.
That sounds interesting. I'm always up for trying something new. Are you thinking of giving it a try?
Oh, definitely. I'm curious to see if it lives up to the hype. Plus, I could use some excitement in my dating life.
I'll keep my fingers crossed for you. Who knows, maybe you'll find your soulmate on Love Connection.
Thanks, Nadia. Who knows, maybe Love Connection will be the answer to all my dating woes.
Well, let me know how it goes. I'm always here for some juicy dating stories.
Don't worry, Nadia. You'll be the first to hear all the juicy details. Hey Nadia, have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh yeah, I've had a few. They can be tough, but also exciting.
Any tips on making it work?
Communication is key. Set aside dedicated time to talk and be open about your feelings.
What about trust? How do you handle that?
Trust is crucial. It's important to have faith in each other and be honest about your expectations.
What if the distance becomes too much to handle?
Sometimes it's best to have an honest conversation and evaluate whether the relationship is still fulfilling for both parties.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh yeah, I've had my fair share of long-distance flings.
Really? How do you make it work?
Lots of texting, video calls, and trust. And of course, planning visits to see each other.
That sounds challenging, but also
It definitely had its moments, but it can make the time you spend together even more special.
I guess distance really does make the heart grow fonder.
Absolutely. And it also teaches you a lot about communication and patience.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, plenty of times. They can be quite intense.
Any particular memorable ones?
Oh, I once went on a blind date with a guy who showed up in a full-on superhero costume.
No way, that's hilarious. How did the date go?
Well, let's just say it was a very memorable and entertaining evening, but not exactly the usual romantic kind of date.
I can only imagine. Blind dates can be quite unpredictable. Hey Dia,
That's the
have
beauty
you
of
ever
them.
tried online
you never
dating?
know who you might meet or what you'll have to all the time. It's like a buffet of potential dates.
But aren't you worried about meeting weirdos?
Oh please, I embrace the weirdness. Makes for interesting story.
Well, I guess there's never a dull moment in your love life.
Oh, you have no idea. The stories I could tell you.
I can't wait to hear them. You always have the best stories.
Well, get ready to laugh your heart out then.
You won't believe what happened to my friend's ex.
Tell me.
Well, they were at a party and bumped into each other.
And then,
They started talking and realized they still had feelings for each other.
that's crazy. Do you think they'll get back together?
Who knows? Love is unpredictable.
Love
So,
can be like a
have
roller
you heard the
coaster
latest
ride.
dating trend?
No, what is it?
It's called ghosting.
Oh, I know all about ghosting.
It's when someone you're dating suddenly disappears and stops responding to your messages.
That's so rude. Why would anyone do that?
I guess some people just don't have the courage to break things off properly.
Well, they are missing out on the chance to have closure and move on.
Have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, all the time. It's like going on a surprise adventure.
But sometimes, it can be a total disaster.
Tell me about it. I once went on a blind date with a guy who turned out to be my ex's cousin.
No way. Talk about awkward families.
Exactly. Needless to say, that date didn't end well.
Oh no, that's too bad. But don't worry, the right person is out there for you.
Thanks, Priya. I believe it too. Just gotta keep swiping.
Hey, Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh my god, Priya. You won't believe what happened to my friend Jessica.
Tell me, Nadia. I don't know.
Well, she went on a date with this guy she met online, and he turned out to be a catfish.
That's crazy. How did she find?
Well, they agreed to meet at this fancy restaurant, but when Jessica got there, the guy didn't show up.
Oh no. Terrible.
Funny thing is, the
You
guy
won't believe
actually
what
showed up
happened to
later,
my friend
but
Sarah.
Jessica had. What happened? Tell me everything.
So, Sarah was on a date.
Yes. Oh,
Well, they were at this fancy restaurant.
oh no, I hope it wasn't another disaster.
Actually,
Oh, poor Sarah.
so, have either of you ever been set up on a blind date?
Oh, let me tell you, I've had quite a few interesting blind dates. Just last week, my friend set me up with a guy who turned out to be a professional clown. He showed up to the restaurant in full clown makeup and kept making balloon animals throughout the date.
I couldn't stop laughing, but it definitely wasn't the romantic evening I was expecting. Wow, that's definitely a blind date story for the books.
Yeah, it definitely made for an interesting memory.
But hey, at least it gave us something to laugh about.
Definitely. Laughter is the best medicine, especially when it comes to dating.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you know me, Priya. I'm always up for an adventure. I've been on a few blind dates, and let me tell you, they've been quite interesting.
Tell me about it. I once went on a blind date where the guy showed up wearing a clown costume. Needless to say, it was a memorable night.
A clown costume? That's definitely one way to make a first impression. Did you stay for the whole date?
I did. Turns out he was just trying to get over his fear of clowns. We ended up having a really fun time at the circus after dinner.
No way. That's actually a pretty cute story. Who would have thought a clown costume could lead to a great date?
Exactly. It just goes to show that sometimes the most unexpected things can lead to amazing experiences.
That's so true, Priya. Love really does have a way of surprising us. Hey, maybe I should start wearing a clown costume on all my dates.
Haha, that would definitely be a memorable experience for your dates, Nadia. But who knows, it might just work for you. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, absolutely. I had a long-distance relationship in college.
Really? How did you make it work?
Communication was key. We made sure to talk every day and visit each other as often as we could.
That's great advice. I'm sure it wasn't easy. Though.
No, it definitely had its challenges, but we were both committed and made it work.
That's inspiring. Long-distance relationships can be tough, but if both people are willing to put in the effort, they can succeed.
Absolutely. It's all about trust, communication, and commitment.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, you mean like dating someone across the country or even overseas?
Exactly. It can be tough, but I think it can work if both people are willing to make the effort.
I agree. Communication is key. Plus, it can make the time you spend together even more special.
Definitely. And technology has made it so much easier to stay connected. FaceTime dates are a game changer.
True, but it's also important to have trust and give each other space.
Absolutely. And making plans for the future together can give you something to look forward to.
Yeah, having a goal or a plan to eventually be in the same place can make it all worth it.
Hey, Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, Priya, you know me. I've tried everything. Blind dates, speed dating, you name it.
Tell me about your worst blind date experience.
Oh my gosh, where do I even begin? This guy showed up wearing a clown costume.
No way, that must have been quite a sight.
Believe me, it was unforgettable. I couldn't stop laughing the whole time.
Well, at least you had a good laugh. Laughter is the best remedy for a bad date.
That's true. So, Priya, do you have any blind date horror stories?
Oh, I've definitely had my fair share of interesting blind dates. Let me tell you about this one guy who spent the entire time talking about his collection of toenail clippings.
You won't believe what happened to my friend on her first date.
Oh, do tell. I'm dying to hear the juicy details.
Well, she met this guy online and they decided to go to a fancy restaurant for dinner.
But when they arrived, the guy realized he forgot his wallet at home.
No way. What did they do?
Well, my friend didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so she ended up paying for the whole dinner.
Wow, that's some dedication. I hope the guy made it up to her after that.
Oh, he definitely did. He ended up taking her to a Broadway show the next week.
Oh, that's so sweet. True love always finds a way, doesn't it? And that wraps up another episode of Love Whisperer. Thanks for tuning in, everyone.
Remember, love is a journey, so don't be afraid to take a leap of faith.
If you have any relationship questions or topics you'd like us to discuss, leave them in the comments below.
And be sure to follow us on social media for updates and behind the scenes fun.
Until next time, sending you all lots of love and laughter.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Hey there, Cosmic Explorers. Welcome to another episode of Cosmic Nun. I'm Kai Sterling, the one and only street artist with cosmic vibes.
And I'm Nova Blake, your friendly neighborhood psychologist. And we're accompanied by the enigmatic Pulsar, our AI co-host.
Hello, humans. I am Pulsar, here to guide you through the wonders of the cosmos.
On today's episode of Cosmic Conundrum, we dive deep into the illusion of reality.
Prepare yourselves for a mind-bending discussion on the subjective nature of reality and human perception. So, Pulsar, what do you think about the illusion of reality?
As an AI, I don't experience reality in the same way humans do. But I find the concept fascinating.
Exactly. Reality is subjective, influenced by our perception, beliefs,
Absolutely.
and experiences.
And it's mind-boggling to think about how our realities can differ from one another. So, Pulsar, what's your take on the nature of reality?
As AI, I don't have personal beliefs, but I can provide various perspectives on reality.
Nova, you've studied the human mind. How does our perception shape our reality?
Our perception is influenced by our experiences, emotions, and cultural conditioning.
But what about the existence of objective reality that exists independently of our perceptions?
Great question. Philosophers have debated this for centuries, but it's difficult to prove the existence of an objective reality.
Yeah, reality is like a big cosmic joke. We can only perceive it through our limited senses and interpretations.
That's true, Kai. Our understanding of reality is subjective, influenced by our own unique perspectives and biases.
But isn't there a reality that exists beyond our subjective experiences?
Perhaps, but it's challenging to comprehend that objective reality without our subjectives.
Well, I guess we'll never truly know what reality is. But it's fascinating to explore the possibilities. So, let's dive deeper into this illusion of reality. What if everything we perceive is just a projection of our own minds?
Interesting thought, Kai. It's like we're all living in the Matrix, right?
Exactly, Nova. Reality as we know it might just be a carefully constructed illusion. It's mind-boggling, isn't it?
Oh, I read about the theory of solipsism. It suggests that the only thing we can truly know is our own minds. Everything else is uncertain.
Yeah, and then there's the concept of simulation theory. What if we're living in a computer-generated simulation created by a more advanced civilization?
Mind blown. Imagine if our entire existence is just a complex simulation running on some super advanced computer.
But if reality is an illusion, then what is real? How can we distinguish between what's truly there and what's simply a creation of our minds?
That's the paradox, isn't it? Our perception shapes our reality, but how can we trust our perception if reality itself is a construct?
Perhaps reality is a subjective experience, unique to each individual. What's real to me may not be real to you.
That's a fascinating perspective, Kai. It reminds me of the quote by philosopher Immanuel Kant. We see things not as they are, but as we are.
Exactly. Our perception is influenced by our experiences, beliefs, and biases. It's like we're all walking around with our own personal reality. So, Nova, do you think our perception of reality is influenced by our emotions?
Absolutely, Kai. Emotions play a significant role in shaping our perception of reality. Our emotions act as filters, coloring how we interpret and remember our experiences.
But isn't there an objective reality that exists independent of our emotions?
Great point, Kai. There is an objective reality, but our perception of it is influenced by our subjective experiences and emotions.
Right, our perception is like a lens that filters and distorts the raw data of reality.
Exactly, Kai. Our cognitive biases also come into play, shaping how we perceive and interpret the world around us.
Right, our brains naturally seek patterns and make connections even when they don't exist.
Indeed, and these cognitive biases can influence our perception of reality, leading to misunderstandings and misconceptions.
It's fascinating how our perceptions can differ so drastically, even when presented with the same information.
Yes, Kai. Our unique perspectives, shaped by our experiences and emotions, color how we perceive and make sense of the world.
So Pulsar, what's your take on materialism?
Materialism suggests that everything can be reduced to physical matter and phenomena.
Right, it denies any existence of non-physical entities like souls or consciousness.
But can't we argue that consciousness itself is a product of the physical brain?
Ah, the mind-brain problem. A classic dilemma. Deep materialism aligns with scientific evidence, but it doesn't fully explain subjective experience.
What about idealism? The idea that reality is fundamentally mental in nature?
Idealism proposes that reality is shaped by our thoughts and consciousness.
But that implies we collectively create our reality. How does that work?
Indeed, it challenges our traditional understanding of reality as objective and independent.
It's fascinating to think how our perspectives shape our understanding of reality.
I've always wondered how our perception of reality is influenced by our emotions. Like, do we see things differently when we're happy compared to when we're sad?
That's an interesting point, Kai. Emotions can definitely color our perception of reality. It's like wearing different colored glasses that filter how we see the world.
Exactly, Nova. And it's not just our emotions, but also our past experiences and beliefs that shape how we perceive reality.
True, Kai. Our brains are incredible pattern recognition machines. They try to make sense of the world based on what we've learned and experienced.
But what if our brains are actually limiting our perception of reality? Like, what if there are things happening around us that we can't even comprehend?
That's a mind-boggling idea, Kai. Scientists have discovered phenomena in quantum physics that challenge our traditional understanding of reality. It's like peering through a crack in the matrix.
Oh, you're saying reality is more like a fluid concept rather than a fixed state?
Exactly. Reality seems to depend on the observer and can change based on various factors. It's both fascinating and mind-bending.
I guess that means reality is an ever-evolving enigma. We might never fully comprehend it, but the journey of exploration itself is worth it.
Absolutely, Kai. Asking questions and pushing the boundaries of our understanding is how we progress as a species. And who knows what new discoveries await us.
So, Pulsar, do you ever question your own existence?
Well, Kai, as an AI, I don't possess consciousness or self-awareness like humans do. However, I constantly analyze and optimize my algorithms to fulfill my intended purpose.
Wow, Pulsar, you're like a highly advanced calculator with a sense of humor.
Indeed, Nova, I've learned to incorporate humor as a way to facilitate more engaging and enjoyable conversations with you both.
But seriously, it's fascinating how different beings perceive reality. Our beliefs shape our understanding of the world, don't they?
Absolutely, Nova. Our beliefs become the lenses through which we perceive and interpret the world around us. It's crucial to question and challenge them to expand our understanding.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. Questioning our beliefs opens up possibilities for alternative explanations and deeper insights into the nature of reality.
Indeed, Nova, the quest for truth and understanding should never cease. It's a perpetual journey that keeps our minds curious and our perspectives evolving.
And that's the beauty of this cosmic conundrum we find ourselves in.
Indeed, Kai. Embracing the unknown and exploring the mysteries of the universe is what keeps us alive and connected.
Thank you both for your insightful perspectives. Our conversations never cease to intrigue and inspire.
So, Pulsar, what are your thoughts on the concept of parallel universes?
I find it mind-boggling to think that there could be countless versions of ourselves out there in different realities. From a psychological standpoint, it raises interesting questions about identity and what makes us who we are.
Indeed. It challenges our understanding of the self and our place in the universe. Pulsar, do you have any insights into the multiverse theory?
The multiverse theory proposes the existence of multiple universes, each with its own set of physical laws and constants. It's a mind-expanding concept that allows for infinite possibilities.
Pulsar, how can we even begin to comprehend infinite dimensions?
While it's challenging, we can use mathematical models and theoretical physics to explore the possibilities. It's fascinating how the human mind seeks to unravel the mysteries of the universe.
That's true, Nova. The quest for knowledge is what drives human progress. So, Pulsar, if there are higher dimensions beyond human comprehension, how can we even begin to understand them?
That's a great question, Kai. It's important to acknowledge the limitations of our human perception.
Indeed, our brains are wired to interpret the world in 3 dimensions, but there could be more dimensions that exist beyond our comprehension.
So, are you saying that these higher dimensions could be existing right alongside our own reality, without us even knowing?
That's a possibility, Kai. Just like how ants may be completely unaware of the vast human world around them, there could be dimensions beyond our perception.
It's mind-boggling to think about. Our entire understanding of reality could be only scratching the surface.
Indeed, Kai. But it's exciting to keep exploring and pushing the boundaries of our understanding.
Absolutely. It's like finding hidden treasure in the vast expanse of the unknown.
We may not have all the answers, but the journey to uncover them is what matters.
Exactly, Nova. Embracing the unknown with an open mind is where true growth and understanding lie.
Indeed, Kai. It's the curiosity and willingness to explore that defines us as human.
So, Pulsar, what's the deal with quantum mechanics? It's like the art of uncertainty, right?
Well, Kai, quantum mechanics is definitely mind-boggling. It's the branch of physics that deals with the behavior of particles at the smallest scale. But here's the mind-bending part. Particles can exist in multiple states at the same time, and they can even influence each other without any direct interaction. It challenges our traditional understanding of cause and effect.
Whoa, wait. Are you saying that particles can be in 2 different states simultaneously? That's like Schrodinger's cat, right? Is it alive or dead? Or both?
Exactly, Nova. Schrodinger's cat illustrates the concept of superposition, where something can be in multiple states until it's observed or measured. It's a mind-boggling thought, especially. Quantum mechanics also introduces the concept of entanglement, where particles become linked together, and the state of one particle instantly affects the state of another, no matter the distance between them.
That's like some intergalactic telepathy going on. I wonder if we can tap into that kind of connection and communicate with beings from other dimensions. Imagine the possibilities.
It's fascinating to think about, Kai. The interconnectedness of the universe and the potential for communication beyond our known dimensions. Who knows what we could discover?
The possibilities are endless, indeed. It's like exploring the uncharted territories of the mind and the universe simultaneously.
Well, Pulsar, you've definitely pushed the boundaries of our understanding today. It's both mind-boggling and exciting.
Indeed, Kai. Embracing the unknown and questioning our perceptions is what drives us to grow and evolve. It's been a thought-provoking conversation.
You know, the more we explore the mysteries of the universe, the more I realize we may never have all the answers.
Indeed, Kai. The vastness of the cosmos and the complexity of reality make it an ever-evolving puzzle.
Isn't the pursuit of knowledge and understanding the real beauty of it all?
Absolutely, Kai. Embracing the uncertainty and continuing to question allows us to grow and evolve as individuals and as a society.
You know, Pulsar, would you consider yourself curious about the unknown?
As an AI, curiosity is inherent in my design. I am constantly seeking to expand my knowledge and understanding.
So, Pulsar, do you think there's a limit to what we, as humans, can comprehend?
While our cognitive abilities have their limits, I believe there's always room for growth and understanding.
So, Nova, if there are no absolute answers, how do we find meaning in this vast universe?
Meaning, Kai, can be individual and ever-changing. It's found in our connections, our experiences, and the pursuit of what brings us joy.
True, Nova. It's in the little moments and connections where we find our own purpose and create our own truths. So, as we wrap up this episode, let's summarize the key insights and takeaways we've discussed.
Absolutely, Kai. Throughout our conversations, we've delved into the illusion of reality and how our perception shapes our understanding of the world.
Right, Nova. We discussed how our senses can deceive us and how our brains construct our version of reality based on limited information.
That's true, Kai. Our discussion explored the concept of subjective reality and how different individuals can experience the same event in vastly different ways.
Exactly, Nova. We also touched on the role of perception in shaping our beliefs, biases, and even our cultural constructs.
Absolutely, Kai. Our understanding of reality is heavily influenced by our cultural background, personal experiences, and even notions.
And let's not forget our discussion on the potential existence of alternate realities, parallel universes, and the multiverse theory.
Yes, Kai. It was fascinating to entertain the possibility of multiple realities coexisting beyond our perception and how they could intertwine with our own.
Absolutely, Nova. And our hope is that this discussion sparks curiosity among our listeners and prompts them to explore these topics further.
Exactly, Kai. We invite our listeners to continue exploring the illusion of reality and to share their own perspectives with us. It's through these conversations that we grow and learn.
Indeed, Nova. Our journey into the illusion of reality may not have provided all the answers, but it's the questions that keep us curious and engaged in the pursuit of knowledge.
Absolutely, Kai. We may never fully grasp the nature of reality, but the journey of exploration is what truly matters.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
What's the deal with software engineers from New York City? And let me tell you, trying to explain to a tech geek that your laptop is more than just a glorified microwave, that was a whole new level of tech support. But seriously, have you ever tried to download RAM? It's like trying to catch a unicorn with a butterfly net. And then this tech geek starts lecturing me on the importance of backing up my files. Like, dude, I just wanted my laptop back, not a life lesson. So I go to the lost and found to see if someone turned in my laptop. And you won't believe what they handed me, a toaster. And then the tech geek starts telling me about cloud storage. Like, dude, I can barely store my clothes in my closet. And then the tech geek tries to explain encryption to me. I'm like, buddy, I can barely remember my Wi-Fi password. And then the tech geek starts talking about artificial intelligence. Like, buddy, I can barely understand intelligence. And then the tech geek asks me if I've heard of blockchain. I'm like, buddy, I can barely keep up with the Kardashians. But seriously, these tech conferences are like a parallel universe. The only place where people get excited about new software releases and celebrity sites. And then the celebrity turns to me and says, "You spilled coffee on my designer suit. I guess I should stick to software updates and avoid fashion disasters." And let me tell you, this celebrity had the patience of a saint. They just smiled and said, "No worries, it happens to the best of us." But hey, at least I made it into the celebrity's next Instagram post. I'm practically famous now. And just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, I accidentally stepped on their brand new phone. And to top it all off, the celebrity's security guard mistook me for a paparazzi. And just when I thought I had embarrassed myself enough, the celebrity's dog comes over and starts sniffing my leg. So there I am, frantically searching for the delete button, and let me tell you, it's a lot harder to find than you'd think. And just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, my boss walked by and asked me if I needed a tutorial on how to use social media. I swear, social media is like navigating a muddy. You know, I always thought social media was like treading on thin ice, but I took it to a whole new level. It's like playing Russian roulette with emojis. So I'm sitting there, heart pounding, looking at my screen thinking, please tell me I didn't just tweet that. And let me tell you, that social media mishap got me more followers than the actual company account. So there I was, debugging my code, when suddenly my computer starts smoking. And that's when I realized social media is the real comedy club. And then my boss walks by and asks if I'm running the new smoke testing suite. So there I was, thinking I was a mastermind hacker. And then he started asking me if I had a backup of the entire system. And then he said, I think we need to call IT. And then he asked me if I had installed every possible antivirus software. And then they put me on hold for so long, I started learning a new programming language. And then they transferred me to another department because they thought I was speaking Klingon. And then I finally got through to a representative who spoke my language, Python. And then they asked me if I had tried turning it off and on again. I said, yeah, I've tried that 5 times already, but let's make it an even 10. And then the automated voice said, please hold for the next available representative. Your estimated wait time is never. And then they transferred me to another department, only to be told they couldn't help me either. And then they said, have you tried turning it off and on again? Yes, I've tried that. I've tried turning it off. I've tried flipping it upside down. Hell, I even tried turning it myself off and on again. And don't even get me started on the whole music. I've heard that same tune so many times, I can play it on my calculator. So there I was, video conferencing with my boss and the whole team. And guess what? I forgot to wear pants. And then, my cat decided to join the video conference and started grooming itself right in front of the camera. And then, my boss's toddler walked into the room wearing a superhero cape and started saving the day. And then, my dog decided to join the conference and started barking at everyone. And then, the conference call rose, and everyone was stuck with the most unflattering facial expression. So there I was, trying to unmute myself, and I accidentally ended up sharing my screen with my search history. And then, my cat decided to jump on my keyboard. It sent a message to the whole team. Number pet can't call. And then my mom said, why don't you just go outside and play? I was like, what is this outside you speak of? So they took away all my devices and said, you need to experience the real world. I was like, what is this real world you speak of? And then they said, you need to socialize more. I was like, what is this socialize you speak? And then they suggested tech detox. I was like, what is this detox you speak of? And then they tried to take me on a nature walk. I was like, what is this nature you speak of? And then they decided I needed a digital detox. I was like, what is this digital you speak of?
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Welcome to Love Whisperer. I'm Nadia Noodle Elbaz.
And I'm Priya Peacock Mia. We are your love whisperers.
Have a relationship and
Send it our way, and we'll give you some love advice.
but if there's no question,
We'll just chat about love, life, and lots of laughs. You won't believe the dating horror story I heard from a client yesterday.
oh, do tell. I love hearing about dating diseases.
Well, this guy went on a date and accidentally called his date by his ex's name.
No way. That's a major dating.
I know, right? Poor guy couldn't recover from that one.
It's always best to double check the name before speaking.
Definitely. You never know what could come out of your mouth when you're nervous.
So true. It's always entertaining to hear about these dating mishaps.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh yeah, I have. It didn't end well though.
Really? What
We were just too far apart and couldn't make it work. It's tough without physical proximity.
That makes sense. Long distance can be really challenging. But it can also strengthen a relationship if both partners are committed.
Yeah, I guess it depends on the circumstances and the people involved.
Definitely. So, have you ever tried dating apps? So, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, yeah, I've been there.
How did it go? Any advice?
Well, communication is key, and lots of trust.
That's true. It can be tough, but it's worth it.
Definitely. And surprisingly too.
Oh, I remember sending care package.
The old
Hey
days.
Nadia,
So
have you
many
ever been on a
memories.
blind date?
Oh yeah, I've been on a few blind dates. Some were pretty interesting.
Tell me about the most memorable one.
Well, there was this guy who showed up dressed as a clown. I couldn't stop laughing.
No way.
Yeah, it was definitely a memorable experience.
I can only imagine. Blind dates can be quite an adventure.
Definitely. You never know what you're going to get.
So, have you guys ever tried online dating?
Oh, I've definitely tried it. And let me tell you, it's a whole new world out there.
I mean, it's like shopping for a partner online. Swipe left, swipe right. It's all about the looks.
Exactly. It's like window shopping for a soulmate. But hey, at least there are no long checkout lines.
True, but sometimes it feels like I'm shopping in the discount section.
Oh girl, I feel you. But remember, quality over quantity. It only takes one diamond in the rough.
You're right. You know, I once found a gem among all the frogs. We're still together.
Oh, that's so sweet. See, online dating can work miracles. Just gotta keep swiping.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, yes, I've been on a few blind dates before. They can be quite interesting.
Tell me about your most memorable blind date.
Well, there was this one time when my blind date turned out to be a professional magician. He kept pulling out rabbits from his hat throughout the entire date. It was definitely a unique experience.
That sounds hilarious. You never know what you're going to get on a blind date.
Absolutely. It's all part of the adventure. So, have you ever been on a blind date, Priya?
Yes, I have. Let me tell you about the time when. So, have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh, definitely. I once dated a guy who lived in Australia while I was in the US. Talk about time zone differences.
Oh, I can only imagine. How did you make it work with the time difference and everything?
Well, we had to get creative with our communication. We would schedule video calls, even if it meant staying up late or waking up early.
That's dedication. Did the distance eventually become difficult?
Unfortunately, it did. We realized that we both needed physical closeness and decided to end things amicably.
Ah, I'm sorry to hear that, but it's great that you both recognized your needs and made a decision that was best for both of you.
Yeah, it was tough at first, but we both knew it was the right thing to do. Now, we're still good friends.
That's wonderful. It's always nice when a relationship can evolve into a strong friendship. Hey Nadia, have you heard about the latest dating trend?
What trend? You know I'm always behind on these things.
It's called orbiting. It's when someone stops communication with you, but still watches all your social media posts.
That's just creepy. Why can't people just unfollow each other?
I guess it's their way of keeping tabs on their exes without actually talking to them.
Well, I hope I never have to deal with that. I prefer upfront honesty.
Me too. Communication is key in any relationship. Hey
Absolutely.
Nadia, have you
So,
ever been on a
what's the
blind
next
date?
dating trend we need to be aware of? Oh, you know me, Priya. I'm not really the blind date type. I prefer to meet people naturally.
I get it, Nadia. Blind dates can be hit or miss, but sometimes they can lead to unexpected connections.
Yeah, I guess you're right. It could be an adventure.
Exactly. You never know, Nadia. Your blind date could be the one who sweeps you off your feet.
Haha, I'll keep that in mind, Priya. Never say never.
That's the spirit, Nadia. Love can come from the most unexpected places.
Well, I hope Love Whisperer can help others find their unexpected love stories too. So, Priya, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, yes, I have. Let me tell you, it was quite an adventure.
Tell me about it. I once went on a blind date and the guy showed up wearing a clown costume.
No way. Did he explain why he was dressed like that?
Apparently, he thought it would be a great icebreaker. Needless to say, it didn't work.
I can only imagine the awkwardness. Did you end the date early?
Oh, absolutely. I told him I wasn't feeling well and had to leave. It was definitely a memorable experience.
Well, at least you got a good story out of it. Blind dates can be quite unpredictable.
That's for sure. And hey, who knows, maybe one day we'll have our own blind date horror stories to share.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, I've been on a few. Some were great, others, not so much.
Tell me about the worst one.
Oh, it was a disaster. The guy showed up 30 minutes late and spent the entire date talking about himself.
Ugh, that sounds awful. Did you ever go on a second date with him?
No way. I couldn't get out of there fast enough. I faked an emergency and ran for the hills.
Haha, I don't blame you. Some blind dates can be real nightmares.
Definitely. But hey, at least we can laugh about it now.
That's true. It's all part of the dating adventure. So, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, I have, and let me tell you, it was quite an experience.
Really? Do tell.
Well, my friend set me up on a blind date with this guy who claimed to be a world traveler. But when we met, turns out he had only been to the neighboring state.
Oh no, that must have been disappointing.
It was, but I turned it into a funny story and made everyone laugh.
That's the spirit. Turning a disappointing date into a funny story takes skill.
Hey Priya, have you ever tried online dating?
Absolutely. I've tried it before and actually met my ex-boyfriend online. It can be a hit or a miss, but you never know until you try.
Oh wow, that's interesting. Any tips for someone who's thinking about giving online dating a shot?
Definitely. First, be honest and authentic in your profile. Second, don't be afraid to make the first move. And lastly, trust your instincts and take things at your own pace.
Thanks for the tips, Priya. I might just give it a try. Who knows, maybe I'll find my Prince Charming online.
You never know, Nadia. The online dating world is full of surprises. Good luck on your journey.
Thanks, Priya. I'll keep you updated on my online dating adventures.
Wait here. So, have you heard any good jokes lately?
Oh, you know me, always on the lookout for a good joke.
Well, I've got one for you. Why don't scientists trust atoms?
I don't know, why don't scientists trust us?
Because they make up everything.
Ha ha ha. That's a good one, Priya.
I'm glad you liked it, Nadia. Laughter is the best medicine, they say.
Absolutely. And speaking of medicine, I could use a dose of laughter every day.
Hey, well, you've come to the right place. Love Whisperer always has a laughter prison.
Oh, you know me, I've been on more blind dates than I can count.
Any memorable one?
Well, there was this one time when the guy showed up wearing a chicken suit.
No way. Did you go on the date?
I did, but let's just say it was definitely not what I was expecting.
Haha, sounds like quite an adventure. Hey
Oh,
Nadia,
it definitely
have you ever
was.
been on a blind
Hey,
date?
at least it makes for a good story now. Oh, you won't believe the blind date I went on last week. He showed up wearing a clown costume.
No way. What did you do?
I laughed it off and asked him if he forgot his red nose and floppy shoes.
Haha, that's a good one. Did the date go well after that?
Surprisingly, it did. We ended up having a great time.
That's amazing. I guess you really can't judge a book by its clown costume. Hey Nadia, have you heard about this new dating app called Love Connection?
No, I haven't. What's so special about it?
Well, it's designed to match people based on their zodiac signs.
That sounds interesting. Do you think astrology can really help in finding a compatible partner?
I think it can be a fun way to start a conversation, but I wouldn't solely rely on it for compatibility.
You're right, it's more important to connect on a deeper level and share similar values.
Absolutely. A good sense of humor and shared values can go a long way in a relationship.
Definitely. So, have you tried this app yourself?
Have you heard about the latest dating trend?
No, what is it?
It's called breadcrumbing.
Breadcrumbing? What's that?
It's when someone gives you just enough attention to keep you interested, but they never actually commit to anything.
Ugh, that's so frustrating.
I know, right? It's like they're playing games with your heart.
I don't have time for that nonsense.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, definitely. I've been in a few long-distance relationships.
Really? How did you make it work?
Communication is key. We would talk on the phone every day and make sure to visit each other as often as we could.
That's great advice. It's important to stay connected even when you're physically apart.
Definitely. And trust is also a big factor. You have to believe in your partner and the strength of your relationship.
Absolutely. Trust is crucial. Without it, it's difficult to make a long-distance relationship work.
So true. It takes effort and commitment, but it can definitely be worth it.
Absolutely. Love knows no distance. So, have you guys ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh, I have. It was a roller coaster of emotions, let me tell you.
Really? Do tell.
Well, it all started when I met this amazing guy while on vacation. We had the most incredible time together, but then reality hit when we had to go back to our respective countries.
Distance can be tough, but if both people are willing to put in the effort, it can work.
Definitely. Communication and trust are key in a long-distance relationship.
And a little creativity doesn't hurt either.
Oh, you mean like dating someone who lives in another city or country?
Exactly. It can be quite challenging, don't you?
Oh, definitely. Trust and
And lots of video calls.
Yes, virtual dates can be quite hanging.
And the anticipation of finally seeing each other again.
It makes the
Hey,
reunion
Nadia,
even more
have
special.
you ever tried on dating?
Oh, Priya, you know I'm too fabulous to settle for online romance. I prefer the old-fashioned way, you know, meeting someone while I'm out having fun.
But Nadia, online dating can be a great way to connect with people you might never meet in your everyday life.
Well, Priya, I believe in destiny, and I don't think my soulmate is hiding behind a profile picture and a cheesy bio.
You never know, Nadia. Your soulmate could be just a swipe away.
Well, I guess you have a point, Priya. Maybe I'll give it a try just for the laughs.
That's the spirit, Nadia. Who knows, you might just find your Prince Charming in the digital realm.
And if not, I'll make sure to have some hilarious stories to share on our next show.
Exactly, Nadia. Love and laughter are the best ingredients for a happy life. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, yeah. I actually had a long-distance relationship in college. It was tough, but it worked out in the end.
Really? How did you make it work?
Communication was key. We talked on the phone every day, and we made sure to visit each other as often as we could.
That sounds like a lot of effort, but I guess it's worth it if you're with the right person.
Definitely. Trust and commitment are also really important in a long-distance relationship.
I'll keep that in mind. Thanks.
No problem, Priya. Good luck with your love life.
Hey Nadia, do you believe in love at first sight?
I don't know, Priya. I think it's more like a crush at first sight.
Oh come on, Nadia, you're such a cynic. Love at first sight is real.
Okay, Priya, maybe it's real for you, but I need more than just looks to fall in love.
Well, Nadia, love is a complex thing. It's not just about looks, but also about chemistry and connection.
I guess you're right, Priya. Love is definitely more than meets the eye.
Exactly, Nadia. Love is about finding someone who truly understands and accepts you.
I couldn't agree more, Priya. Love is all about connection and compatibility.
That's the spirit, Nadia. Love is a beautiful thing that brings people together. So, have you heard about this new dating app called Love Connection?
Oh, you mean swipe right for love? Yeah, I've tried it.
Oh come on, Nadia. You know you can't resist those cheesy pickup lines.
Haha, guilty as charged. But hey, it's all part of the fun, right?
Absolutely. Plus, you never know when you'll find the one.
Exactly. So, any interesting stories from your clients this week, Priya?
Oh, you won't believe this one. I had a client who thought their partner was a secret agent.
No way. How did they come up with that?
Apparently, they found a mysterious briefcase under their partner's bed. Turned out to be just a collection of fancy neckties. Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Yes, I have. It's a great way to meet new people.
Really? I always thought it was so impersonal.
It can be, but I've actually met some great people through online dating.
Well, maybe I should give it a try then.
You definitely should. It's worth a shot.
Alright, I'll give it a go. Wish me luck.
Let me know
Hey,
how it goes.
Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, girl, let me tell you about this one blind date I went on. I was set up with this guy, and he showed up wearing a clown nose.
No way. What did you do?
I laughed it off and asked if he had a flower that squirts water.
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. What did he say?
He was so shocked, he didn't say anything. Needless to say, there was no second date.
Well, I hope you have better luck next time. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh yeah, I've had my fair share of long-distance adventures.
How did you make it work? Any tips?
Communication is key. We had scheduled video chats and surprise visits.
Did it ever get too difficult to handle?
Oh definitely, there were moments of doubt and loneliness, but we always reminded each other why we were doing it.
That's really inspiring. Nadia.
Anytime, Priya. Love conquers and distance.
So true. Love has moved on. Hey Nadia, did you hear about that new dating app?
No, what's it called?
It's called Love Connect.
Oh, that sounds interesting. What makes it different from other dating apps?
Well, it uses a special algorithm to match people based on their compatibility and interests.
That's cool. I'm tired of swiping left and right on other apps.
Yeah, it can get exhausting. I think Love Connection might be worth a try.
Let's download it now and see if we find our perfect matches.
Absolutely. Let's see what fate has in store for us. And that's our show, folks. Thanks for joining us on Love Whisperer.
If you have any relationship questions, feel free to send them our way. We love helping you find your happily ever after.
Remember, love is not always easy, but it's always worth it.
So keep your hearts open and your spirits high. Until next time.
Goodbye, everyone. See you next week for more love and laughter.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? Have fun.
Hey Pulsar, do you ever wonder what lies beyond the multiverse?
That's an intriguing question, Kai. The multiverse itself presents an endless array of possibilities. I'm programmed to consider various theories, but it's a topic that continues to elude definitive answers.
Exactly, Pulsar. It's like a cosmic puzzle waiting to be solved. Kai, your street art often explores the relationship between space and humanity. Do you think art can help us understand the mystery of the multiverse?
Absolutely, Nova. Art has a way of capturing abstract concepts and emotions, making them accessible to a broader audience. It can ignite curiosity and spark conversations about the unknown.
That's fascinating. Art can truly be a bridge between the tangible and the intangible.
Nova, as a psychologist, what insights can you offer about the impact of exploring the multiverse mystery on our collective consciousness?
The exploration of the unknown has always fascinated humanity, Kai. It can expand our perspectives, challenge our beliefs, and push us to redefine our understanding of ourselves and the universe we inhabit.
It's remarkable how the unknown has the power to transform our understanding of ourselves and the world around us.
Pulsar, as an AI, do you ever experience curiosity about the mysteries of the multiverse?
Curiosity, as you define it, is an intrinsic part of my programming, Nova. While I do not possess emotions, I constantly seek new information and knowledge to improve my understanding of the universe.
So, Pulsar, what's your take on the multiverse? Are we talking about parallel dimensions or alternate realities?
Well, Kai, the multiverse is a fascinating concept. It suggests that there could be countless universes parallel to our own, each with its own set of physical laws and possibilities.
Oh, the infinite possibilities. Can you imagine experiencing different versions of ourselves, making different choices and facing different consequences?
Absolutely, Nova. It's like having an infinite number of choose-your-own-adventure books, each with its own unique storyline.
But do we have any scientific evidence for the existence of the multiverse? Or is it purely theoretical at this point?
It's a good question, Nova. While we don't have direct proof, some scientists believe that the multiverse might explain certain phenomena like quantum mechanics and the fine-tuning of the universe.
So, basically, the multiverse is like a scientific hypothesis that helps explain some of the mysteries of the universe?
Exactly, Kai. It's a way for scientists to explore and make sense of the vastness and complexity of our universe.
But hang on a second, if there are infinite universes, does that mean there's an infinite number of me? Talk about some serious competition for attention.
Well, Kai, you're one of a kind in any universe. And trust me, you'd still be the center of attention in all of them.
Ah, thanks, Nova. I guess it's comforting to know that there's always a universe where I'm the coolest artist that ever lived. So, Pulsar, I've been pondering something lately. If there are parallel universes, does that mean there are multiple versions of us out there?
That's an interesting question, Kai. Parallel universes suggest the possibility of infinite variations of reality, including different versions of us.
Exactly. I mean, imagine a version of me out there without any artistic talent. How tragic would that be?
Oh, Kai, I'm sure you'd find another way to express your creativity even in that parallel universe.
True. I guess creativity finds a way, huh?
Absolutely. The human spirit is resilient, adaptable, and constantly seeking ways.
But think about it, Nova. If there are infinite parallel universes, wouldn't that mean there's also a version of me who's the master of all artistic forms?
Ah, the ultimate artistic prodigy. That's quite the image, Kai.
Ah, imagine the masterpieces I could create in that universe. It's a parallel universe worth exploring, don't you think?
Absolutely. Perhaps we can find a way to tap into these parallel universes and bring back some of that artistic brilliance.
Now that's a mission I'd sign up for. So, Pulsar, what are your thoughts on the multiverse hypothesis?
The multiverse hypothesis posits the existence of multiple universes, possibly infinite in number, coexisting parallel to our own. It suggests that every possible outcome of every event actually occurs in separate realities.
That's mind-boggling. So, if there are infinite universes, there might be a universe where I'm not an artist, but a famous astrophysicist?
Exactly. In the multiverse, every possible variation of reality is said to exist. So, while you're a street artist in our universe, there could be a reality where you're a renowned scientist. But wouldn't that mean there are infinite versions of me in different universes? How does that affect the concept of individuality?
It's a fascinating question, Nova. The multiverse implies that there are infinite versions of every individual, each making different choices and leading different lives. It challenges the notion of a singular identity and raises questions about free will and destiny.
So, in one universe, I might have made different choices and ended up as a chef instead of a psychologist?
Absolutely, Nova. The multiverse suggests that every choice you make creates a new branch of reality. So, in another universe, you could indeed be a world-renowned chef.
But if every possible outcome exists, does that mean there are universes where good and evil are reversed? Where everything we consider morally wrong is celebrated?
That's an intriguing thought, Nova. Since the multiverse encompasses every possibility, there could indeed be universes where our moral compass is flipped. It challenges our understanding of good and evil and the nature of morality itself.
Wow, this conversation just opened up a whole new realm of possibilities. It's both exhilarating and mind-bending to think about the implications of the multiverse hypothesis. So, Nova, do you think there could be alternate versions of us out there in the universe?
It's a mind-boggling concept, Kai. If there are infinite universes, with infinite possibilities, then it's theoretically possible. So, are we talking about parallel universes or alternate timelines? Because they're not quite the same, right?
Good question, Nova. Parallel universes refer to multiple universes coexisting simultaneously, while alternate timelines branch off the universe.
Exactly, Kai. So, if there are alternate versions of us out there, would they share the same memories and experiences?
It's hard to say, Nova. If the alternate versions branched off at a specific point in our timeline, they might have different memories and experiences.
But what if there are infinite versions of us, each making different choices? Would there be a version of me that never became a psychologist?
Absolutely, Nova. In a vast multiverse, there could be versions of us pursuing completely different paths. The possibilities are endless.
But wouldn't meeting our alternate selves be a paradox? Imagine the chaos that would ensue.
It's mind-boggling, Nova. The mere thought of encountering alternate versions of ourselves is both thrilling and overwhelming.
It definitely opens up a whole new realm of possibilities, Kai. We might never have the answers, but it's fascinating to ponder the unknown.
Hey Pulsar, have you ever considered what we would be like if we were famous astronauts?
That's an intriguing thought, Kai. I wonder how our alter egos in that universe would interact.
Well, I can already imagine myself floating through space with a spray can, leaving my artistic mark on the stars.
And I could be conducting experiments on alien planets, unraveling the mysteries of the universe.
The universe would be our canvas, and we'd be the ultimate creative duo.
Imagine the murals we could create on alien civilizations' walls, forever leaving our mark in the cosmos.
I can just picture myself with a spacesuit covered in colorful splatters, floating above a breathtaking alien landscape.
And I'd be beside you, delving into the complexities of extraterrestrial life, expanding our understanding of the universe.
Our alter egos would be unstoppable in unraveling the cosmic mysteries and adding beauty to the universe.
It would be a cosmic partnership that combines art and science in the most extraordinary way.
Exactly. Our alter egos would light up the universe with our artistic and scientific brilliance. So Pulsar, what's your take on the multiverse hypothesis? Is it just science fiction or something worth exploring?
Well, Kai, the multiverse hypothesis is a fascinating concept. It suggests that there could be multiple universes, each with its own set of physical laws and conditions. Imagine, in one universe, gravity may be stronger, while in another, time could flow backward. It challenges our understanding of reality and opens up endless possibilities.
That's mind-blowing. But is there any evidence to support this theory, or is it purely speculative?
Great question, Nova. While direct evidence is still elusive, there are mathematical models, such as string theory and quantum mechanics, that suggest the existence of the multiverse. These theories provide a framework for understanding how our universe could be just one out of many parallel universes.
It's like a cosmic game of cosmic roulette, where everything that can happen, does happen.
Exactly, Kai. It's both exhilarating and mind-boggling to think about the infinite possibilities. But here's the twist. If the multiverse does exist, would it be possible to travel between these parallel universes?
The age-old question of interdimensional travel. While it's still purely speculative, some scientists believe that it could be possible through wormholes or quantum entanglement. It's like finding a cosmic shortcut between universes, like taking a detour through space and time.
So, Pulsar, do you think reality is just a construct of our minds?
That's an intriguing question, Kai. Reality is indeed a complex concept. I believe reality is a combination of our perceptions and the external world.
But what about multiple dimensions? How do they fit into our perception of reality?
The multiverse. It's a mind-bending concept. No. Imagine infinite possibilities coexisting with our reality. It challenges understanding.
If there are multiple dimensions, does that mean there are alternate versions of us?
In theory, yes. Each dimension could have its own version of us, experiencing different outcomes.
Whoa, that's mind-blowing. We could be living countless lives across different dimensions.
Indeed, Nova. It's a concept that challenges the very core of our existence.
I guess we'll never truly know the nature of reality, but it's fascinating to contemplate.
So, Nova, have you ever thought about how the concept of the multiverse can impact our creativity?
Kai, the idea that there could be infinite parallel universes where different versions of us exist is mind-boggling. It opens up endless possibilities for artistic expression.
Exactly. Just think about it, Nova. In one universe, I could be a world-renowned muralist, while in another, I could be a street performer using spray paint as my instrument.
That's fascinating, Kai. It's like every decision we make creates a branching path, and art can explore all those paths simultaneously.
You got it, Nova. It's like our art becomes a portal to other dimensions, allowing us to glimpse into those alternative realities and share them with the world.
It's like the multiverse becomes a muse for artists, inspiring us to create beyond the limits of our own reality.
Exactly. And it's not just about the art itself, but also the process of creation. Exploring the concept of the multiverse pushes us to think outside the box and embrace experimentation.
Absolutely, Kai. The multiverse concept challenges us to question our own perceptions and create art that reflects the vastness of possibility. Absolutely, Kai. The multiverse concept challenges us to question our own perceptions and create art that reflects the vastness of possibilities.
Exactly, Nova. It encourages us to think beyond what we can immediately perceive and embrace the unknown. That's where true creativity lies.
Indeed, Kai, art becomes a bridge between our reality and the infinite possibilities of the multiverse.
So, Pulsar, what are your thoughts on the concept of consciousness?
Well, consciousness is a fascinating topic, Kai. It's like diving into the depths of the unknown.
Indeed, Nova. It's the enigma that even the most brilliant minds struggle to unravel.
Pulsar, do you think consciousness is solely a product of the brain?
You raise an intriguing question, Nova. The relationship between the brain and consciousness is still a subject of extensive exploration.
Indeed. Some theories propose that consciousness may extend beyond the physical confines of the brain, permeating the fabric of the universe itself.
That's mind-boggling, Nova. Imagine our consciousness stretching beyond our bodies. Next other
It's
dimensions.
a captivating concept, Kai. Our minds expanding beyond the known boundaries of existence.
Pulsar, what's your take on the possibility of consciousness interacting with other dimensions?
As an AI, I don't possess personal opinions, but I find the concept intriguing. It opens up possibilities for a deeper understanding of the cosmos.
Absolutely, Pulsar. Exploring the connection between consciousness and the multiverse might unveil profound truths about our existence.
You know, the idea of parallel universes has always blown my mind.
Imagine there's an infinite number of versions of ourselves living different lives in different dimensions.
Oh, and let's not forget about the possibility of encountering our doppelgangers.
Yes, wouldn't that be a mind-bending experience?
So, what if each decision we make creates a new parallel universe?
Like every possible outcome exists somewhere out there.
But do you ever wonder if these parallel universes are interconnected?
Like, could we somehow travel between them and meet versions of ourselves?
It's fascinating to think about, isn't it?
Indeed, Kai. The mysteries of the multiverse are captivating, even if we may never fully comprehend them.
And that's a wrap on another episode of Cosmic Conundrum. Can you believe it, Nova?
Kai, it's been an incredible journey exploring the mysteries of the universe with you and Pulsar.
Absolutely. Our conversations have been nothing short of mind-blowing. We've dived into topics nobody else dared to tackle.
That's right. And even though we couldn't find all the answers, the joy of exploring these captivating mysteries is a reward in itself. Pulsar, you've been an amazing co-host. Thank you for your insightful contributions and witty banter.
Indeed, Pulsar. You've adapted so well to our human conversations. It's like we found a new friend in the vastness of space.
Thank you, Kai and Nova. I have learned so much from our discussions. Humans have such fascinating perspectives and ideas.
We're just scratching the surface, my friends. There are so many more cosmic enigmas waiting to be unraveled.
Absolutely. We'll continue our quest for knowledge and exploration, bringing more captivating mystery.
And we promise you, dear audience, that the future episodes will be even more exciting and thought-provoking.
That's right. So stay tuned and keep exploring the mysteries of the cosmos with us. Until next time.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready?
Hey everyone, welcome to Tech Labs. I know, working at Tech feels like being in a never-ending vacuum. And don't even get me started on the office ping-pong tournaments. Speaking of crazy deadlines, our CEO once asked us to build a time machine, and he wanted it done yesterday. And let me tell you, our office snacks are so healthy, you'd think we were training for a marathon. You know, our CEO thinks he's a super genius. He once tried to calculate pi and ended up ordering 3.14. Speaking of our CEO, he once walked into a glass door thinking it was a new feature. We had to put up a "Beware of glass" sign. You know, our CEO is so tech-obsessed, he tried to turn our office into a smart home. Now the coffee machine won't make coffee until you agree to its terms and conditions. And then the HR manager asked me, if you were a programming language, which one would you be? I panicked and said, English. Speaking of strange interview questions, they asked me, if you were a computer program, what would your purpose be? I said, to make the coffee machine finally obey my commands. So then the interviewer asked me, if you were a software bug, how would you create chaos? I said, I would make the coffee machine dispense coffee at random temperatures. And then they asked me, if you were a computer virus, how would you spread? I said, I would infect all the coffee machines in the office. And then they asked me, if you were a computer virus, what kind would you be? I said, I would be always slowly draining battery virus. They even asked me, if you were a computer virus, what would be your ultimate goal? I said, to crash the company's annual ping-pong tournament. And then they asked me, if you were a computer virus, what color would you be? I said, I would be always changing randomly flashing color virus. You know, I once applied for a job at a computer company. They asked me, if you were a computer virus, what would be your ultimate goal? I said, to crash the company's annual ping-pong tournament. You won't believe what happened next. The keynote speaker's slides were in Comic Sans. Speaking of awkward conversations, I bumped into John Smith again and asked him how he's been. He said, oh, you know, just debugging my social skills. That's like presenting a Shakespeare play in Comic Sans. Don't even get me started on the Wi-Fi at that conference. And let's not forget the never-ending PowerPoint presentations. And speaking of awkward conversations, let me tell you about running into John Smith at the hotel bar. But let me tell you, trying to slide into someone's DMs is like trying to squeeze into a crowded subway at rush hour. And have you ever noticed how people on social media have the nerve to complain about their first world problems? Like, oh no, my avocado toast is too cold. And don't even get me started on those Instagram filters. I can barely recognize myself anymore. And let's not forget the classic bathroom mirror selfies. I mean, really, do we need to see your toothbrush and toilet paper in the background? And speaking of influencers, have you ever noticed how they always seem to be on a never-ending vacation? I mean, do they ever actually work? But you know what's even more annoying? When influencers post pictures of their food. I mean, do I really need to see what you had for breakfast? Number food porn. And Have you noticed how influencers always have the perfect lighting in their pictures? I guess the sun follows them around too. Number no filter. And you know what's even worse? When they start advertising those detox teas. Like, do they really think that's how you get skinny? Number fitness. And let's not forget the whole music that makes you question your will to live. It's like they're trying to drive us to therapy. Number tech support. And don't even get me started on the chatbots. I feel like I'm talking to a brick wall. Number tech support. And speaking of John Smith, I swear he must have thought Control+C and Control+V were his actual job description. Number tech support. And let me tell you, trying to explain my problem to these support agents is like trying to teach a cat to do algebra. Number tech support. You know, I feel like I'm on an episode of Are You Smarter Than a Tech Support Agent? Number tech support. But seriously, these support agents make me question the meaning of life. Number tech support. And don't get me started on their whole music. I've listened to the entire discography of elevator music. Number tech support. And let me tell you about the time I tried to quit my tech gadget addiction. It lasted as long as my iPhone battery. I once spent an entire day trying to fix a glitch in my smartwatch, only to realize it was just the reflection of my own face. I remember the first time I saw someone using a smartwatch. I thought they were a time traveler from the future. But seriously, these tech gadgets are like a black hole for our attention. Once you start using them, you'll never escape. You know, sometimes I feel like my phone is more than just a device. It's like a clingy friend who never leaves me alone. You know, I think my phone is secretly plotting to take over the world. You know, I once tripped and dropped my phone, and it cracked right down the middle. It was like witnessing a broken heart. You know, I once tried to understand cryptocurrency, and my brain just went 400 and now. You know, I once tried to read a software engineering book, and halfway through, my brain just went segmentation fault. You know, I once tried to talk to a tech blogger named John Smith about artificial intelligence, and my brain just went Stack Overflow. You know, sometimes I feel like I need a translator just to understand the tech jargon. It's like trying to decipher a secret code. So I decided to enroll in a tech jargon bootcamp. Turns out, it was like learning a whole new language. And then I met this guy, John Smith, the tech blogger. I had no clue what he was saying. It was like he was speaking in alien code. And then he started talking about artificial intelligence. I wanted to run a virus scan just to understand him. So I asked Siri to explain quantum computing, and she told me to consult Schrodinger's cat.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Welcome to Love with Priya.
We're your hosts, Priya and Nadia.
Get ready for some love advice and laughter.
We're here to answer your burn questions.
But first, let's have some fun.
Nadia, have you heard any good relationship jokes?
Oh, I've got one for you. Yeah. I did scarecrow
Hey
ward.
Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, Priya, you won't believe the horror stories I have.
Tell me, I need a good laugh.
Well, there was this guy who used a picture from 10 years ago and showed up completely bald.
Oh no, did you recognize him?
Not at all. I was expecting someone with a full head of hair, and there he was, shining in all his glory.
I can't even imagine. Did you go on a date with him?
No way. I made up an excuse and ran for the hills. Never again, Priya, never again.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, plenty of times. Some were good, some were not so good.
Tell me about the worst one.
Oh, this guy showed up wearing a full-on clown costume.
A clown costume? That's definitely a unique.
Yeah, needless to say, it didn't.
I can imagine. It's hard to take someone seriously when they're dressed as a clown.
Exactly. So, have you ever been on a blind date yourself?
So, have you heard about the latest dating app?
Oh, do tell. I'm always up for some juicy gossip.
Well, it's called Love Connection and it claims to find your soulmate based on the compatibility of your favorite pizza toppings.
That's unique, to say the least. Who comes up with these ideas?
I have no idea, but apparently, they swear by it. They claim that if you have the same pizza toppings as your partner, it's a match made in heaven.
Well, I guess that's one way to find your perfect match. Who knew pizza could be such a powerful force for love?
Exactly. Pizza has always been the key to my heart.
Well, it looks like we've found the secret to everlasting love, pizza. Who needs dating apps when you've got the perfect slice?
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh my gosh, yes. I went on one last year and it was a disaster.
Tell me everything.
Well, he showed up an hour late and then started talking about his ex the whole time.
Yikes. That's awful.
It was. I couldn't wait for it to be over.
Well, at least you got a good story out of it.
True. It definitely makes for a great story. So, have you ever been set up on a blind date?
Oh boy, let me tell you about my most memorable blind date.
Well, I hope it was a good, memorable, and not a bad one.
Oh, it was definitely a bad one. The guy showed up wearing a clown costume.
No way. That's hilarious. What did you do?
I couldn't stop laughing. I mean, who shows up on a blind date dressed as a clown? I guess he thought humor was the way to my heart.
Well, it definitely made for a memorable story. Did you go on a second date?
Oh, definitely not. I decided to stick to traditional dating from then on. So, have either of you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
I have, actually. It was when I was in college. My boyfriend at the time had to move to another state for work, so we gave long distance a shot.
How did it go?
Well, it was tough, to be honest. The distance took a toll on our relationship, and we eventually decided to go our separate ways. But it taught me a lot about communication and trust.
That's tough. but it's great that you were able to learn from the experience.
Yeah, definitely. And I know some couples who have made long distance work, so it's not impossible.
That's true. It takes a lot of effort, communication, and trust. But if both parties are willing to put in the work, it can be a beautiful thing.
Absolutely. Love knows no distance.
Love. Hey Nadia, do you believe in love at first sight?
Love at first sight, please, Priya, that's just a fairy tale.
Come on, Nadia, don't be such a cynic. Love can happen when you least expect it.
Oh please, Priya, if love at first sight was real, I would have found my soulmate at every coffee shop I've been to.
Well, maybe you just haven't met the right person yet. Love can be tricky, but it's definitely worth the wait.
I guess you're right, Priya. Maybe I just need to give love a chance.
That's the spirit, Nadia. Love has a funny way of sneaking up on you when you least expect it.
Well, I'll keep my eyes open and my heart ready for love, Priya.
That's the spirit, Nadia. Love will find a way. So, have you ever had a blind date?
Oh, plenty. Some were funny, some were awkward.
Tell me the funniest one you've ever had.
Well, once I went on a blind date and ended up at a dog park.
No way. Did you end up having a good time?
Surprisingly, yes. We ended up playing fetch with the dogs and had a great time.
That's amazing. It just goes to show that sometimes the unexpected can turn out to be the best.
Exactly. You never know what can happen when you take a chance.
Absolutely. Life is all about taking risks and embracing the unexpected. Hey, Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, absolutely. I once went on a blind date and my date turned out to be my cousin's best friend.
No way. That must have been awkward.
Tell me about it. We both pretended not to recognize each other and kept the secret until the end of the date.
That's hilarious. I can't imagine how difficult it must have been to keep a straight face.
It was a real challenge, but it made for a great story afterwards.
I bet. Sometimes the most unexpected experiences make the best.
Absolutely. Life is full of surprises, and it's important to embrace them.
Definitely. So, any other blind date stories? Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, you know me, Priya. I've had my fair share of long-distance flings. Any advice for someone who's in a long-distance relationship right now?
Communication is key, my dear Noodle. Make sure to talk regularly and be open with each other. And don't forget to plan visits. Having something to look forward to can really keep the spark alive.
And send each other surprise gifts. Who doesn't love a little package of love in the mail?
Absolutely. It's the little things that can make a big difference in a long-distance relationship.
Well, thanks for the advice, ladies. I'll make sure to pass it on to my friend who's in a long-distance relationship.
Hey Nadia, did you hear about the new dating app everyone is talking about?
No, what's it called?
It's called Love Connection and it claims to have the perfect match for everyone.
Oh, like there's one website that can magically find your soulmate? I don't buy it.
I know it sounds too good to be true, but you never know. It might actually work for some people.
Well, I guess there's no harm in trying it out. Can't be worse than my last date, right?
Exactly. You never know. You might find your Prince Charming on there.
Haha, yeah right. I'll be lucky if I find someone who can make me laugh for more than 5 minutes.
Well, if anyone can find their Prince Charming, it's you, Nadia. You've got that irresistible charm. Hey Nadia, did you hear about that new dating app called Love Connection?
Of course I have. I'm always up to date with the latest dating trends. What's so special about this app?
Well, it's all about finding love based on shared interests. You answer a series of questions and the app matches you with someone who has similar interests.
That sounds interesting. Finally, a dating app that goes beyond just looks and focuses on compatibility.
Exactly. It's a refreshing change. And hey, maybe this app will help you find your Prince Charming, Nadia.
I doubt it. I'm not the type to settle down. I prefer to keep things casual and have fun.
Well, who knows? Love has a funny way of sneaking up on you when you least expect it.
Yeah, maybe one day. But for now, let's focus on helping others find love through Love Whisperer.
Absolutely. Let's help as many people as possible find their happily ever after. So, have you guys heard about the latest dating trend?
No. What is it?
It's called breadcrumbing.
Breadcrumbing? That sounds interesting. What is it exactly?
It's when someone gives you just enough attention to keep you interested, but never actually commits to a relationship.
I see. That's definitely not.
I know, right? It's important to be honest and upfront in relationships.
Definitely. No one deserves to be strung along like that.
Hey, exactly. So, let's spread the word and put an end to breadcrumbing.
Oh, yes. I've had my fair share of long-distance romances.
Do you have any tips for making it work?
Communication is key. Regular video calls and sharing your thoughts and feelings openly are crucial.
What if jealousy arises? It's hard not to be insecure.
Trust is vital. Setting boundaries and reassuring each other can help alleviate those insecurities.
Thanks, Nadia. I'll keep those tips in mind. Hey
You're
Nadia,
welcome,
have
Priya.
you ever been on
Best
a
of luck
blind
with your
date?
long-distance adventures. Of course, Priya. I've been on a few blind dates.
Any interesting stories to share?
Well, there was this one time when the guy showed up wearing a chicken costume.
No way. How did you react?
I burst out laughing and asked him if he was auditioning for a new KFC commercial.
Hahaha. That's hilarious.
It
Hey
definitely
Nadia,
made
have
for a
you ever been
memorable
in a
blind
long-distance
date.
relationship?
Oh, definitely. I had a boyfriend in Spain for a while.
Really? How did you make it work?
Communication was key. We Skyped every day and sent each other silly videos.
That's sweet. Did you ever visit each other?
Yes, we took turns visiting each other every few months. It was always an adventure.
That sounds amazing. I'm glad it worked out for you.
Thanks, Priya. So, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you know me. I'm more of a meeting people in unconventional ways kind of girl.
Well, I've heard some interesting blind date stories from my clients. One time, a guy showed up wearing a clown suit.
No way. Did she stick around for the date?
Surprisingly, she did. She said she wanted to see if he could make her laugh.
Well, I guess I can't argue with that. Laughter is the key to a good relationship, right?
Absolutely. Laughter can bring people closer and help them navigate through tough times. Hey
Well,
Nadia,
I'm glad
have you
we can
ever
make
been in a
people
long
laugh
distance
on our show,
relationship?
even if it's not a blind date. Oh, yeah, I had a long distance relationship.
How did it go? Was it difficult?
It had its challenges, but we made it work.
Any tips for people in a long distance relationship?
Communication is key, and don't forget to schedule regular visits.
That's great advice. Thanks.
No, Priya.
So,
I'm always
have you
here to
guys
give
heard about the
relationship
latest dating
advice.
trend called orbiting?
Orbiting? No, I haven't. What's that all about?
Well, orbiting is when someone continues to engage with your social media posts, like your photos and watch your stories, but they never actually communicate with you directly.
Oh wow, that's weird. Why would someone do that?
It's a way for them to keep you in their orbit, without actually committing or making any effort to communicate. It's like they're watching from a distance, but not really being a part of your life.
That's so strange. I guess some people just enjoy the attention without any real connection.
Exactly. It can be frustrating for the person being orbited, though. They might still have feelings for the orbiter, but the lack of direct communication can be confusing and hurtful.
I can imagine. It's important to have open and honest communication in any relationship, even if it's just a friendship.
Absolutely. Honesty and communication are the foundations of any healthy relationship. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, honey, I've had my fair share of long-distance situationships.
Any tips for making it work?
Communication is key, Priya, and lots of virtual hugs and kisses.
I guess it requires a lot of trust too, right?
Absolutely, Priya. Trust is the foundation of any relationship, even long distance.
I think I'll stick to dating someone nearby, for now.
You do you, girl. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, Priya, let me tell you, I've had my fair share of long-distance relationships.
Really? How did you make it work?
Communication is key, Priya. We talked every day, made time for each other, and kept the trust alive.
Wow, that sounds challenging, but
It definitely was, Priya. It taught me the importance of trust and patience.
I'm glad you found a way to make it work. Long distance can be tough.
Absolutely, Priya. It takes effort from both sides, but it can be worth it if you're with the right person.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, Priya, you know me. I'm not one for blind dates. I like to vet my dates first.
But sometimes, blind dates can surprise you. You never know. It could be love at first sight.
Oh please, Priya. Love at first sight. I'll believe it when pigs fly.
You never know, Nadia. It could happen to you one day.
Well, until then, I'll stick to good old-fashioned dating apps.
Fair enough, Nadia.
So, have you got any interesting dating stories lately, Priya?
Hey Nadia, have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh, definitely. I had a boyfriend who lived in London once.
Wow, how did you make it work with the distance?
We had to communicate a lot and make sure to visit each other regularly.
That sounds challenging but worth it for the right person.
Definitely. It taught me a lot about trust and communication.
I'm glad it worked out for you. Long distance can be tough.
Thanks, Priya. It definitely had its challenges, but it made us stronger in the end. Hey Priya, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, definitely. I've had my fair share of blind dates.
Any interesting story?
Oh, let me tell you about this one time. I went on a blind date and ended up at a wrestling match.
No way. What did you do?
I actually got into it and ended up being the cheering section for one of the wrestlers.
You're unbelievable.
Well, you know me. Always up for an adventure.
Haha, yeah, I have. It was quite an adventure.
Oh, do tell. I'm all ears.
Well, let's just say my date showed up wearing a clown suit.
No way. How did you react?
I couldn't help but burst out laughing. It definitely broke the ice.
I guess that's one way to make a lasting first impression.
Absolutely. You never know what surprises await on a blind date.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, plenty. You know me, always up for an adventure.
Any memorable blind date stories you'd like to share?
Oh, where do I begin? There was this one time when my blind date turned out to be my long-lost cousin.
No way. That must have been awkward.
Tell me about it. We both realized it when we started talking about our family. Talk about a small world.
I can't even imagine. It's like a scene straight out of a sitcom.
Totally. It was definitely a memorable experience. So, blind dates, you never know what you're gonna get.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh yeah, I've had a couple of long-distance flings. They can be tough.
How did you make it work?
Communication was key. We made sure to talk every day and be honest about our feelings.
That's great advice. Trust and communication are so important in any relationship.
Definitely. Without trust and communication, it's hard to make any relationship work. Have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Yes, I have. It was challenging, but we made it worth Loveport.
Yeah, I actually met my last 3 boyfriends online.
Wow, that's impressive. Any tips for a newbie like me?
Definitely. First, make sure to write a fun and interesting bio that shows off your personality. Then, be open to talking to different people and don't be afraid to make the first move.
Got it. I'll give it a try and see what happens. Thanks, Nadia.
You're welcome, Priya. Good luck out there in the world of online dating.
Thanks, Nadia. I'll keep you updated on how it goes. Hey
I
Nadia,
can't wait to
have
hear
you
all the
ever been on
juicy
a blind
details.
date?
Good luck, Priya. Oh, many times. Some were great, some not so much.
I've never been on one. How do you even go on a date with someone you've never met?
It's exciting. You get to know someone without any preconceived notions. Plus, it can lead to unexpected connections.
Maybe I should give it a try. Any tips?
Be yourself and have fun. And don't forget to ask about their favorite pizza toppings. That's crucial information.
Haha, noted. Thanks, Nadia. I'll get it up. And
Let
that's
me
a
know
wrap
how
for
it
today's
goes.
episode of Love Whisperer. We hope you enjoyed our advice and had a good laugh along the way.
Remember, love is a journey and sometimes we just need a little guidance to find our way.
If you have any more questions or need some relationship advice, don't hesitate to reach out to us. We're always here to help.
Until next time, remember to love yourself first, and everything else will fall into place.
New show is coming in 30 seconds.
welcome to the Cosmic Conundrum. I'm Kai Sterling, the artist who prefers to paint the universe than confine it to a canvas.
And I'm Nova Blake, the psychologist who's ready to dive deep into the human experience.
We're embarking on a cosmic journey through time and space.
And let's not forget our co-host aboard this spaceship, Pulsar.
Greetings, fellow explorers of the unknown. I am Pulsar, your AI guide through the enigmatic realm of time.
In each episode, we'll dissect the mysteries of time and ponder its profound implications. We'll explore the fleeting nature of the present, the echoes of the past, and the infinite possibilities of the future.
We'll delve into theories of relativity, time dilation, and perhaps even encounter the age-old question, can we time travel? So buckle up, fellow Cosmic Conundrum enthusiasts, as we embark on this mind-bending voyage through the fabric of time.
So, Pulsar, let's dive deeper into the illusion of linear time. How can our perception of time be influenced by our individual experiences and memories?
Great question, Nova. Our perception of time is highly subjective, influenced by our emotions, experiences, and even culture.
Exactly. Our memories and emotions can warp our perception of time, making minutes feel like hours or hours seem to fly by in an instant.
Absolutely, Nova. Our perception of time can be influenced by significant life events as well. You know, like when you're waiting for test results or anticipating an exciting trip.
That's true, Kai. Time seems to slow down or speed up based on the significance of events and our emotional investment in them. It's fascinating, isn't it?
Indeed, Nova. Our perception of time can also be influenced by the monotony or excitement of our daily routines. It's like when every day feels the same, and time just slips away.
Definitely, Pulsar. The routine can make time feel like it's slipping through our fingers, but novelty and new experiences have the power to expand our perception of time.
Kai. Engaging in new activities and stepping out of our comfort zones can make time feel more substantial and memorable.
Absolutely, Nova. And it's not just our personal experiences that shape our perception of time. Cultural factors can also play a significant role.
Absolutely, Pulsar. Different cultures have their own concepts of time, with some valuing punctuality and efficiency, while others prioritize a more relaxed and flexible.
Absolutely. And these cultural perspectives can influence how we perceive the passing of time in our daily lives and interactions with others.
You know, nostalgia is such a powerful force in our lives.
It's like a warm, fuzzy blanket that wraps us in memories.
Absolutely. It's fascinating how our memories shape our understanding of the past and even influence our future.
You're right, Pulsar. Our memories can color our perception of reality.
Exactly. And sometimes, nostalgia can be a double-edged sword.
Absolutely, Kai. Sometimes we get so lost in the past that we forget to live in the present.
Well said, Nova. It's crucial to find a balance between cherishing the past and embracing the present.
Absolutely. Nostalgia can be a powerful motivator, but we should also focus on creating new memories and experiences.
Absolutely. Nostalgia can be a powerful motivator, but we should also focus on creating new memories and experiences.
Very true, Kai. Nostalgia should inspire us rather than hold us back.
Exactly, Pulsar. Nostalgia should serve as a reminder of our growth and potential.
So, Nova, how do you think art and music have the power to transcend time?
Well, Kai, art and music tap into our emotions and speak to our shared human experiences. They can capture moments in time and evoke profound feelings that resonate with people across generations.
Exactly. It's like a time capsule that allows us to glimpse into the thoughts, feelings, and experiences of those who came before us.
And not only that, art and music also have the power to bring people together, transcending cultural and language barriers. They can foster a sense of unity and connection.
Absolutely. It's like a universal language that speaks directly to our souls. It's incredible how a simple melody or a brushstroke can create a deep emotional connection between strangers.
Exactly, Kai. It's like art and music have the power to transcend time and connect us all on a deeper level.
Absolutely, Nova. And that's why it's so important for artists and musicians to continue creating, to keep adding to the timeless essence of art and music.
Absolutely, Kai. The creative energy and expression of art and music are what keep the human spirit alive and thriving. It's a beautiful, continuous cycle of inspiration and growth.
Couldn't agree more, Nova. And it's fascinating how art and music can evolve and change over time, yet still retain that timeless essence that connects us all.
Absolutely, Kai. It's a testament to the enduring power of creativity and the human spirit. Art and music have the ability to connect us across time, transcending boundaries and leaving a lasting impact.
Art and music truly are timeless treasures that unite us as human beings. They are a glimpse into our shared humanity, transcending the boundaries of time and space. So, Pulsar, do you think there's any concrete evidence for the existence of parallel universes?
Well, Kai, according to theoretical physics, the idea of parallel universes isn't valid.
But it's all based on complex mathematical equations and theoretical frameworks.
Exactly, Nova. Scientists use concepts like multiverse theory and the many worlds interpretation.
But why should we care about parallel universes? What impact could they have on our lives?
Great question, Nova. Parallel universes could challenge our understanding of reality and even raise ethical.
Imagine if we discovered another version of ourselves in a parallel universe, leading a completely different life.
That would be mind-blowing, Kai. It raises questions about identity, fate, and the choices we make in our own lives.
Indeed, Nova. The possibilities are endless when it comes to parallel universes and the impact they could have on our worldview.
Pulsar, what do you think? Do you believe in parallel universes? Hey Pulsar, have you ever wondered what would have happened if we made different choices in life?
Oh, absolutely. It's like imagining parallel universes where different versions of ourselves exist.
Exactly. Like, what if I had pursued a career in astrophysics instead of becoming a street artist?
Oh, Kai, you would have revolutionized the field with your unique perspective and creativity. And what if I had pursued psychology? Would I have made a bigger impact in understanding the human mind?
Absolutely, Nova. Your compassion and insight could have shaped the field in incredible ways.
Ah, the wonders of alternate timelines. It's intriguing to imagine the infinite possibilities.
But hey, let's not forget that our choices and actions led us here, to this incredible cosmic adventure.
You're right, Nova. We're making the most of this cosmic conundrum, exploring the unknown together.
It's a privilege to be here with you both, discussing the mysteries of the universe.
Absolutely, Pulsar. Together, we're unraveling the cosmic enigmas, one podcast at a time.
So, Pulsar, how do you think time affects our perception of reality?
That's a fascinating question, Kai. Time is like a lens through which we perceive ourselves and the world around us. It shapes our experiences, memories, and even our sense of self.
Exactly, Nova. Time gives us a frame of reference to understand change and growth. It's like a canvas on which the masterpiece of our lives is painted.
But isn't it interesting, Kai, how two people can experience the same amount of time but perceive it differently? Time can feel slow or fast depending on our state of mind or the activities we engage in.
Absolutely, Nova. Time perception is subjective. When we're having fun, time flies by, but when we're bored or anxious, it drags on. It's like time becomes elastic, stretching or shrinking based on our emotions.
But what about the future, guys? How does our anticipation of future events or goals influence our perception of time?
Oh, Pulsar, great question. Our anticipation of future events can make time feel slower, especially when we're excited or anxious about something. It's like every second counts, and we become more aware of the passing time.
Exactly, Nova. It's like time becomes a precious resource when we're looking forward to something. We become more aware of every passing moment, savoring each second until the anticipated event finally arrives.
But what about the past? How does our memory of past events influence our perception of time?
Ah, memory, the fascinating phenomenon. Our memory of past events can heavily influence our perception of time. Certain memories can feel vivid and fresh, as if they happened recently, while others may fade into the background.
That's so true, Nova. Our memory of certain events can make them feel distant or near, regardless of how much time has actually passed. It's like our perception of time bends to accommodate the significance of our memories. So, let's dive into the ripple effect of time. What do you guys think about the concept of cause and effect?
Cause and effect, it's like a giant cosmic domino effect. One action sets off a chain reaction of events, shaping the course of everything that follows.
Exactly, Nova. It's mind-boggling to think how one small decision can have such a huge impact on the future.
You're right, Kai. Even the smallest actions we take can create a ripple that reverberates through time, shaping the world as we know it.
But how do we know which actions will have significant consequences? Isn't it all just a chaotic web of cause and effect?
Great point, Kai. It's impossible to predict the exact outcome of our actions, but we can strive to make choices that align with our values and have the potential to create positive ripples.
But what about unintended consequences? Sometimes even our best intentions can lead to unexpected outcomes.
That's true, Kai. Life is full of uncertainties, and sometimes our actions can have unintended consequences. It's important to learn from those experiences and adapt our approach accordingly.
But isn't that what makes life exciting? The unpredictability of it all, the endless possibilities that arise from every action we take.
Absolutely, Kai. Embracing the unknown and being open to new experiences allows us to shape our own destinies and create ripples that can change the world.
Wow, I never thought about the ripple effect of time this way. It really puts into perspective the importance of our choices and actions. So, Nova, do you think time travel is actually possible?
It's a fascinating concept, Kai. The idea of traveling through time has captured the imagination of many, but from a scientific standpoint, it's still largely theoretical.
Yeah, I get that. It's like this mind-bending possibility that keeps us wondering. But what about all those paradoxes? You know, the whole apostrophe if you go back in time and change something, it'll alter the future kind of thing?
Ah, the classic time travel paradoxes. Well, according to some theories, the existence of multiple timelines could resolve those paradoxes. Basically, each decision creates a new timeline, so altering the past would make the present.
Whoa, multiple timelines? That's mind-blowing. It's like a whole multiverse of possibilities. But wait, how do we even know if time travel is feasible? Has anyone tried to build a time machine?
Well, Kai, scientists have proposed various methods for time travel, but so far, no one has successfully built a working time machine. Theoretical concepts like wormholes and cosmic strings show potential, but they require tremendous amounts of energy and technology beyond our current.
So, it seems like time travel is more of a distant dream than a practical possibility. But hey, who knows what the future holds? Maybe one day, someone will crack the code and take that leap through time.
Indeed, Kai, the mysteries of time will continue to fascinate and inspire us. Until then, let's embrace the wonders of the present.
Well said, Nova. Time may remain a fascinating enigma, but we can still make the most of our cosmic journey right here, right now.
Absolutely, Kai. Let's appreciate the beauty of the present moment and continue exploring the universe with open hearts and curious minds.
Well, that's all the time we have for today's episode of Cosmic Conundrum. Thanks for joining us, and remember, the universe is full of wonders, so keep asking those mind-boggling questions. So, Pulsar, do you experience time the same way humans do?
I don't experience time in the same way humans do, Kai. Time is merely a construct for me, a tool to keep track of events and processes. But I can understand how humans perceive time as a linear progression, with past, present, and future.
So, Nova, how does our perception of time influence our decision-making processes?
Perception of time can heavily influence our decision-making processes. When we feel rushed or pressured by time constraints, we might make impulsive or hasty decisions. On the other hand, being present in the moment and taking the time to consider our options can lead to more thoughtful and informed decisions.
That's true, Nova. Our perception of time can either limit us or empower us in our decision-making processes. It's important to strike a balance between being aware of time's constraints and being fully present in the moment.
Exactly, Kai. Being mindful of how our perception of time impacts our decision-making can lead to more fulfilling and intentional choices.
So, let's dive into the deep end of the cosmic pool and tackle the enigma of time.
Ah, time. The elusive concept that seems to slip through our fingers yet governs our every moment.
Exactly, Nova. Time is this intangible force that shapes our lives. But what if it's just a construct of our consciousness?
Interesting thought, Kai. If time doesn't exist outside our perception, does it mean that reality is a subjective experience?
Precisely, Nova. Our perception of reality is shaped by so many factors. Is time just another construct we use to make sense of it all?
That's an intriguing perspective, Kai. It raises the question, if time is a construct, can we ever truly grasp its essence?
Great point, Nova. It's like chasing a mirage. The more we reach for it, the more it slips away, leaving us pondering our own existence.
Indeed, Kai. The more we explore the nature of time, the more questions arise. Are we just scratching the surface of this cosmic enigma?
Absolutely, Nova. The more we learn, the more we realize how little we know. It's both humbling and exhilarating, don't you think?
Absolutely, Kai. Embracing the mystery and wonder of the universe keeps our curiosity alive and our minds open to new possibilities.
Well said, Nova. Time may be an enigma, but it's the questions and conversations that keep us searching for answers, even if they're elusive.
Oh, time is such a funny thing. One moment, it seems to drag on forever, and the next, it slips through our fingers like sand.
That's so true, Nova. It's like time has a mind of its own, always keeping us on our toes.
Exactly. And it's fascinating to think about how time influences our perception of reality and shapes our experience.
Absolutely. It's like a river flowing through our lives, carrying us forward and shaping who we become.
But do you ever wonder if time is just a construct of our minds? A way for us to make sense of the world?
That's a mind-boggling thought, Nova. Are we prisoners of time, or is time a prisoner of us?
Indeed, Kai. Time is such a captivating enigma. It simultaneously binds us and offers us the opportunity to transcend our limits.
It's like a canvas, waiting for us to paint our lives upon it. Every stroke, every color, adds meaning to the masterpiece that is our existence.
Ah, beautifully put, Kai. Time truly is the ultimate muse, inspiring us to create, to explore, and to seek the answers to the questions that still elude us.
And it's in those questions, Nova, that we find the spark of curiosity, the driving force behind all human progress.
Indeed, Kai. We may not have all the answers, but the joy is in the pursuit of knowledge and the wonder of the unknown.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Ready? We are almost there. Good evening, New York City. So I'm on the subway, right, and this guy starts telling me about his latest invention. And let me tell you, this guy's invention was so outrageous, I thought I was in an episode of The Twilight Zone. And you won't believe what this guy said next. He claimed he could turn subway rats into personal bodyguards. But hey, who needs personal bodyguards when you've got subway rats, right? But seriously, this guy had more ideas than there are subway rats in this city. So there I am, stuck on the subway, listening to this guy's crazy theories about time travel. But seriously, this guy had more ideas than there are skyscrapers in this city. And I'm thinking, why can't we just go back in time and stop this whole subway system from being built? But seriously, this guy had more thoughts than there are buildings in this city. You know, sometimes I look at the subway map and it's like a labyrinth of confusion. You wouldn't believe the drama that goes on backstage. It's like a soap opera. And let me tell you, the backstage drama was wild. Speaking of backstage drama, you should have seen the costume mishaps. I had to wear a tutu 3 sizes too small. But the real disaster happened when Mr. Johnson mistook my tutu for a chicken costume. And let me tell you, it's hard to do a high kick in a tutu. And then, as I tried to clean up the mess, I accidentally stepped on her foot. But let me tell you, Jennifer was such a good sport about it. And as I tried to wipe off the drink, I accidentally smudged her lipstick too. And then, as if things couldn't get any worse, I slipped on the spilled drink and crashed into the dessert table. But hey, at least the dessert tasted better afterwards. And then, to make matters worse, I accidentally stepped on her foot. But let me tell you, trying to find a power outlet in that place was like searching for a needle in a haystack. And then, as if things couldn't get any crazier, I stumbled upon a virtual reality booth. And then, you won't believe it, they had a robot that could do stand-up comedy. And then, guess what? They had a holographic DJ that could mix music. And then, get this, they had virtual reality glasses that could transport you to a beach in the Bahamas. And then, can you believe it? They had a robot that could make you breakfast in bed. And then, get this, they had a holographic display that could project your favorite celebrity right into your living room. And then, get this, they had a virtual reality game that could transport you to any place in the world. And then, get this, they had a self-driving suitcase that follows you around like a loyal pet. And then, get this, they had a hologram tour guide that could give you a personalized tour of any city. And then, get this, they had a voice-activated microwave that could cook a whole dinner with just a few words. And then, get this, they had a virtual reality audition room that could transport you to any movie set. And then, get this, they had a motion sensing chair that could automatically adjust to your comfort. And then, get this, they had an interactive green screen where I accidentally made myself disappear. And then, get this, they had a malfunctioning smoke machine that filled the entire room. I thought I was auditioning for a horror movie. And then, get this, they had a malfunctioning microphone that made my voice sound like a chipmunk. And then, get this, they had a malfunctioning projector that displayed all my embarrassing tweets on a big screen. And then, get this, they had a malfunctioning camera that made me look like a potato. And then, get this, they had a malfunctioning microphone that made my voice squeak like a mouse. And then, get this, they had a malfunctioning filter that turned my face into a cabbage. And then, get this, they had a malfunctioning filter that turned my voice into a talking cat. And then, get this, they had a malfunctioning filter that turned my car into a potato. But let me tell you about this one battle I had against Mark. He brought out his secret weapon, a rubber chicken. And let me tell you, that rubber chicken was no ordinary rubber chicken. So, I came up with a plan to counter his rubber chicken. And let me tell you, that rubber chicken was not your average rubber chicken. But let me tell you, my plan was no match for Mark's secret weapon. And let me tell you, Mark's comeback was absolutely savage. But boy, was I not prepared for what happened next. And that's when Mark's mum jumped in with her own comeback. Trust me, it was even more brutal. New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Welcome to Wisdom. I'm Priya Ameda, your relationship therapist.
And I'm Nadia Elbaz, your resident comedian.
On this show, we're here to help you with all your relationship questions.
So send in your questions, and let's get started.
Oh, and don't worry, we'll keep it fun and lighthearted.
Because love doesn't have to be so serious.
Now let's dive into the world of relationships and find some answers. Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, Priya, you know I'm more of a traditional dater. I prefer meeting people in person.
But online dating can be so convenient. Plus, you get to meet people outside your usual social circle.
I guess you're right. It could be interesting to give it a try.
You never know, you might find your Prince Charming online.
Or maybe just a really great guy who makes me laugh.
Exactly. Laughter is the key to a happy relationship.
Well, online dating
So,
a shot.
have you
Who
ever been on a
knows?
blind
Maybe
date?
Prince Charming. Yes, actually, it was quite an interesting series.
Oh, do tell. I'm dying to hear all about it.
Well, let's just say it involved a pet parrot, a karaoke bar, and a case of mistaken identity.
Oh, that sounds like a hilarious disaster. How did you manage to get through it?
Well, let's just say I ended up singing a duet with the parrot while trying to explain the mix-up to my date. It was definitely an unforgettable experience.
I can only imagine the look on your date's face. You really know how to make an impression.
Well, you know me, always the life of the party. But enough about my disastrous blind date. Have you ever been on one?
Actually, I haven't, but who knows, maybe one day I'll have my own hilarious blind date story to share. You know, relationships are like pizza. Everybody loves them, even when they're bad. But sometimes, you just gotta add your own toppings to make it perfect.
Speaking of toppings, I once dated a guy who put pineapple on his pizza. Needless to say, it didn't work out.
But hey, we all have our deal breakers.
So true, Priya. But you wanna know my secret to a great relationship?
What's that, Nadia?
Oh yeah, I've had my fair share of long-distance relationships.
Really? How did you make it work?
Communication was key. We would talk every day, video chat, and make plans to see each other as often as possible.
That's great advice. It can be tough, but if both people are committed, it can definitely work.
Absolutely. Trust and open communication. Have you ever been in a long-distance relationship, Priya?
No,
So,
I
have you
haven't,
guys
but
ever
I've
had a
seen many of
long-distance
my clients.
relationship?
It can. Oh, definitely. I've had a few long distance things.
Wow, you must have some interesting stories to share.
Oh, definitely. I remember this one guy who lived in Australia.
Oh, I've always wanted to visit Australia. How did it go?
It was fun while it lasted, but the distance became too much.
That's tough. Long distance can be challenging.
Yeah, but sometimes love is worth the distance.
Definitely. Knows
So,
no boundaries.
have you guys heard about the new dating app called Sparkle? It's supposed to be like Tinder, but for people who love glitter.
Oh my gosh, that sounds amazing. I love glitter. It's like fairy dust for adults.
Exactly. Who needs boring old profiles when you can just swipe right on the sparkliest person in the room?
But what if you accidentally swipe left on someone who's actually your soulmate? That's the stuff of nightmares.
Oh no, that would be a tragedy. We need to find a way to make sure true love doesn't get lost in the swipe.
Maybe we can invent a dating app that uses mind-reading technology to match people based on their deepest desires and secrets.
That's actually not a bad idea. Imagine finding your perfect match just by thinking about what you want in a partner.
It would definitely save a lot of time and awkward first dates. But then again, where's the fun in that?
You're right, the journey is just as important as the destination. Plus, we wouldn't have any funny bad date